Chapter 68. At the foot of Green Spirit Peak, there was a clear lake in the middle of the bamboo forest. From time to time, the mountain breeze would blow, swaying the bamboos and rustling bamboo leaves. Suddenly, there was a strange rustling sound in the bamboo forest. Someone was running quickly in the bamboo forest. Several birds were startled and flew into the sky, flying into the distance. Whoosh! A silhouette appeared at the edge of the lake. Then, without any hesitation, he leaped into the lake. Plop! The calm surface of the lake, which was as calm as a piece of jasper, immediately set off waves. The calmness of the small lake was instantly broken by the arrival of this person. Splash! Water splashed in all directions, and a person emerged from the lake. The area around Green Spirit Peak was the cultivation area of Green Spirit Peak, one of the 9 branches of Taishan. In the dead of night, there would definitely be no disciples of other branches appearing here. The person who rushed into the lake was Gu Fei. At this moment, he was swimming in the lake, washing away the blood stains on his body. The cold lake water not only cleansed his body, but also his soul. At this moment, Gu Fei's heart was at peace. His tense nerves for the past few days had completely relaxed without him realizing it. Then, he actually began to circulate the ancient mysterious art in the lake. All of this seemed very natural. Gu Fei did not force himself to cultivate, so his body naturally reacted in this manner. Then, the entire lake rippled. Wisps of spiritual qi gathered and fluctuated. Gu Fei was shrouded in a layer of mist, and his figure became blurry. Slowly, Gu Fei stopped swimming on the surface of the lake and disappeared. He sank to the bottom of the lake, but the layer of mist on the surface of the lake didn't dissipate. The lake water calmed down. Gu Fei entered a mysterious state. He seemed to have become one with the surrounding lake water. The fish in the lake were not afraid of this intruder and swam around him. This feeling was very strange. It was as if he could feel the aura of heaven and earth. In a trance, Gu Fei felt that his aura seemed to really merge with heaven and earth and become a part of nature. This was a kind of mysterious, martial state, similar to epiphany. He no longer needed to breathe because all the pores on his body were opening and closing. He had entered the internal breathing state, a breathing method that allowed him to absorb nutrients from the surrounding space without using his nose. Endless spiritual energy was integrated into his body from his skin, and the turbid air was naturally discharged from his pores. Unknowingly, in this dreamlike state, Gu Fei's body was stimulated with a special ability. As long as Gu Fei was not in an absolute vacuum, there was no possibility of him suffocating. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Fei opened his eyes and rose from the bottom of the lake. In the east, a rising red sun hung high above the mountains, bathing him in the gorgeous morning glow. However, Gu Fei sensed that something was amiss the moment he emerged from the water. Without any hesitation, he shot out of the lake like a fish with a poof. Li Lingfeng. In an instant, Gu Fei appeared on the edge of the lake. At the same time, he also discovered the source of the abnormality. Next to a cluster of bamboo, by the lake stood a young man in white. An ordinary-looking young man in white. However, it was this ordinary-looking young man that made Gu Fei feel a hint of danger. Gu Fei, have you been cultivating in the lake all night? A strange look flashed in Li Lingfeng's eyes. When did Li Lingfeng get here? Gu Fei thought to himself. He was in a strange martial realm, so he did not notice Li Lingfeng's arrival. This made him feel a little uneasy. Gu Fei flung his long, wet hair and walked towards Li Lingfeng with a faint smile. The wounds on the surface of his body had long since disappeared. His skin flickered with a sparkling luster, as if he had never been injured in the first place. Peeking at other people's cultivation is a big taboo. There's no way you don't know that. Gu Fei walked over step by step, but the aura coming from his body was gradually increasing. Li Lingfeng's expression changed when he heard this, but then he smiled and said, "You're looking for an excuse to fight me, aren't you? Unfortunately, I don't want to fight you for the time being." Gu Fei did not enjoy himself to the fullest during the fight for first place in the arena yesterday. It was because the arena was too small and he could not fight to his heart's content. As soon as Li Lingfeng's 8 trigrams divine ability appeared, it enveloped the entire arena. Gu Fei had no place to hide, and he was obediently trapped in the 8 trigrams. If he was not confined to the space of the arena, Gu Fei could have completely avoided the 8 trigrams, and he would not have been forced to fight with his life on the line. Now that he encountered Li Lingfeng again, Gu Fei could not help but feel a little itchy. Humph. Now that you're in my place, it's not up to you whether you want to fight or not. Gu Fei took a step forward, and he was already 6 meters away from Li Lingfeng. At this distance, Gu Fei only needed to stretch out his hand to launch an extremely fierce attack at Li Lingfeng. It was a great taboo for cultivators to allow a cultivator to get close to them. In terms of fist and leg skills, cultivators were not a match for cultivators at all. Moreover, every move of Gu Fei's combat skills were extremely fierce, and they were killing moves that could kill the opponent the moment he attacked. The battles between cultivators were the most dangerous, and life and death could often be determined at the first contact. "Eat my fist!" A fierce light flashed in Gu Fei's eyes, and his body suddenly became blurry on the spot. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind rose out of thin air, and it instantly ruffled the clear water of the lake. At practically the same time, Li Lingfeng suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura envelop him in an instant. A chill shot up from the back of his spine, and all the hair on his body immediately stood on end. He didn't even think about it. He didn't have time to think about it. Li Lingfeng patted the magic treasure pouch on his waist, and the violet gold 8 trigrams immediately flew out and blocked in front of him. The 8 trigrams surged out, and the water in front of him was unable to flow in. In the next moment, Gu Fei's body appeared in front of Li Lingfeng, and his right fist directly blasted towards the 8 trigrams that seemed to have taken form. Golden waves swept out in front of Gu Fei's fist, and the fist force was like a surging river, and its indomitable momentum was completely revealed. The dazzling golden fist aura died, the whole heaven and earth gold, and the terrifying fluctuation of Yuan Qi directly shook the whole space. Even the earth started to tremble, and the bamboo nearby was completely shattered by the fist force, turning into fragments that shot out all over the sky. Boom! The unparalleled fist aura instantly collided with the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams suddenly trembled violently, and 8 kinds of dazzling light burst out. The power of the 8 symbols of heaven and earth surged violently. The 8 trigrams seemed to be connected to a world of 8 symbols, and it actually swallowed the unparalleled fist force. However, the fist force of Gu Fei was really too strong, and 7 of the 8 trigrams had successively collapsed, and only the Sun trigram was still in operation. The 8 trigrams had collapsed, and Li Lingfeng's face instantly turned deathly pale. Seeing that Gu Fei was about to launch a second punch, he hurriedly formed a seal with his hand and recalled the Sun trigram that represented the power of the wind. Then his body and the trigram merged, and he turned into a gust of strong wind that flew out of the bamboo forest. The purple gold trigram was immediately put into the magic treasure pouch at his waist. "I haven't had enough fun yet. Where are you going?" Gu Fei shouted, and his right foot pushed off the ground. Pung! With a bang, the soil splashed, and the ground under his foot immediately burst open. But he had already used the force to support himself, and turned into a golden lightning chasing after the gust of strong wind that Li Lingfeng had turned into. This guy Gu Fei is really abnormal, and his strength seems to have increased a lot. Li Lingfeng was secretly shocked. Under Gu Fei's punch, he had almost triggered the internal injuries he had suffered yesterday. So how could Li Lingfeng still dare to continue fighting with Gu Fei? If he was at his peak, Li Lingfeng was not afraid of Gu Fei, but now he was not as good as Gu Fei because Gu Fei was at his peak, and Li Lingfeng, could not display his peak strength. His body and the Sun trigram merged, and Li Lingfeng seemed to have turned into a gust of wind. His speed was unparalleled, and in the blink of an eye, he had rushed out of the bamboo forest. Gu Fei, pass on the order of the head teacher. In 3 days, in the morning, the top 10 experts will gather at the Supreme Mystery Hall, and you must not be absent. Li Lingfeng did not stop at all, and instantly went far away. His voice came from afar, and it was abnormally clear. Whoosh! Outside the bamboo forest, a golden figure rushed out of the bamboo forest like a bolt of lightning. His extremely fast-moving body brought with it a strong gust of wind, and the bamboo leaves on the ground were suddenly blown into the air by the gust of wind, dancing in the air. Gu Fei's body seemed to be wearing a golden armor, and the metal energy was like a golden flame that steamed around his body. He stood outside the forest, staring in the direction that Li Lingfeng disappeared in, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. This Li Lingfeng's speed. Gu Fei clenched his fists, and an evil smile suddenly appeared on his face. Interesting, he actually used only 1 night to repair that magic treasure. This opponent is not bad. This time, Gu Fei was wrong. The purple gold 8 trigram was not repaired by Li Lingfeng, but Gu Fei, even if he broke his head, could not imagine that someone had repaired the magic treasure for Li Lingfeng. Gather at the Supreme Mystery Hall? Just what is it for? Gu Fei was a little confused. The golden light that pulsed around his body had gradually weakened and finally disappeared into his body, leaving only traces of a golden luster flowing on his skin. The power of the metal element was invincible compared to the other 4 elements. Its attack power was the fiercest and fiercest. Using it to fight with others, it was truly indomitable. In a battle, momentum was very important. A strong momentum could make the opponent's heart palpitate, make the opponent lose their mind, and gain the upper hand even before the battle began. Let's talk about it in 3 days. Gu Fei muttered to himself for a moment, then turned around and walked into the bamboo forest. However, he did not dare to ignore Li Lingfeng's words because he had come to pass on a message from the head teacher, Taoist Xiantian. Gu Fei was not so arrogant that he could ignore the words of the Supreme Mystery Sect leader, Taoist Xiantian. 3 days later, Gu Fei returned to the cave, changed into a set of clean clothes, and sat on the praying mat. He had a vague feeling that something would happen in 3 days. He suddenly took out a small box from his body, looked at it, and then sighed. He opened the small box, and a burst of fragrance immediately rushed into his nose. A vermilion red pill was quietly lying in the box. Chapter 69. For the past 2 days, the surroundings of the Green Spirit Peak had been very peaceful, other than Li Lingfeng, who had come to the bamboo forest at the foot of the peak when he passed on the order of the sect leader. Only Zhao Zairu, a disciple of the Purple Bamboo Peak, had come. However, in the abode of the Green Spirit Peak, the heavy stone door was tightly shut. Gu Fei seemed to be cultivating in seclusion. He was originally a cultivation madman among the younger generation of disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect. He seemed to have no idea that Zhao Zairu had come here. Time passed in cultivation. Very quickly, it was the 3rd day. On the morning of the 3rd day, when the eastern sky began to reveal a trace of light, the door of the abode of the Green Spirit Peak opened. Gu Fei slowly walked out from inside. He was dressed in white, and his long hair was simply tied behind his head with a ribbon. His face was not very handsome, but it was well-defined and revealed a resolute aura. He looked up at the sky, and then walked down the mountain. A faint mist lingered in the mountains. On the small path, there were still sparkling dewdrops hanging on the leaves on both sides. As Gu Fei walked on the mountain path, waves of cool air hit him in the face. The fragrance of the plants rushed into his nose, making him feel refreshed. After half an hour, a white figure arrived at the purple bamboo peak. At this time, the eastern sky began to brighten, and the darkness that shrouded the world began to be dispelled by the light. In a small valley, with beautiful scenery and blooming flowers, there was a small house made of purple bamboo. The reason why the purple bamboo peak was called Purple Bamboo Peak was because of the purple bamboo that grew on the peak. This kind of purple bamboo was not something rare, but it was very hard. It was difficult to cut this kind of bamboo in the slightest with ordinary knives and swords. Most of the disciples of the Purple Bamboo Peak liked to use this kind of bamboo to build their training grounds because this kind of bamboo was very strong. Gu Fei silently walked into the small valley and came to the front of the small house made of purple bamboo. He could clearly sense that there was a rhythmic wave of magic power coming from the small house of purple bamboo. That person was cultivating inside, but did not seem to notice his arrival. Gu Fei stood outside the door for a long time until the sun rose above the mountains in the east like a red disk hanging on the horizon. Gu Fei looked up at the sky and knew he couldn't wait any longer. He took out a small box from his bosom and gently placed it on the ground in front of the door. He didn't want to disturb the person cultivating in the hut, so he placed the small box in front of the door and left. Just as Gu Fei's figure disappeared from the entrance of the valley, a green figure silently appeared in front of the small house. The appearance of this person was like a gust of wind without a trace. This was a middle-aged woman wearing a green robe. Her eyebrows were like the mountains in the distance, and her face was like a lotus flower. When she was young, she was definitely a devastatingly beautiful woman. This person was Zhao Ziru's master, Yan Hangyun. She looked in the direction that Gu Fei had disappeared, then looked at the small box on the ground in front of the hut. The expression on her face became a little strange. Then Yan Hangyun's figure flashed and disappeared in front of the small house, as if he had never been there in the first place. Inside the Supreme Mystery Hall, Daoist Xiantian and the 7 peak heads were all seated. There were also 9 youths standing in the hall. These 9 were the top 10 youths who had stood out during the 9 Peaks trials. Why isn't that Gu Fei here yet? Li Lingfeng couldn't help but look out of the hall. Seeing that it was getting late, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. As the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation under the sect leader's faction, Li Lingfeng had long since understood why the sect leader's grandmaster had summoned the top 10 young disciples in the 9 Peaks trials. The trial of the ruined sky, which only happened once every 260 years, should be held by the top 10 disciples of this year's 9 Peaks trials. According to some of the martial uncles who had participated in the trial of the ruined sky, it was a place full of opportunities, but also full of danger. However, no one was willing to reveal what kind of place it was. They only knew that most of the people who had experienced the trial of the ruins sky had become experts in the world of cultivation. Rumor had it that even the sect master had participated in the trial of the ruins sky. What's wrong with that Gu Fei? Could it be that he dares to ignore the sect master's order? Just as Li Lingfeng and the others were getting impatient, a white shadow flashed at the entrance of the hall, and a person walked in from outside. The 9 youths standing respectfully in the hall looked up. If the person wasn't the successor of the Green Spirit Peak, Gu Fei, then who else could it be? Greetings, sect master. Greetings, first seats. Gu Fei quickly walked forward and bowed respectfully to Daoist Xiantian, who was sitting on the throne, and then to the 7 peak heads on either side of him. Taoist Xiantian nodded, and the 7 peak heads only glanced at Gu Fei indifferently without saying anything. Since everyone is here, I won't say anything more. Here are 10 jade slips. Take them, and you'll know why I've summoned you here. As Taoist Xiantian spoke, he waved his sleeve, and 10 rays of white light flew out of it and floated in front of Gu Fei and the others. Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the others hurriedly caught the jade slip that flew in front of them, and then probed it with their divine senses. In the next moment, the expressions of the 10 top young experts became extremely interesting. Shock, stupefaction, ecstasy, bewilderment, all kinds of expressions flashed across their faces like a lantern. Ruined sky realm, 9-color grass. When Gu Fei probed the jade slip with his divine sense, he was first shocked by the contents of the jade slip, and then he frowned. There was actually not much content in the jade slip. It only contained a map, the appearance of a kind of spiritual essence of heaven and earth, and a description of the expedition down the mountain. It turned out that there was a mysterious place in the 10,000 mountains of the Tunglong continent called the Ruins Sky Realm. This mysterious place was discovered by the founding masters of the 3 great Taoist sects together, and it opened every 120 years or 260 years. The 3 great Taoist sects had agreed that each sect could only send 10 disciples into the Ruins Sky Realm to train for 10 days each time it opened. If they did not come out of the Ruins Sky Realm within 10 days, one of the portals into the Ruins Sky Realm would close, and it would open again after 260 years. In other words, if they could not come out of the Ruins Sky Realm on time, there was no need for them to come out. Over the past thousands of years, the 3 great Taoist sects had opened the Ruin Heaven Realm at least dozens of times. During these times, it was inevitable that some disciples failed to get out of the Ruin Heaven Realm before it was closed. However, none of these disciples who were trapped in the Ruin Heaven Realm were still alive when the Ruin Heaven Realm was opened again after 260 years. At this time, a middle-aged Taoist with black hair and a long beard walked out from the back hall. He was dressed in a green robe, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. This is your Uncle Master Dan Chinzi. He will be leading the expedition this time. You must all listen to Dan Chinzi's instructions. Understand? Taoist Xiantian said indifferently. Yes, sect leader, everyone responded in unison. Well, there's no time to lose. Go back to your respective residences immediately and pack up what you need. We will gather in the square in an hour. Taoist Xiantian said to Li Lingfeng and the others with a wave of his sleeve. Gu Fei was stunned when he heard this. He had never imagined that he would be leaving Taishan Mountain so soon. Before this, he had never thought about leaving the mountain. The outside world only remained in his memory when he was 8 years old, and these memories were already very vague. Chapter 70. Everyone returned to their respective residences, packed their things, and returned to the Supreme Mystery Hall. When everyone had arrived, Taoist Xiantian and the heads of the 7 branches walked out of the hall. Following behind Taoist Xiantian and the 7 branch heads was Dan Chinzi, the leader of the team. He was a terrifying expert who was only 1 step away from breaking through to the void-controlling realm. This was enough to show how much importance the upper echelons of the Supreme Mystery Sect placed on this trip to the Ruined Sky Realm. Even in the entire Supreme Mystery Sect, there were not many cultivators at the 9th level of the Ascended Realm. When Gu Fei and the others saw Taoist Xiantian, they hurriedly bowed. Taoist Xiantian only nodded slightly, then waved his sleeve, and a scroll shrouded in golden light flew out. As soon as the scroll left his sleeve, it instantly unfurled and rapidly expanded into a huge scroll that was 6 feet wide and 4 feet long. It seemed both real and illusory as it floated in the air. a Tao technique scroll. Gu Fei and Ziyu looked at each other. Of course they knew what it was. The mysterious expert who tried to kill Gu Fei at the foot of Green Spirit Peak had used a Tao technique scroll to escape. This kind of scroll that had the power of a Tao technique sealed on it was even more precious than a Tao talisman that had the power of a Tao technique sealed on it. And the power of the Tao technique it released was even more powerful. Even in a large Tao sect like the Shangqing sect, not many people were willing to spend a lot of effort to refine a Tao technique scroll because it was too time-consuming and laborious. Therefore, Tao technique scrolls were rare in the world of cultivation. The middle-aged Taoist Dan Qinzi leaped up and landed lightly on the huge Tao technique scroll. Then Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng, Dongfang Chen, Ziyu, and the others leaped onto the scroll one after another. The gigantic Taoist technique scroll became illusory, as if it had already transformed into nothingness. However, when Gu Qing leaped onto it, he discovered that there was a gentle force supporting him from beneath his feet. It actually made him feel as if he was standing on the ground, very stable. On the scroll, Dan Qinzi and the disciples bid farewell to Taoist Xiantian, and the 7 peak heads. Dan Qinzi formed a seal, and the huge scroll immediately carried everyone into the sky. It turned into a golden cloud and quickly flew south. The southern wasteland 100,000 Great Mountains was located in the southern part of the Tunglong continent. It was a boundless and desolate land. It was thousands of miles away from the supreme mystery sect in the Qi Kingdom and was no longer within the borders of the Qi Kingdom. Originally, the Taishan sect had planned to open its doors to recruit disciples from the secular world after the 9 Peaks trials. However, since the trip to the Void Sky, which was held once every 2 60-year cycles, would determine whether Taoist Xiantian and the 7 chiefs would be able to break through to the demigod realm, the recruitment of disciples that happened once every 10 years was temporarily postponed. However, it seemed that the outside world had not received the news yet. Thus, people from all over the Qi Kingdom, and even the entire Central Plains, the royal family, the wealthy merchants, and even the common people were all escorting children of the right age to Taishan Mountain. In the eyes of the common people, if their children had a chance to enter the celestial gate and learn the way, it would be a matter of supreme glory. Thus, every time it was the day that the 3 great path schools recruited disciples, there would be a sea of people outside the stations of the 3 great path schools. All kinds of people from all over the continent would gather together. And it was extremely lively. "Grandpa, how far is it?" On a mountain road leading to Taishan Mountain, a young and crisp voice came from a black carriage coming from the other end of the mountain road. The fog on the mountain road had not dissipated, and there was still a lit lantern hanging in front of the carriage. Even though the sun was already high in the sky, the fog in the mountains had not completely dissipated. A white-haired old man in a cotton robe was driving the carriage, holding a horsewhip in one hand. The mountain road was steep, and the carriage did not go very fast. "Soon, soon," the old man replied to the child in the carriage while concentrating on driving the carriage. Walking in the mountains, especially driving a carriage, was not an easy task. If one was not careful, they might hit a big tree or hit a rock on the mountain road. The carriage would overturn and roll into a deep valley or down a cliff, and there would be no hope of recovery. The carriage was passing through a dense forest. The forest was dark, and they could just barely see the road. The old man was very focused, and soon the carriage passed through the dense forest and came out of the forest. The sun was a bit dazzling. The old man stopped the carriage by the side of the road and blew out the lantern hanging in front of the carriage. "Grandpa, why did you stop?" The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a child with red lips and white teeth, who looked like a porcelain doll, poked his head out and asked, "Ha ha, young master, let's rest here for a while and eat something before we continue on our way," the old man said with a smile, and then jumped out of the carriage. He untied a linen bag tied to the horse's back and took out some dry food from it. "Hey, Grandpa, look, what's that?" Suddenly, the child looked up at the sky in surprise, and his little finger pointed to the southern sky as he shouted to the old man. The white-haired old man quickly looked in the direction that the child was pointing and saw a golden cloud rushing out of the mountains, flying quickly toward the south. The golden cloud moved very quickly, and after a while, it disappeared into the southern sky. That is, the old man's face was full of surprise. He seemed to think of something and could not speak for a long time. He stared blankly in the direction that the golden cloud disappeared. "Grandpa, what is that? Could it be that the immortals who ride on the clouds in the mountains have come out of the mountains?" The child was excited, and his little face was flushed, which made him look very cute. "Yes, the immortals who ride on the clouds and ride on the mist," the old man murmured to himself, but no one knew what he was thinking. He was already a person who was about to be buried in the soil. The immortal path, he had no fate with it in this life, but he hoped that it would be in the next life. The golden cloud that the old man and the child saw was the giant path technique scroll that Dan Chinzi had used to carry Gu Fei and the others south. They were flying in the mountains, but they did not hide their whereabouts, because this was still the territory of the Taishan sect. It seemed that other than the great demons, no one would dare to come here and cause trouble. There were not many great demons like the Demon Lord of Six Paths in the entire cultivation world of the Tunglong continent. Otherwise, the whole world would be plunged into an abyss of misery. High up in the sky, Dan Chinzi controlled the path technique scroll and flew between the sky and the earth. The wind was biting cold, and it was like the edge of a knife tearing through the outside of the scroll, making an extremely sharp sound that made people's hearts palpitate. Flying in the wind was not an easy task. For example, the Deathless art scroll emitted a power that protected everyone within it. The astral winds outside were enough to tear them to pieces. It was no wonder that only great cultivators in the Imperial Void Realm could soar between the sky and the earth and ignore the wind of the nine heavens. If it were not for the path technique scroll, even Dan Chinzi would not have been able to withstand the endless attack of the wind. Gu Fei looked down from the scroll and saw that the mountains were moving backward rapidly. Soon, he saw that there were more and more people below, and some cities and towns began to appear. The kingdom of Qi had a territory of tens of thousands of miles. It was a superpower that occupied a territory of tens of thousands of miles to the east of the Central Plains. The Tunglong continent was vast and boundless, and the Central Plains was the most fertile land in the entire continent. There were also two empires that occupied a territory of tens of thousands of miles, one in the south and one in the west of the Central Plains. The 10,000 mountains of the southern wasteland bordered the kingdom of Yen. The southern wasteland was a unique place, although it belonged to the southern Yen, and the kingdom of Yen had established it as the Southern Wasteland Prefecture. The prefecture of the Southern Wasteland was subordinate to the kingdom of Yen. However, the prefecture of the Southern Wasteland was far away from the Emperor of Yen, and they did not really listen to the orders of the Emperor of Yen. It was like a country of its own. The first destination of Gu Fei and the others in the Southern Wasteland was the Dragon Emperor city of the Southern Wasteland. The people of the three great Taoist sects met up in the Dragon Emperor city and then entered the 10,000 mountains together. The flying speed of the Taoist technique scroll was undoubtedly extremely fast. By noon, the huge golden scroll had already carried Gu Fei and the others out of the territory of the kingdom of Qi and into the territory of the kingdom of Yen. According to Dan Chinzi, they would be able to reach the Dragon Emperor city of the southern wasteland by nightfall. It was a distance of tens of thousands of miles, and they could reach it in one day. The flying speed of the Taoist technique scroll was really shocking. The Taoist technique scroll under their feet should be incomparably precious. However, just as Dan Chenzi was controlling the scroll to carry them past a deep mountain range, a figure wearing a black robe and surrounded by black qi appeared on the peak of a mountain. It was a pale-faced, crimson-haired young man. His crimson-haired hair casually draped over his shoulders like a waterfall, and his body was surging with endless demonic qi. That was the demonic qi that even mortals were afraid of. The crimson-haired young man suddenly raised his head and looked at the golden cloud that was quickly passing by above his head. A trace of an evil smile appeared on his face, and then he grabbed towards the golden cloud in the sky with his right hand. Although it seemed like a casual grab, it shook the heavens and the earth, and the wind and clouds changed color. Because of it, surging demonic qi surged out of his hand, and in an instant it covered the heavens and the earth, and covered half of the sky. The heavens and the earth immediately darkened. The surging demonic qi formed a huge demonic hand, and from below, it grabbed towards the golden cloud in the sky. This scene was shocking. The demonic hand shattered the cloud in the sky and covered the heavens and the earth. Before it could grab the cloud, it had already violently shook as if it was about to disperse. The people on the cloud were greatly shocked. The boundless demonic qi made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and even their souls were about to leave their bodies. Roar! Dan Chenzi did not panic in the face of danger. With an angry roar, an unparalleled magical power surged out of his body. Then, the golden cloud that was formed by the Taoist technique scroll suddenly increased in speed. It seemed to have turned into a flickering shadow, and in an instant, it had rushed forward hundreds of feet. The gigantic demonic claw that was as large as a mountain grabbed thin air. Huh! On the mountain peak, the crimson-haired young man's eyes flashed with a strange look. He was a little surprised, as if he did not expect Dan Chenzi and the others to be able to dodge his claw. However, this crimson-haired young man was like a supreme demon. His primordial spirit was illusionary, and 1,000 miles were like a courtyard. His claw grabbed thin air, and with a flip of his palm, the gigantic demonic claw actually appeared above Dan Chenzi and the others in an instant and directly slammed down towards them. Dan Chenzi's face immediately turned ashen, and his forehead was already dripping with sweat. This sudden attack from the demon was simply too powerful, and he could not contend against it. If he had escaped alone, he might have had a chance of survival, but Dan Chenzi did not dare to abandon Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng, and the others to escape alone. Chapter 71. Demon Lord of Six Paths. Don't be so arrogant. Just as Gu Fei and the others were about to be hit by the demonic hand that was as large as a mountain, a loud roar suddenly came from the sky. The rolling sound waves shattered the clouds in the sky. Heaven and earth trembled, and the mountains trembled. In the blink of an eye, just as everyone despaired and thought that they were about to be shattered by the demonic hand, a streak of fiery light flew over from the east like a bolt of lightning. Next, it revolved around the gigantic demonic hand and forcefully shattered it. Demonic qi surged out and enveloped the sky, causing it to turn into night. At the same time, it also enveloped Dan Chenzi, Gu Fei, and the others below. The magic scrolls under everyone's feet were instantly surrounded by the exploding demonic qi. The impact of the demonic qi seemed to have stimulated the power of the magic scrolls. The magic scrolls suddenly burst out with dazzling golden light. Runes appeared and formed a rune-light shield, protecting everyone inside. The golden cloud formed by the magic scrolls was like a lonely boat in a raging sea under Dan Chenzi's control. It shook violently, as if it could capsize at any time. On the peak of the mountain, the crimson-haired young man frowned, and he turned his head to look towards the eastern horizon. He saw a ball of fire flash in the horizon, and then it arrived before him in an instant. Its speed was so fast that it was truly shocking. Pung! Flames soared into the sky, as if the sun had suddenly fallen from the sky. A figure was wrapped in a ball of fire, and it quickly appeared in the sky in front of the red-haired young man. The terrifying heat wave burned the world, and the rolling demonic chi that covered half the sky was actually mostly dispersed by this pure yang power. In the flames, a Taoist wearing a feather robe and a star crown stood in the air. Streams of golden light surged out from the feather robe on his body and lingered around him. There seemed to be several golden, three-legged birds flying around him. Taoist Chaoyang? When the red-haired young man saw this Taoist, he could not help but narrow his pitch-black eyes, which seemed to have no pupils. Rays of black light shot out from the gaps of his eyes. The person who came was the head of the Supreme Mystery Sect's Shaoyang Peak, Taoist Master Chaoyang. It turned out that Taoist Xiantian and the other upper echelons of the Supreme Mystery Sect were still worried and had sent Taoist Master Chaoyang to follow Dan Chinzi, Gu Fei, and the others from afar to secretly protect them. As expected, Dan Chinzi and his party were intercepted by the devil monarch of 6 paths deep in the mountains and forests of the Yen Kingdom. Boom! Demon monarch of 6 paths flew up into the sky, and the mountain under his feet was crushed by him. Rocks flew everywhere, and dust rose high into the sky. Nobody can save the people I want to kill. His arrogant words echoed in the mountains. The devil monarch of 6 paths punched out, and the surging devil chi turned into a devil dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The devil chi rushed forward and pounced on the golden cloud that was trapped in the devil chi. Damn it! When Taoist Chaoyang saw this, he could not help but be furious. He shook his robe, and 9 balls of fire immediately rushed out of it, setting off a monstrous fire that rushed toward the devil monarch of 6 paths. At the same time, in front of Taoist Chaoyang, the pure yang fire condensed into a 3-legged golden crow, which flew toward the devil dragon that the devil monarch of 6 paths had thrown out. Taoist Chaoyang's feather robe was embroidered with 9 golden crows. The golden brilliance of the pure yang fire surged like a tide, and streams of light were continuously extracted from the golden feather robe. The 9 golden crows seemed to come to life, as if they were about to rush out of the feather robe. 9 huge balls of fire, which were like suns, suddenly exploded around the devil monarch of 6 paths. The pure yang fire burned everything, and the terrifying heat caused the void to distort. Visible ripples spread out, and even the devil monarch of 6 paths had to retreat. Whoosh! The demonic monarch of 6 paths rushed out of the sea of fire created by the 9 pure yang flames, as if he had teleported. The dense demonic aura around him was dispersed, revealing the illusory figure inside. At this time, the devil dragon that the devil monarch of 6 paths had unleashed reached Dan Chinzi, Gu Fei, and the others who were trapped in the devil chi, Taoist Chaoyang, and the pure yang fire's giant golden crow caught up with the devil dragon. The devil dragon and the golden crow immediately tangled with each other, and they canceled each other out. The energy storm that erupted swept out, and the golden cloud that the devil monarch of 6 paths had turned into was directly blown away. The people standing on the golden cloud that the devil monarch of 6 paths had turned into became unsteady, and they staggered and stumbled. It was a mess. Everyone was horrified. Even Dan Chinzi, who was at the 9th heaven of the ascended mortality realm, had a deathly pale face. He stood firmly on the golden cloud, and his hands formed a Tao formula to control the devil monarch of 6 paths. No one knew how far they had been blown away by the energy storm, but they could only hear the deafening roars of the Devil Monarch of Six Paths. On the golden cloud that the Devil Monarch of Six Paths had turned into, besides Danshenzi, the two people with the highest cultivation were Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng. However, at this time, the golden cloud that the Devil Monarch of Six Paths had turned into was simply trapped in the storm. The sky and earth were spinning, and it was shaking up and down. Apart from Danshenzi, no one could stand steadily. All of them rolled on the ground in a sorry state. After tumbling and flying for a while, Gu Fei suddenly felt a violent tremor. Then golden light flashed before his eyes, and he fell down involuntarily. Kacha, he seemed to have fallen into a forest. His body bumped into many things, and he smashed many trees and branches. "Be careful, it's a forest below." Danshenzi's voice sounded in Gu Fei's ears. Then he heard Danshenzi's angry roar, and a vast wave of magic power spread out. Danshenzi seemed to be fighting with someone. Pung! After passing through a layer of branches, Gu Fei smashed into the ground, and a rotten smell of dead branches and leaves immediately drilled into his nose. It was soft, and under his body was a thick layer of dead branches and leaves. The dead leaves and branches that had accumulated over the years had actually turned into a layer of soft mud that was several feet thick. When Gu Fei smashed into it, his body did not suffer any impact, and of course he was not injured. As soon as Gu Fei's back hit the ground, he immediately jumped up and half-squatted on the ground. His eyes were as sharp as the edge of a knife, and he quickly scanned his surroundings. He saw that he was surrounded by trees that were more than 10 meters tall, with lush branches and leaves. The sunlight only shone through the gaps in the canopy, and it was mottled and dim. Soon, Gu Fei found traces of the others. Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, Dongfang Chen, and the other 8 people had also landed in this forest. Gu Fei identified the position of the others. They were not far away from him, and he could even see a fellow disciple in white standing on the ground not far away from him. Obviously, the big shock just now was caused by the golden cloud formed by the Taoist technique scroll hitting something or receiving some kind of attack, which caused everyone to fall from the golden cloud. In the distant sky, 2 monstrous auras emitted endless power. They were 2 powerful auras that could change the color of the heaven and earth. Demon Monarch of Six Paths and Taoist Chaoyang were fighting, and earth-shaking explosions could be heard from time to time. Gu Fei could even feel the ground shaking when the explosions came. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion came from outside the forest. A part of the forest was completely destroyed, and the trees were all turned into pieces. 2 figures were moving quickly, and they struck out with terrifying power. The forest was destroyed one after another. In front of these 2 people, everything seemed so fragile. Danshenzi was fighting with someone, and the vibration caused by the battle immediately attracted Gu Fei's attention. At this moment, a few exclamations came from the forest. It seemed that the other people scattered in the forest were also attacked. Just as Gu Fei was feeling bewildered, a pile of withered leaves in front of him suddenly exploded with a pong. Among the withered leaves that filled the sky, a ghost-like black shadow rushed toward him like lightning, and a cold light was aimed at his throat. It was so sudden that Gu Fei didn't have time to react. The cold light had already left an extremely faint shadow in the air and shot toward Gu Fei's throat. Chapter 72. At this critical moment of life and death, Gu Fei's thoughts could no longer keep up with the changes in the situation. However, as a martial artist, his muscles, bones, and flesh had been tempered to the point that they were transparent from the inside out. He could control every inch of his muscles and bones as he pleased. At the moment when the cold light that was cutting towards his throat stimulated the skin on his neck, Gu Fei instinctively and subconsciously transferred the qi of the divine armament that he had refined into his blood and qi through the weapon-refining technique to his neck. In an instant, his entire neck turned purplish gold. Strands of divine armament qi that were as thin as hair densely covered the skin of his neck. Clang! A crisp sound of metal rubbing against each other rang out. Gu Fei only felt a chill on his neck. Then he felt an extremely sharp weapon ruthlessly cut him. There was a burning pain where he was hit. In the dark forest, sparks flew. In the nick of time, Gu Fei had managed to avoid the fatal danger of having his throat slit. In an instant, his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. His heart in his chest was pounding as if it was about to jump out of his throat. Between life and death, this was a real life and death situation. The god of death had brushed past Gu Fei. At the critical moment, he had avoided the tragic fate of having his throat cut. The person who had suddenly rushed out from the withered branches and withered leaves and launched a fatal attack at Gu Fei was obviously shocked. He could not believe that his short-kill attack had not even scratched the skin of his opponent. At such a close distance, with such a swift and violent attack, even a young expert like Gu Fei would find it difficult to dodge. If it was an ordinary person, their head would have been separated from their body. However, the scene of blood splattering that person had expected did not appear. This person was obviously an expert assassin. Since his attack had failed, he wanted to escape. Unfortunately, Gu Fei would not let this guy who had almost taken his life escape so easily. Humph! Gu Fei's eyes were like cold stars, and his gaze was as sharp as the edge of a blade. There was an infinite killing intent in his eyes. He was truly enraged, and all the Yuan qi in his body instantly erupted. Rays of qi shot out from his pores like countless needles. It was as if he had turned into a hedgehog, with spikes all over his body. Not a single feather could be added to his body, and not a single insect could land on it. His long hair fluttered in the wind due to the Yuan qi fluctuations emitted from his body. Like a fierce beast that had been awakened from its slumber, Gu Fei's 5 fingers were like steel hooks. Swish! His 5 fingers tore through the air and made a sound like ripping cloth. He grabbed the man's right wrist with lightning speed. That person turned pale with fright. With a twist of his wrist, the cold light in his hand sliced towards Gu Fei's arm. His quick reaction showed that this person was definitely an experienced assassin. In the face of danger, he did not panic. However, this person was clearly a demonic cultivator. The demonic qi emitted from his body clearly indicated his identity. A demonic cultivator's forte was not close combat. Although this person was proficient in the art of assassination, close combat did not seem to be his forte. After his attack was ineffective, this person wanted to increase the distance between him and Gu Fei. Unfortunately, he could not do as he wished. Just as Gu Fei grabbed the demonic cultivator's wrist, the sharp metal qi in his palm was suddenly released and surged into that person's arm. Crack, crack, crack. A series of bone-chilling sounds of bones and tendons shattering immediately came from the demonic cultivator's right arm. His entire right arm, tendons, bones, and flesh was completely shattered by the violent metal qi that surged into it from Gu Fei. It became a pile of meat paste. Roar! The demonic cultivator roared and struggled with all his might. He endured the immense pain and forcibly broke his right arm, then rushed forward. His entire right arm was severed at the base. A mist of blood erupted, and the pungent smell of blood immediately filled the air. This demonic cultivator was truly ruthless. He actually cut off an arm in a heroic manner. However, even so, Gu Fei, who had gotten close to Lin Yun, wasn't easily shaken off. Trying to escape, Gu Fei sneered. A violent killing intent surged from his body. He grabbed the severed arm in his hand, which could no longer be distinguished from bone or flesh, and smashed it towards the demonic cultivator, who was rushing forward with all his might. At the same time, he took a step forward. The ancient battle technique, 8 desolation steps, displayed its terrifying speed. Gu Fei left an afterimage where he stood, but his real body was already chasing after the demonic cultivator like the wind and lightning. When the demonic cultivator heard the strange sound behind him, he felt a strong gust of wind rushing towards his back. He hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom! An object brushed past his body and smashed into a large tree in front of him, directly splitting the tree in two. The upper half of the tree fell down, and the forest was immediately filled with dust. "You can go die now." A bone-chilling and suffocating voice sounded in the ears of this demonic cultivator. Then, a fist shrouded in golden light smashed towards his chest. It was a simple and direct punch, but it contained such great power that it made it impossible for him to dodge. Just as the unstoppable golden fist was about to smash into the demonic cultivator, a huge wave of magic power surged from the demonic cultivator's body. With a pang, his entire body turned into a cloud of black chi and quickly rushed out of the forest. The heavenly demon body transformation technique. In the end, Gu Fei's punch was still a split second too slow. It was as if the punch had hit empty air, unable to exert any force. However, all of his power was gathered in his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones, so he could withdraw it at will. There was not the slightest bit of delay in his punch, so he withdrew it without any hesitation. Then, he pressed his palm towards the cloud of black chi. The force of his palm enveloped the sky and immediately blasted the demonic cultivator out of the surging black chi. The demonic cultivator seemed to have suffered a great impact. He staggered a few steps and spat out a mouthful of blood, almost falling to the ground. You want to use your broken arm to activate a demonic escape technique. And escape? You're delusional. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly appeared behind the demonic cultivator. He opened his right hand, and with a crack, his fingers directly pierced into the demonic cultivator's head. The force of Gu Fei's 5 fingers directly penetrated into the demonic cultivator's Niwen palace and destroyed his origin spirit. The demonic cultivator's eyes rolled back, and he died instantly. With Gu Fei's current cultivation level, he could be said to be undefeatable in the awakening self realm. It was difficult for him to meet an opponent of the same level. This demonic cultivator was only at the 7th or 8th ascending heavens realm. How could he be a match for Gu Fei? Only cultivators at the transcending mortality realm could threaten Gu Fei in a head-on battle. This demonic cultivator had actually made Gu Fei his target. He was truly unlucky. In just a short moment, he was killed by Gu Fei with lightning speed. There were all kinds of extremely cruel and horrifying secret techniques in the demonic path. Even if the physical body was destroyed, as long as the origin spirit did not dissipate, there might still be a glimmer of hope to avoid death. However, if the origin spirit was destroyed, the trace of life would return to the reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth. Even a powerful cultivator would not be able to save it. Pum! With a bang, the demonic cultivator's corpse fell heavily onto the withered leaves like a broken sack. His body was still twitching slightly. Gu Fei's 5 fingers, which had pierced through the demonic cultivator's skull, seemed to be covered in a layer of colorful light. There was not a single trace of blood on them. After killing this demonic cultivator, Gu Fei scanned his surroundings. Outside the forest, there would occasionally be bursts of strong light. Dan Chenzi and the demonic cultivator were still fighting. A heart-palpitating wave of demonic chi came from outside. The demonic cultivator's strength did not seem to be much weaker than Dan Chenzi, who was at the transcending mortality realm. At this moment, Gu Fei had already understood that the people of the Devil Dao had clearly calculated the place that they would definitely pass through, and had set up an ambush here in advance to ambush them. And this is the wave emitted by Li Lingfeng's eightfold divine art. He's also fighting? Gu Fei suddenly looked to the left. He could vaguely see light flashing in the forest ahead. There was a blood-red light that exuded a terrifying evil wave. It swept up and down, and everywhere it passed, there seemed to be nothing that could stop it. Trees fell, and the trees that were swept by the blood-red light all withered, as if their life essence had been sucked out in an instant. It was extremely terrifying. Ha ha! Li Lingfeng, I heard people say that you are the #1 cultivator in the younger generation of the Taishan sect. It seems to be an exaggeration. Wanton laughter came from ahead. From the words, it was not difficult to imagine that the person was showing off his arrogance and seemed to have the upper hand. The blood-melting demonic blade. Is that demonic weapon in your hand? Li Lingfeng's words were a little flustered. It seemed that the blood-red light had a great background, making it difficult for him to remain calm. However, the eightfold divine art launched by Li Lingfeng's primordial 8 trigrams was also marvelous. Although the power of the blood-red blade was amazing, it could not do anything to him for a while. There were people fighting in all directions in the forest. Gu Fei sensed a few familiar waves of magical power. Ziyu Dongfang Chun and the others had already fought with the demonic cultivators. Compared to the great battle that took place a few dozen miles away, the battle here could be considered as a small skirmish. Tens of miles away, on top of a mountain range, a devilish aura as black as ink blotted out the sky, emitting an extremely evil aura that struck fear into all living beings. Within a radius of 100 miles, all the animals that sensed this devilish aura frantically fled for their lives from the mountain range as if they had gone mad. Such a terrifying demonic chi covered half the sky. On the other side of the sky, raging flames burned the sky. In the sea of fire, there was a great righteousness that was the complete opposite of the demonic aura. In the demonic clouds, there seemed to be demonic dragons rolling, and in the sea of fire, there were faint 3-legged giant birds flying. The battle between the demon lord of 6 paths and Taoist Xiaoyang had reached a white-hot stage. Below the demonic clouds and raging flames, the mountains were shattered and the earth was cracked. The terrifying cracks were like bottomless abysses. All of this was caused by the two of them. Chapter 73. Boom. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted, and the mountains shook violently as if doomsday had arrived. Several mountains below immediately collapsed, and rubble flew into the sky. It was an extremely powerful scene. The two great experts of the Imperial Void Realm, the righteous and evil, launched an intense battle. Devil Chi covered the sky and earth, surging and surging violently, covering a part of the sky, and causing a part of the world to fall into darkness. However, in the next moment, countless flames emerged from within the demonic cloud. Pillars of fire broke through the surging demonic cloud and shot out, restoring light to the world. Two figures moved quickly in the sky, unleashing powerful divine abilities that were powerful enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Taoist Xiaoyang wore the most precious treasure of the Xiaoyang Peak, the 9 suns' brilliant sky golden crow sky incinerating robe. 9 balls of fire surrounded him, like scorching suns, sweeping away the heavy demonic chi. He fought with the great demon monarch of 6 paths. The aura emitted by the two experts was like a mountain, causing people to have the urge to look up. Even Gu Fei, who was dozens of miles away from the battlefield, could sense the powerful aura of the two peerless experts. He could not help but feel a trace of fear in his heart. He felt that he was as small as an ant in front of them. Fortunately, Taoist Chao Yang and the demon monarch of Six Paths had misgivings. They intentionally avoided Gu Fei and the others, and the battlefield quickly moved far away. Even so, the shocking aura emitted by the two peerless experts caused the battle in this part of the forest to temporarily stop. Everyone was shocked and inconsolable. However, as Taoist Chao Yang and the demon monarch of Six Paths left, the righteous and evil realms in the forest immediately recovered from the shock and continued to fight. In the dark forest, when Gu Fei was about to go and help his fellow disciples, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him like a phantom, blocking his way. It was a middle-aged man. He wore a black robe, and his temples were a little white. He was tall and slender, and his eyes were deep and sharp. The appearance of this middle-aged man caused Gu Fei to feel a sense of threat. He could sense a dangerous aura from this person. This person was like an unsheathed divine weapon, giving off a cold feeling of being forced by the edge of a blade. The moment this middle-aged man appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted in an instant. The undisguised murderous aura on his body caused Gu Fei to feel as if he had fallen into icy water, his entire body turning cold. You actually killed him. The middle-aged man glanced at the corpse of the demonic cultivator that Gu Fei had killed, and his eyes were practically spitting fire. You killed my disciple. I want you dead. The middle-aged man was furious. He opened his mouth, and a ray of light shot out from his mouth towards Gu Fei. Spewing sword flashes? A sword immortal art. When Gu Fei saw the middle-aged man in front of him spit out a chilling red light, he was startled. Without thinking, Gu Fei immediately used the 8 desolate steps and rapidly retreated like a phantom. This person was clearly a sword cultivator at the transcending mortality stage. It was difficult for him to contend against him. No wonder the person who attacked him just now also used an incomparably sharp sword light. It turned out that he was this middle-aged man's disciple. This kind of flying sword condensed from a sword immortal art was much more powerful than the ordinary magic treasures of martial cultivators. The sword immortal Tao was said to be able to break through all techniques with a sword in hand. It didn't matter if it was a magic treasure. As long as one slashed out with the sword, everything would be destroyed. It was truly domineering. Boom, boom, boom. Gu Fei's figure moved quickly in the forest. However, the middle-aged man pointed at the fiery red sword light with one hand and chased after it. Wherever the sword light passed, trees were immediately chopped in half and fell to the ground with a loud noise. Countless withered branches and withered leaves were stirred up on the ground. How can there be such a sword expert in the demonic path? Why does this person's sword light look so familiar? The 8 desolate steps was indeed a top-notch movement technique. With Gu Fei's cultivation, although he only knew a little about it, he had already displayed the wonders of this combat technique. It allowed him to often avoid the sword light's strangulation at the most critical moment. However, it also made Gu Fei break out in a cold sweat. You are the mysterious person who attacked me at the foot of Green Spirit Peak that night. Gu Fei exclaimed. He could already see that the sword light used by this middle-aged man was the same as the one used by the mysterious person who attacked him at the foot of Green Spirit Peak the night before the 9 Peaks trials. The sword light of the Li Fire Sword Chi was cold, but the sword chi it emitted was vast and mighty with a terrifying wave of heat. Humph! I didn't kill you that night. You won't be so lucky now. The middle-aged man's face was full of anger. His expression was ferocious, and there was actually a thick demonic aura on his face. He had actually entered the demonic path of the sword and cultivated a unique leaf fire demonic sword. A crimson-red demonic sword light swept up and down, and Gu Fei could only retreat, unable to fight back at all. One chased while the other fled. The two of them were extremely fast. Soon, the two of them rushed into the depths of the forest, far away from the battlefield where everyone was. However, the strange situation on Gu Fei's side attracted the attention of Dan Chenzi, who was fighting with another demonic cultivator outside the forest. Although Dan Chenzi was fighting with someone else, his eyes and ears were alert in all directions, constantly paying attention to the movements in the forest. The demonic path's ambush this time seemed to be made up of outstanding figures of the younger generation. There were only 2 demonic cultivators in the transcending mortality stage. These demonic cultivators seemed to be training their troops, letting the outstanding figures of the younger generation fight endlessly with Gu Fei and the others, using this kind of life and death battle to temper the outstanding figures of the younger generation of demonic cultivators. Since ancient times, it had been an unchanging law that the righteous and evil could not coexist. When the righteous met the demonic cultivators, there was no need to say any unnecessary words, and they directly drew their swords against each other. Roar! Dan Chenzi shot out thousands of silk-like golden rays, forcing the demonic cultivator, who was fighting against him, to retreat. Then he turned around and rushed into the forest, chasing in the direction in which Gu Fei had escaped. The people from the Heavenly Demon Sect are really hateful. They actually sent 2 experts in the transcending mortality stage. That Gu Fei is definitely not a match for an expert in the transcending mortality stage. Dan Chenzi was a little anxious. If anything happened to Gu Fei, Dan Chenzi, would also be punished by the higher-ups of the sect. Each of the top 10 young experts had unlimited potential. If any one of them was killed, it would be a great loss for the Supreme Mystery Sect. Dan Chenzi, who was leading the team, would certainly not be able to escape the blame. Dan Chenzi, where do you think you are going? Your opponent is me. The demonic cultivator who was fighting endlessly with Dan Chenzi was a black-faced man with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He used a supreme demonic technique to shoot out layers of demonic light, scattering the thousands of golden rays. Then, when he saw Dan Chenzi rush into the forest, he shouted loudly and immediately chased after him into the forest. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps with all his strength. Although the middle-aged man was in the transcending mortality stage, it was still difficult for him to catch up to Gu Fei, but Gu Fei also could not lose the middle-aged man. 4 extremely fast figures, one in front and one behind, ran through the forest. Soon, they had chased each other for dozens of miles. After rushing out of the forest, Gu Fei could not help but be dumbfounded. In front of him was a bottomless abyss. There was no way forward, and there were pursuers behind him. Gu Fei had actually fallen into a desperate situation. Chapter 74. In the face of the middle-aged man who was approaching step by step, Gu Fei's muscles tensed up and his body faintly emitted strange, crackling sounds. It was the sound of Yuan Qi rapidly surging in his body, flowing through his bones and joints. The middle-aged man, with a gloomy face, seemed to have transformed into a divine sword that had been unsheathed. His whole body surged with a cold sword aura that made Gu Fei feel great danger. Gu Fei did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly spread the divine weapon qi of the short purple rod that had been smelted into his body all over his body. The silk-like divine weapon qi of the essence passed through his flesh and blood. His skin suddenly turned purplish gold, as if his body was cast from fine iron, giving people a feeling of unparalleled strength. Humph! Struggle on your deathbed. Die? The middle-aged man smiled sinisterly, and then he formed a sword finger and pointed it at Gu Fei. The fiery red sword light that was circling and dancing around him suddenly shone brightly, and then emitted an unparalleled cold sword qi, shooting toward Gu Fei. This was a sword immortal flying sword, not to mention flying to kill the enemy from 100 steps away. The flying swords released by some mighty figures could even take the head of a person from 1,000 miles away. Killing people was as easy as taking something out of one's pocket. Moreover, the flying swords used by those who cultivated the way of sword immortals were not ordinary objects. They were tangible objects that were condensed from the essence of the 5 metals, which were rare in the world. Those who cultivated the way of sword immortals only had their swords in their lives. They breathed and exhaled at the sword every day, using their own essence, chi, and spirit to communicate with the sword, tempering it to be full of spirituality, and its power was unfathomable. With the current strength of Gu Fei's body, even if he could withstand the ordinary magic treasures of cultivators, it would be difficult for him to withstand the sword immortal flying sword that was refined from the essence of the 5 metals. However, Gu Fei had the weapon refinement technique. He had smelted the short purple rod that had been passed down from his master into his body. After the divine weapon chi of the essence spread throughout his body, he could ignore the sharpness of the flying sword. Want to kill me? Not so easy. Gu Fei bellowed angrily and directly punched at the crimson sword light that was about to strangle him. The fist force was as fierce as a surging river. However, the middle-aged man's cultivation level was a full realm higher than Gu Fei's after all. Although the art of sword immortals was a branch of Taoism, it was a divine power with the greatest offensive strength. However, Gu Fei's surging fist force was directly split apart by the crimson sword light, and the sword light and the fist instantly collided. Boom! A strong light burst out from the point of impact, and Gu Fei felt an unstoppable force coming from the surface of his fist. Immediately, half of his body went numb, and he involuntarily took 4 or 5 steps back. Roar! Gu Fei let out a roar as his long hair danced in the wind. His eyes emitted a terrifying, murderous glint. Pung! The ground under his feet was left with a large pit, and the soil shattered. He desperately tried to stop himself from retreating, but in the end, he did not take the 6th step, because there was already a bottomless abyss behind him. Once he took the 6th step, he would fall into the abyss. Good boy, what kind of divine power is this? The middle-aged man's gloomy face revealed traces of demonic chi. He was very surprised that this boy, whose cultivation level was only at the realm of awakening self, could directly use his flesh and blood to directly resist his flying sword. It was really unexpected. So this boy had this kind of divine power. No wonder last time in the Taishan sect, even when he tried to kill him, he could not kill him. The middle-aged man was shocked. This middle-aged man was a member of the demonic path, but the cultivation method he practiced was the orthodox way of the sword immortals. Last time at the Jade Spirit Peak of the Taishan sect, he wanted to kill Gu Fei and frame the Guanxing Celestial sect, thus provoking a dispute between the 3 great Daoist sects so that the demonic path could benefit from it. Unfortunately, the upper echelons of the 3 great Taoist sects were not the kind of simple-minded people who only knew how to cultivate the way of the heavens. Although the Taishan sect was also secretly investigating the attack on Gu Fei, they did not find the Guanxing Celestial sect because of it. What kind of divine power is this? What does it have to do with you? Gu Fei was like a beast that had been forced into a dead end. He stared fiercely at the middle-aged man in front of him. At the same time, all the muscles and bones in his body trembled, and a huge amount of yuan qi suddenly burst out. The half of his body that had been paralyzed by the huge sword qi on the flying sword immediately recovered. That's true. Why talk so much to someone who is about to die? The middle-aged man said as he waved his hand. The fiery sword light immediately flew toward Gu Fei like a waterfall. The sword light covered all directions, making it impossible for Gu Fei to escape. The middle-aged man actually wanted to force Gu Fei to jump off the cliff. "Zhao Xuanji, don't you dare!" A loud shout suddenly rang out. Then, a vast wave of magic power rippled out from the forest behind him. Numerous golden threads shot out of the forest soundlessly like lightning bolts, flying towards the middle-aged man. Danchanzi? The middle-aged man was shocked. The sword light that had flown in front of Gufei was immediately called back by him, protecting him. Ding ding. Sparks flew everywhere. The middle-aged man used the sword light to protect himself, blocking the countless golden threads that were shooting toward him. The golden threads collided with the sword light, making a series of crisp sounds. The thousands of golden threads seemed endless, as if they had a mind of their own. They surrounded the middle-aged man and shot randomly. This sudden attack immediately caused the middle-aged man to be thrown into a fluster. The light of the sword was right in his face. Gufei had thought that he would not be able to escape death today, but things took a turn. Danchanzi, the uncle of the head of Taishan Peak, arrived in time, and Gufei was lucky enough to avoid being buried in the abyss. Gufei looked at the golden threads that were shooting out from the forest in front of him and found that these golden threads were actually extremely sharp golden needles. Damn it! The middle-aged man roared furiously repeatedly. He was about to kill Gufei in an instant and take revenge for killing his disciple, yet Danchanzi had suddenly attacked and spoiled his plans, and it truly caused him to be indescribably shocked and furious. A strand of rage was stuck in his chest, and it simply caused him to have the impulse to go berserk. At this time, there was a flash of shadows in the forest. Danchanzi had just arrived. All of you go to hell. The middle-aged man, Zhao Xuanji, was furious. His pale face was already so gloomy that it was about to drip water. After he let out an angry roar, the red sword light around him rushed into his body. He and the sword became one, and a towering sword chi broke out. The thousands of golden needles that surrounded him were all shaken away. There was only a light clang, like the cry of a dragon in the ninth heaven. In an instant, Zhao Xuanji turned into a shocking sword light, and the sword chi shot straight to the bull star, turning the world red. Demon Sword 9 parts, kill, kill, kill. Zhao Xuanji became one with his sword and let out a mad roar. An astonishing sword rainbow suddenly shot out. 9 beams of sword chi turned into 9 beams of scarlet sword light. The golden needles that filled the sky were immediately shattered by the 9 beams of sword light. The 9 red sword lights rushed out like 9 fire dragons. 8 of the sword lights quickly flew toward Danchanzi, who was rushing out of the forest, and one of the sword lights slashed toward Gufei. Oh no! Gufei was shocked. The red sword light was extremely fast, and in an instant there was no time for him to dodge. The cold sword chi had already caused a piercing pain on his skin, and a great sense of danger instantly enveloped him. At this moment, all the hairs on his body stood on end. Pung! Gufei only had time to gather the essence of the divine weapon in his body to protect himself. He used his arms to block in front of his chest, and then he was ruthlessly struck by the red sword light. The scarlet sword light traversed 2,000 to 3,000 feet. This was Zhao Xuanji's most powerful killing move. It was as if the void had been split in half by the sword light. Ripples could be seen with the naked eye as the sword light passed through the space. Wah! Gufei cried out miserably as he was sent flying 1,000 feet away by the peerless sword light. The sound of bones breaking rang out from his arms, and they drooped down limply. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood as he flew backwards. The essence of the divine weapon protected his skin and flesh. Even such a powerful sword chi was unable to break through the defense of his skin and flesh. It only left 2 white sword marks on his arms. However, the terrifying impact from the sword chi caused his arm bones, which were as hard as metal, to break. Gufei was sent flying out of the cliff. Below him was a bottomless abyss, shrouded in mist making it impossible to see what was happening below. This time, Gu Fei was scared out of his wits. He, who was already heavily injured, was startled once more, and it immediately aggravated his injuries. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his vision went black before he fainted. His body fell down like a kite with a broken string. "Zhao Xuanji, you deserve to die." At this moment, Dan Chenzi, who had just rushed out of the forest, happened to see Zhao Xuanji send Gu Fei flying out of the cliff. His eyes instantly turned blood red, and he let out a roar that shook the forest. The furious Dan Chenzi formed seals with his hands, and thousands of golden threads immediately appeared, wrapping around the 8 shocking sword lights that were flying towards him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As if cutting through cloth, the 8 sword lights actually broke through the layers of golden threads, and their momentum towards Dan Chenzi did not decrease at all. Hiss! The enraged Dan Chenzi immediately sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw this. This guy was going all out. The sword Qi slashed straight at him. Dan Chenzi was shocked and angry, but he didn't panic. He fiercely stomped on the ground with both his feet. Pung! Soil splattered, and the ground under his feet immediately burst open. Dan Chenzi borrowed this force to soar into the sky, narrowly avoiding the 8 streaks of sword light that contained unparalleled sword Qi. Then he flipped upside down, his hand pressing down towards Zhao Xuanji. Rumble! A giant golden hand suddenly rushed out. An endless spiritual energy was drawn over by Dan Chenzi's Taoist technique. He used the 5 claws mountain splitting technique to return the favor to Zhao Xuanji. The 5 claws mountain splitting technique was a very basic Taoist technique in the Taishan sect, but even the most basic Taoist technique, when used by Dan Chenzi, who was at the 9th level of the transcending mortality realm, it still had great power. The golden palm was as big as a small mountain, and the area below it shook violently, bringing with it a wind as sharp as a blade. The powerful pressure pressed down on Zhao Xuanji until the ground cracked, and his feet sank into the soil. They were both cultivators of the transcending mortality realm, but Dan Chenzi was an expert who was only a step away from breaking into the controlling void realm, and his cultivation was much stronger than Zhao Xuanji's. Dan Chenzi directly used overwhelming power and the most direct attack to put Zhao Xuanji in a desperate situation. After using all his strength to activate the most powerful wave of sword Qi, Zhao Xuanji's spiritual power had almost been depleted by half, and it was difficult for him to resist Dan Chenzi's angry attack. The giant golden hand shrouded down, sealing the area, causing it to tremble violently. Zhao Xuanji could not escape even if he wanted to. He could only desperately urge the sword Qi in his body, squeezing out every bit of power in his body. His body became one with the sword, as if he had transformed into a heavenly sword, the tip of the sword pointing directly at the giant hand in the sky. "You don't want to live." Suddenly, a rough shout came from the forest, and then a black gust of wind swept out from the forest, blowing sand and stones everywhere it passed, and uprooting trees. There was a fierce and evil power in the wind, and someone attacked from the wind, directly breaking the field formed by the giant hand, sweeping up Zhao Xuanji, who was shrouded by the giant hand, and then instantly leaving. Boom! It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Just at the moment when the wind swept away Zhao Xuanji, the giant hand blasted down, exploding with a loud noise. The earth trembled, and dust rose high into the sky. Then there was a loud rumble, and half of the cliff collapsed. The scene was extremely shocking. Chapter 75. In the south of the Yen Kingdom, there was the Yunmeng Mountain. It was an ancient mountain range that was rarely visited by humans. This mountain range was filled with strange peaks and was surrounded by clouds all year round. It was as if there was a thin veil covering the mountain, hence the name Yunmeng. The Yunmeng Mountain was majestic and steep. Aside from the ancient forests that could be seen everywhere, there were also some beautiful sceneries. There were springs and waterfalls, as well as quiet valleys filled with flowers and the fragrance of flowers. It was said that there was no lack of cultivators in the mountain, but the people outside of the mountain had never seen any of them. The most convenient and time-saving way to cross the 800 miles of Yunmeng Mountain would be to take a boat on the waterway. A river called the Yan River flowed from the north to the south, passing through the Yunmeng Mountain and connecting the north and the south. It was the only way to get to the southern Barren County of the Yan Kingdom. Whether it was a merchant traveling between the north or a visitor, they would all take a boat along the river. This was many times more comfortable than walking on land and crossing the mountains. There were many passenger boats coming and going on the Yan River. There were even merchant boats that came from the southern barren lands to buy precious herbs or the fur of various beasts. If it was an ordinary passenger ship, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, if it was a merchant ship that was fully loaded with goods purchased from the southern wasteland, there would be a lot of treasures on it. Naturally, there would be those desperados who wouldn't hesitate to take the risk of being beheaded and having their families exterminated just to rob that merchant ship. Therefore, on some merchant boats, there were many people who were skilled in martial arts to protect the boats. Of course, these martial artists only knew some martial arts. The true meaning of martial arts had long been lost in the secular world. As for some large caravans or merchant groups, they did not need to hire bodyguards or martial artists to protect their goods because they had their own guards. At noon, 3 large boats sailed down the river. Their flags fluttered in the wind. From time to time, there would be groups of guards in light armor patrolling the deck of the boats. The security was tight. On the bow of the 3 boats, there was a large flag that fluttered in the wind. The flagpoles were several feet high, blue with yellow characters, and the 2 words Haoqian were written on the flag. On the deck of the leading ship, there were 3 figures leaning on the railing, pointing at the scenery on both sides of the river. The cries of the apes on both sides of the river are endless, and the boat has already crossed the mountains. The scenery on both sides of the Yunmeng Mountain is really good. It's rare to see it in other places. On the deck, a handsome young man with white teeth and red lips sighed softly. He was dressed like a young master of an aristocratic family. This young master's voice was clear and melodious. If it wasn't for the fact that he was dressed like a young master of an aristocratic family, one would think that it was a woman speaking. "Young master," a pretty and cute maid in an emerald green dress called out. Suddenly, she covered her mouth and giggled. Then she said, "The wind outside is strong. Young master, why don't you go inside?" "Hee. Xiao Chui, my cultivation is one of the best among the disciples from the influential clans in Yanjing. I'm not weak, so don't worry." The handsome young master tapped the maid's head with his folding fan and smiled. It turned out that this young man, who looked like a young master, came from the capital of the Yan Kingdom, Yanjing. Miss, no, young master, look, what's that?" Suddenly, another maid in a light yellow dress beside the young man pointed at the river in front of them and said in surprise, "Xiao Yu, how many times have I told you to call me young master outside? Don't call me miss, understand?" The young man said to the maid named Xiao Yu unhappily, Yes, young master. There seems to be a person on the river in front of us." The maid named Xiao Yu pointed at the river in front of them and said in a panic. It turned out that this handsome young man was actually a tomboy, a girl dressed up as a man. At this time, the ship had already approached. About 100 feet in front of them, there really seemed to be a white figure floating in the water. That's the young lady dressed as a man, and the maid, Xiao Chui, also saw the white figure on the river in front of them at this moment. They were extremely shocked. "Grandad Zhong, The young lady dressed as a man suddenly called out to the cabin. A breeze suddenly appeared on the deck. As the breeze passed by, a figure suddenly appeared on the deck. He came and went like the wind. This person who suddenly appeared was definitely a master, at least in the secular world. The person who suddenly appeared like a ghost was an old servant. He was dressed in a green gown, with a stooped body and white hair. Looking at his appearance, he was really an ordinary old man who couldn't be more ordinary. However, ordinary was only the appearance of this old man. "Grandad Joan, look!" The young lady dressed as a man pointed at the river in front of them and said to the old man. Her words were very respectful. She didn't treat the old man as a servant, but as an elder. The old man, called Grandad Joan, looked at the direction that the young lady was pointing at. He couldn't help but frown. His turbid eyes flashed with a ray of light. Grandad Joan waved his right hand, and a silver light immediately sprang out of his sleeve. It was a silver whip. The silver whip flashed in the old man's hand like a spirit snake. It suddenly sprang out of the water and coiled around the person in the water. Then he suddenly lifted his right hand. Voila! The person floating in the water was pulled out of the water and flew towards the ship. Grandad Joan took 2 steps back, then reached out his hand to catch the person who was coiled by the silver whip and flew towards the deck. Then he put the person on the deck. The person's clothes were tattered, and his eyes were closed. He was in a coma. He's still breathing. It seems that he can be saved. Grandad Joan quickly checked the person's physical condition and found that the person was not dead yet. There was still a faint power surging in the person's body. Even if this person can be saved, so what? It has nothing to do with us. After saying that, Grandad Joan put away the silver whip, then lifted the person with one hand and was about to throw him into the river. It seemed that Grandad Joan didn't want to cause any trouble. This person was seriously injured, and the bones of his arms seemed to be broken. Who knew who beat him up like this? This person floating on the river looked a bit strange. After all, Grandad Joan had been in Jianghu for a long time, so he was far more vigilant against these strange things than ordinary people. Grandad Joan, wait! Since this person is not dead, let's save him first. Seeing that Grandad Joan was about to throw the person back into the river, the young lady dressed as a man hurriedly stopped him. Chapter 76. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious. Suddenly, a clear and melodious sound of a zither entered his ears, causing Gu Fei to wake up from his drowsy state. The sound of the zither was like flowing water, extremely beautiful. It made people feel as if they were in the mountains with a cool breeze blowing on their faces, making them feel comfortable. Sometimes it was like rain pattering on banana leaves, as if a storm was approaching, and dark clouds were pressing down. Sometimes it was romantic, and sometimes it was sad and heavy. Just by listening to the sound of the zither, one could already tell the ups and downs of the zither player's state of mind. Gu Fei opened his eyes and saw that he was lying on a bed. It seemed that this bed could move, moving up and down slightly. What is this place? Gu Fei abruptly sat up, but a bone-deep pain suddenly came from his arms and chest. The sudden pain caused him to involuntarily cry out in pain. At this moment, the sound of the zither stopped. Then, Gu Fei heard a series of footsteps approaching. Looking down, Gu Fei saw that the fractures on his arms had been fixed with wooden planks. However, when he sat up on the bed, his injuries were shaken, so the pain was unbearable. Creak! Bang! The door was pushed open from the outside, and a few people walked in. Gu Feilian quickly raised her head and saw 4 people walking in. The person in the lead was a youth so handsome that it made people's eyes light up. This young man looks a little like Ziyu. Why do they both look like boys and girls? Gu Fei's gaze swept across the four people. The figures and appearances of the four people who came in were immediately reflected in his eyes. Yes, you're finally awake. The young man in the lead was not very old. He looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. However, he seemed to have purposely lowered his voice when he spoke. Even so, the young man's voice was too delicate. Lien, the voice sounded like a girl's. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel that something was strange. This was a kind of intuition, and he didn't really sense anything strange about this youth. Who are you? Where is this place? At the same time, Gu Fei's eyes flashed, and a fiendish aura immediately spread from his body. This person, standing behind the young man, was an old man with a hunched back and white hair. He was dressed in a green robe, and he felt that the young man's aura had changed drastically. He suddenly became extremely dangerous, causing his heart to palpitate. The old man quietly took half a step forward. Although the old man had only taken half a step forward, the angle was just right. It could even be said to be flawless. Not only could he advance to attack and retreat to defend, he could also vaguely protect the youth and the two pretty maids by his side under his wings. Obviously, this old man dressed like a servant was an expert with rich combat experience. He. My surname is Ling, and this is the Haotian Trading Group's merchant ship. The youth replied with a chuckle. He didn't seem to notice Gu Fei's hostility towards him. However, the youth's clear and deep voice, which was trying to pretend to be mature, sounded a little awkward to Gu Fei's ears. Brother, why were you injured and fell into the water? Did you meet with bandits? Or, if our ship hadn't passed by and saved you, you would have been in big trouble, brother. The youth tapped his folding fan on his palm and sat down on a chair at the side. The youth didn't say the words, "Enemies are hunting me down," but everyone could hear the obvious meaning behind his words. Haotian Trading Group? Gu Fei couldn't help but ponder. This was the first time he heard of this name. Gu Fei had been cultivating on the mountain since he was young. To the outside world, he was like a blank piece of paper. Everything in the outside world was unfamiliar to him. I'm Gu Fei. Thank you for saving me. Gu Fei was a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. Furthermore, he was determined to keep his mind pure and unaffected by the outside world. Therefore, Gu Fei didn't think too much before saying his name. Gu Fei? There aren't many people with the surname Gu in the Tung-Long continent. There aren't any families with the surname Gu in the Three Kingdoms. May I know where Brother Gu is from? The youth asked after thinking for a while. At this moment, the hostility on Gu Fei's body had already subsided. The old servant's tense nerves finally relaxed. Gu Fei glanced at the old man in the green gown, casually. His gaze made the old man's heart palpitate. It was as if he could see into the depths of the old man's heart. This youth was no ordinary person. The old man couldn't help but be wary of Gu Fei. A person of unknown origin and who wasn't simple made the old man, who was used to seeing the world, feel uneasy. The old man naturally stood behind the handsome youth. In reality, he was protecting the youth at all times. Even the slightest movement in the surroundings couldn't escape his eyes. This person's body doesn't have any waves of spiritual power. He isn't a cultivator. Could it be that he's the same as me and practices the martial way? Gu Fei had already seen that this old man wasn't simple. His aura was restrained, and his footsteps were silent. He looked like a very ordinary old man. However, Gu Fei could feel a well-hidden aura from this old man. Seeing that Gu Fei seemed to be a little hesitant, an emerald green servant girl next to the youth immediately said unhappily, "You are very rude. Why aren't you answering my young master's question? If my young master hadn't saved you from the river, you would have been fed to the tortoises in the river." Xiao Chui, Don't be presumptuous." The youth waved the fan in his hand and looked at Gu Fei with a faint smile. He seemed to be reprimanding Gu Fei, but there was no reprimand in his words at all. Gu Fei looked at Xiao Chui, and there was no expression on his face. He said lightly, "I am from Taishan Mountain of the Qi Kingdom. I wonder if Brother Ling is satisfied with this answer?" Gu Fei had been brought back to Taishan Mountain by his master, Wan Xiancheng, when he was a child. He grew up on the mountain, so it wasn't wrong to say that he was from Taishan Mountain. Taishan Mountain? In the room, everyone's expressions changed. The old man standing behind the young man was also clearly shocked, a trace of surprise appearing on his face. The eyes of the youth named Ling suddenly lit up. He immediately stood up from his seat and closed the fan in his hand. He said with some excitement, "Could Brother Gu be a disciple of Taishan Mountain?" It was no wonder that the tomboy dressed as a man would be so excited. It was because the three great Taoist sects had an extraordinary status on the Tunglong continent. They were the three great Taoist sects that everyone yearned to join. And this youth named Gu Fei in front of them was very likely to be a disciple of the Taoist sects. How could these ordinary people not be surprised and excited? Now, one of the three great Taoist sects, the Taishan sect, opened their doors once every 10 years to recruit disciples. In the entire Central Plains, there was no one who did not want to be selected by the Taishan sect. They wanted to step into the ranks of Taoist cultivators and have the opportunity to understand the great path of immortality. And the two servant girls next to the youth were already tongue-tied. They looked at Gu Fei in shock, as if they were looking at a monster. Recently, the Ling family had been worried about which child of the right age to send to the Taishan sect of the Qi Kingdom to participate in the disciple selection. This girl named Ling, who was dressed as a man, had come out to play and relax because of this. She wanted to stay away from the open and hidden struggles of the family. In a large family, no matter how smart the leader of the family was, no matter how powerful he was, there would inevitably be disputes for the sake of profit. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, mutual deception was the most annoying thing. Brother Ling also knows about the Taishan sect. When Gu Fei saw the surprised expressions of the crowd, he was startled. He did not understand. He had never been to the outside world. So, of course, he did not know what the three great Taoist sects meant in the Tunglong continent. Cultivating Taoist cultivators and becoming immortals meant that they could enjoy longevity and even live as long as the heavens and the earth. This was something that every ordinary person yearned for. Brother Gu must be joking. As he spoke, the youth named Ling also knew that he had lost his composure. He sat back down in his chair. The three great Taoist sects are the Taoist holy lands of the Tunglong continent. Who doesn't know about them? Oh, Gu Fei was a little surprised. At this time, he had a rough idea of what kind of existence the sect he belonged to was in the Tunglong continent. Gu Fei did not have any ulterior motives. Everything he did was done as he pleased. Whatever he thought, he put it into action. He did not have as many scruples as the rest of the world. That's right, I am from the Green Spirit Peak of the Taishan sect. May I know where Brother Ling is from? Can you tell me? Gu Fei's temperament was the most straightforward. He said what he thought and went straight to the point. Miss Ling, who was disguised as a man, seemed very happy. She smiled and said, "As expected, Brother Gu really is a disciple of the Taishan sect. It is great to be able to make friends with Brother Gu." "Yes, I'm Ling Yen from the Haotian Trading Group, and the Ling family's patriarch is my father. I'm the 13th child in my family, so you can call me Ling 13. Ling Yen, who was disguised as a man, formally introduced herself to Gu Fei. Hearing Ling 13 introduce herself like this, the two pretty servant girls beside her could not help but cover their mouths and smile at each other. The old man in the green robe behind her also had a strange look in his eyes. Everyone's expressions fell into Gu Fei's eyes. Although he was simple-minded, he was not a fool. He felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell what was wrong. Gu Fei had almost no experience in the world. Even though Ling 13 acted like a girl, he could not tell that this extremely handsome young man in front of him was a girl. Of course, apart from Ling 13's name and gender, everything else she said was not a lie. This girl was the 13th daughter of the leader of the Ling family of the Haoqian business group, Ling Luoyan. Brother Ling, if there is nothing else, I would like to rest. Gu Fei was in a hurry to heal himself. How could he continue talking to Ling Yan? Oh, I was too happy, and forgot that Brother Gu is injured. I am really sorry. If that's the case, I will take my leave first. Ling Luoyan stood up from her chair and cupped her hands towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei nodded and did not say anything else. Ling Luoyan, who was disguised as a man, did not mind. She smiled indifferently and then left the room with the two servant girls and the old man in the green robe, closing the door behind her. Who would have thought that I would survive such a disaster? So there is a big river under the abyss. How dangerous! When Gu Fei thought of how he had been thrown out of the abyss by Zhao Xuanji's sword, he could not help but tremble, and his heart beat faster for no reason. At this time, night had already fallen, and the stars in the sky were beginning to appear. 3 large ships had long been anchored at a pier by the river, and the lights on the ships illuminated the nearby river. Ling Luoyan and the others came out of the cabin onto the deck. I did not think that I would meet a disciple of the Taishan sect on this trip. This trip was really worth it, Ling Luoyan murmured as she looked at the river. The 2 servant girls, Xiao Chui and Xiao Yu, were waiting on her side. Miss, forgive this old servant for being blunt, but that Gu Fei will probably cause us a lot of trouble. Uncle Zhong frowned and said in a low voice, Uncle Zhong, why do you say that? Ling Luoyan was stunned when she heard this. Miss, think about it. In the entire continent, who would dare to make a move against someone from one of the 3 major immortal sects? Someone who would dare to make a move against a disciple of the Taishan sect, one of the 3 major immortal sects, cannot be provoked. Moreover, this old servant did not feel the spiritual power of a cultivator on Gu Fei. Chapter 77. In the cabin, Gu Fei, who was in his room, didn't know that Ling Luoyan and the rest were already suspicious of his identity. He was sitting cross-legged on his bed, using his internal vision to observe the situation in his body. However, it was no wonder that Ling Luoyan and Uncle Zhong were suspicious. How could there not be a disciple of the Taishan sect, one of the 3 great Taoist sects, who did not cultivate the way? However, Gu Fei's body really did not have the otherworldly aura of a cultivator. Moreover, cultivators walked the path of core formation, nascent soul, and ascended to the way of immortals and gods. They condensed their essence, qi, and spirit, and attracted the spirit of heaven and earth into their bodies. What was the way? That was the collective name for the way and magical power that cultivators referred to. Therefore, there was bound to be a fluctuation of magical power spreading from the body of a cultivator. However, Uncle Zhong could not have imagined that Gu Fei was different from the Taishan sect. The cultivation method of the Green Spirit Peak was not a way, but a martial art. It was a kind of body refining technique that originated from ancient times and was now lost. Therefore, Uncle Zhong could not sense the fluctuation of magical power on Gu Fei's body, and thus became suspicious of Gu Fei's identity. This was not something that Gu Fei could think of, and he did not need to think about such things. He was now at ease, and he was focused on advancing bravely on the path of martial arts. He could not be bothered with the gazes of others. Under the inner vision, Gu Fei found that not only were his forearms fractured, but even his sternum had cracked. Although Zhao Xuanji's sword could not break through Gu Fei's weapon-refining technique and could not hurt his flesh, the power contained in the sword light was too great. Even if it could not hurt Gu Fei's flesh, it had broken the bones of Gu Fei's forearms. That was not all. Gu Fei's hands were in front of his chest, and when the sword light hit his arms hit his chest. The huge impact caused cracks to appear on Gu Fei's sternum. What a powerful flying sword technique! Gu Fei was secretly alarmed. If he hadn't used the weapon refinement art to fuse the divine weapon chi into his body to block the flying sword light, he would probably have been killed by Zhao Xuanji's sword on the spot. Even so, Gu Fei already knew that not only had his muscles and bones been injured, but his internal organs had also suffered internal injuries. Zhao Xuanji, I will return all of this to you tenfold. Gu Fei had never wanted to kill someone so badly before. Zhao Xuanji had already threatened his life twice. The first time was at the foot of the Green Spirit Peak in the Taishan sect, beside the bamboo forest. At that time, Zhao Xuanji, dressed in black and masked, had strangled Gu Fei with the fiery sword qi, almost taking his head from his body. This time, he had sent him flying off a cliff. Fortunately, below the abyss was the Yan River that spanned 800 kilometers across the Yunmeng Mountains. Otherwise, even if Gu Fei's body was as tough as steel, he would still have broken his bones and died on the spot. The impact of falling from the bottomless abyss was simply too great, and Gu Fei would definitely not be able to withstand it. If he really smashed into the ground, not only would his muscles and bones not be able to withstand such a great force, even his internal organs would be shattered. Someone had already reattached his arm and fixed it with a wooden board. So Gu Fei began to use the body refinement art to heal his injured body. Gradually, a strange sound came from within Gu Fei's body. It was a soft and muffled explosion. As his tendons, bones, and flesh trembled, a huge amount of vitality emerged from his qi and blood, converging on his injured body. The cracks on his sternum immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Where his forearm was fractured, the vitality turned into threads of light that penetrated his flesh and wound around his broken bones. The threads of vitality gathered around the wound from all directions, connecting the bones and muscles, circulating qi, and promoting blood circulation. The clotted blood that had accumulated in the broken bone was immediately forced out of his body. The pain in Gu Fei's wound gradually subsided, and a refreshing feeling slowly seeped into his muscles and bones, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort. At this rate of recovery, my arm will be able to move in less than 2 days. I estimate that it will be completely healed in 5 days. Gu Fei felt the condition of his wound and was already well aware of the state of his injury. As the saying went, it took 100 days to recover from an injury. This meant that if one's muscles and bones were injured, they wouldn't be able to recover without a few months of medical treatment. However, Gu Fei cultivated the body refinement art. Not only was his body 100 times stronger than an ordinary person's, but his flesh and blood also contained the vitality of the 5 elements. Even if his forearm was fractured, the broken bones and broken tendons could be regenerated in a few days, and he would be completely healed. It had to be said that Gu Fei's body's recovery speed was truly astonishing. This was perhaps the advantage of being a martial artist. Not only was his body strong, but he could also quickly recover from injuries. The Haoqian merchant group's ship rested at the pier of the Yan River for a night, then set sail again when the sun rose. Even if the wind and water were smooth, the Haoqian merchant group's ship could only travel 100 or 200 kilometers a day. Of course, this was also because the ship only traveled during the day. There weren't many boats that dared to sail on the Yan River at night, as it was simply too dangerous. There were countless dangerous shoals and submerged reefs along the waterways of the Yunmeng Mountain. Even during the day, there were still dangers. Who would take the risk to travel at night? In the next 2 days, apart from the servants who brought him 3 meals a day, no one else came to disturb Gu Fei. Perhaps because they knew that he was recuperating, even that handsome young man who looked like a girl didn't appear. Gu Fei couldn't have asked for more than anyone to disturb him, so he naturally seized the time to recuperate. Now, the broken bones in his forearms had already healed, and he could move them again. However, if he wanted them to be as good as new, he would have to continue cultivating for a few more days, using boundless vitality to refine his new bones and make them as hard as before. However, through the idle chatter of the other people on the ship, Gu Fei also learned about the general situation of the Haotian merchant group's 3 ships, as well as their destination. To Gu Fei's surprise, the destination of the Haotian merchant group's fleet was a town called Bluestone Town at the exit of the Yen River, outside the Yunmeng Mountain in the south. As Gu Fei's injuries gradually healed, not only his strength but his acute spiritual perception also returned to the level it was before he was injured. During these 2 days, Gu Fei paid a little attention and spread his spiritual perception on the ship. He discovered that the ship he was on was actually carrying over 100 people. Most of the people on the ship were agile and had a murderous aura about them. They were clearly experienced guards. Although Gu Fei was a little puzzled, once he understood the situation on the ship, he no longer paid attention to the outside world and began to cultivate on his own. On the evening of the 3rd day, the Haotian merchant group's 3 ships sailed into another dock. After the ships anchored at the dock, young master Ling Yin sent servant girl Xiaoya to invite Gu Fei over. Chapter 78. Fishermen sang in the evening as the sun set. Those who had gone out to fish returned one after another with their fishing boats and fishing nets. The Yen River basin within the 800 miles of the Yunmeng Mountains wasn't completely deserted. On both sides of the Yen River, where the water flow was steady and slow, there were docks every 1 to 200 miles for ships traveling from the north to the south to rest. Although it was in a primeval forest like the Yunmeng Mountains, there were many people living at the docks along the river. In order to ensure that this 800 miles of waterway would be unimpeded, the Yen Kingdom had set up relay stations at each of the docks, and there were even troops stationed in the relay stations. Even so, there were still many cases of bandits robbing merchant ships in these remote areas. Some fugitives were constantly eyeing this waterway that connected the north and the south. The Haotian trading group's 3 large ships were docked at the dock, their flags fluttering in the wind. In the evening, many people walked out of their cabins and stepped onto the dock, entering the small village at the dock to buy some food or daily necessities. At this time, Gu Fei followed the servant girl, Xiaoya, to the deck at the bow of the ship. There were more than 10 ships of various sizes anchored at the dock, but there was no doubt that the Haotian trading group's ships were the most eye-catching. "Ha, Brother Gu, how's your injury? I've been busy with chores these few days and haven't been able to visit you. I hope Brother Gu doesn't mind." Ling Luoyen, who was disguised as a man, hurriedly stood up when she saw Gu Fei walk out of the cabin. "Thanks to Brother Ling, my injury is no longer a problem. I'll be completely healed in a few days." Under Xiaoya's guidance, Gu Fei sat down at a carved red sandalwood table on the deck. When Ling Luoyen heard this, a strange look flashed across her eyes. At the same time, she also noticed that the wooden planks used to fix the broken bones on Gu Fei's arms had disappeared. Evidently, the broken bones in Gu Fei's arms had been reconnected and could be moved in the past few days. How could his injury have healed so quickly in just a few days? Although Ling Luoyen was shocked, she remained calm and collected as she sat down with a faint smile. Brother Gu's injuries actually healed so quickly. It's really surprising. Ling Luoyen, said with a smile. She was very curious. Could it be that Gu Fei had taken an elixir of immortality? For normal people, it would take at least a few months for broken bones to regenerate. Ling Luoyan no longer doubted Gu Fei's identity. Actually, in these 3 days, Ling Luoyan hadn't been busy with the ship, but had used the Ling family's information network to investigate Gu Fei's identity. Although they were on a ship, and the ship was sailing in the Yunmeng Mountain, Ling Luoyan had ways to communicate with the outside world. With the power of the Haotian Trading Group, news about the Taishan sect, and Gu Fei quickly reached Ling Luoyan. My cultivation method is a little unique, so even if I'm injured, I can recover very quickly. Gu Fei told the truth and did not intend to hide anything. The reason why Gu Fei was so calm was because he already knew that there were no particularly powerful experts on the 3 ships of the Haotian Trading Group. Although this young man called Ling Luoyan also had a good cultivation base and was not an ordinary young master, he was still a far cry from Gu Fei. Even if Ling Luoyan was playing some tricks behind his back, he was not worried at all. Strength. Gu Fei had overwhelming strength. No matter what tricks he had, they were no match for his fists. Oh, Ling Luoyan was a little surprised and said, "Brother Gu is from the Taishan sect, but if I'm not wrong, you don't seem to be a cultivator." Gu Fei couldn't help but smile when he heard this. This Ling Luoyan was interesting. With his cultivation base and knowledge, how could he see through me? It must have been that old man called Uncle Zhong who told him. In the past, he had heard from his master that in the secular world, the so-called martial arts techniques were just fancy but useless. Those who truly understood the true meaning of martial arts were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. However, from the aura that Uncle Zhong exuded, he was clearly a cultivator and had already refined his qi and blood. However, it seemed that this person's cultivation had stopped there. Could it be that he had only scratched the surface? Had he not truly inherited the true meaning of martial arts? After Gu Fei left the mountain, he immediately met a warrior with a strong cultivation base. This made him a little curious. He faintly felt that in the secular world, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I'm not a cultivator, and not everyone in the Taoist sect is a cultivator. Gu Fei replied. Although he had a straightforward personality, he was still very clear about what could be said and what couldn't be said, and he would never be vague about it. Oh, Ling Luoyan smiled noncommittally. She didn't seem to want to continue discussing this with Gu Fei. She then changed the topic and said, "Brother Gu, would you like to come ashore with me?" "Come ashore." Gu Fei was a little stunned. Looking at this person's manner, he must be from a wealthy family. What was there on the boat? Why was he going ashore? Could it be that he was going ashore to play? A small village by the pier. I've never been to such a place before. I want to go up and take a look. I'd like to invite Brother Gu to come ashore with me. In fact, this Ling family's 13th daughter, who was disguised as a man, had been on the boat for the past few days and was bored to death. Hearing Ling Luoyan say this, Gu Fei knew that if he didn't agree, it would be a little unreasonable. Moreover, it was this youth called Ling Luoyan who had saved him from the river. Gu Fei had never wanted to owe anyone any favors. There were no restraints in the world better than favors. This was the so-called agreeing to something is worse than owing someone money. Too many restraints would affect one's state of mind, which in turn would affect one's cultivation. In the eyes of Taoists, this was karma. Taoists were particular about the unity of heaven and man. The Supreme was emotionless, and only by severing all karma in the world could one comprehend the Tao and become an immortal. All right, since Brother Ling has invited me, I'll decline, Gu Fei said. After 3 days of recuperation, the crack on his sternum had already healed, and the bones in his arms had also regenerated. As long as he didn't engage in any violent collisions, there wouldn't be any problems. However, Gu Fei's injuries had only just healed, and his arms couldn't burst forth with great strength for the time being. His broken bones had been regenerated, and he couldn't withstand too much Yuan Qi for the time being. Then let's go. Seeing that Gu Fei had agreed, Ling Luoyan's face instantly revealed a brilliant smile. It was as if 100 flowers had bloomed at the same time, extremely dazzling. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. Her smile seemed like when junior sister Zhao was happy, she also smiled like this. However, this brother Ling was clearly a man. Gu Fei had been cultivating the ancient body refining technique on Taishan Mountain's Ling Chui Peak since he was young. There weren't many female disciples in the sect, and the women he had seen were either Zhao Zairu or a few female seniors in the sect. How could he tell that the Ling Luoyan in front of him was a woman disguised as a man? In fact, if it was someone who had some experience in the world, they would have long seen that Ling Luoyan was a young girl, and a girl with a peerless beauty that could captivate even the birds and put the moon to shame. "Young master, do you want me to wait by your side for your orders?" When Ling Luoyan and Gu Fei were about to go ashore, Uncle Zhong, who was wearing a green robe and had a stooped body, suddenly appeared behind them like a ghost. "Aya, you scared me to death." Ling Luoyan's body suddenly trembled, and she almost fell from the edge of the boat because of the sudden voice that came from behind her. "Uncle Zhong, you're going to scare people to death by appearing and disappearing like a ghost," Ling Luoyan said with a lingering fear in her heart. Her appearance was that of a girl, but in fact, she was really a girl. Only a person like Gu Fei, who was not familiar with the affairs of the world, would not be able to see it. "I really deserve to die for scaring the young master, but I didn't do it on purpose," Uncle Zhong analyzed. Although he called himself an old servant, he was clearly different from the other servants. In fact, Gu Fei already knew that Uncle Zhong had been secretly observing him and Ling Luoyan. How could this be? Was he a man-eating beast that would eat Ling Luoyan? This feeling of being watched made Gu Fei feel very uncomfortable. Thus, when Uncle Zhong came out from the dark, his expression became somewhat displeased. "All right, you stay on the boat. I won't be at ease without you watching the boat," Ling Luoyan said. She did not want anyone to be between her and Gu Fei. "Yes." Uncle Zhong took a look at Gu Fei and retreated. The two of them leaped onto the pier and disregarded the astonished gazes of the people on the pier as they headed towards the shore. Leaping from a boat that was dozens of feet high onto the pier was no different from suicide for an ordinary person. Dusk, the bright red sun above the mountains in the west gave off the last rays of the day, dyeing the clouds in the sky a fiery red, as if there were balls of fire burning in the clouds. The two of them were stepping on a bluestone pavement. Gu Fei realized that the bluestone pavement not only had traces of horses and carriages passing through it over the years, it was obvious that this pier had some history. Beside the pier was a relay station. At the entrance of the relay station, there were a few armored soldiers surrounding a table, shouting until their ears were red. There seemed to be an upside-down white porcelain bowl on the table. "What are they doing?" Gu Fei stopped in his tracks and asked curiously. From the looks of the soldiers, they did not seem to be quarreling. "No way." Ling Luoyan looked at Gu Fei as if she was looking at a monster. "You don't even know this." "I don't know. Should I know?" Gu Fei said with an awkward smile. His tone was very serious, and he was not putting on an act. "Open. For 5, 6, 15 points. Ha ha. I win. Pay up, pay up." A bearded man who looked like a military officer lifted the upside-down porcelain bowl on the table and shouted loudly. "They're playing a game. There are 3 square objects in the bowl with 6 sides, and each side has 6 points from 1 to 6. These objects are called dice, and they're betting on big or small. If they bet on a big number, they win, and if they don't, they lose, Ling Luoyan explained with a smile. Hearing this, the trace of surprise on Gu Fei's face immediately disappeared. He did not stay any longer and walked forward. No wonder there was only 1 in 10 million people who could transcend reincarnation. To a large extent, it was because they lost their will to play and ruined their future. The small village on the pier was actually not much to look at. After the 2 of them walked around the village, they came to a quiet forest outside the village. "Brother Ling, is your ship heading south? Where's your destination?" Gu Fei suddenly asked as the 2 of them walked on a small path in the forest. Gu Fei already knew that the Haotian Trading Group's ship was heading south. Ling Luoyan thought for a while before saying, "The ship's destination is Bluestone Town after leaving Yunmeng Mountain, but our caravan is heading to Dragon Emperor City in the southern wilderness." Chapter 79. Southern Wasteland Dragon Emperor City. "I didn't expect us to travel the same way," Gu Fei said in amazement. This was too much of a coincidence. Ling Luoyan's group had actually expanded their business to the southern wasteland. If Nangong Chu knew what kind of business group Haotian Business Group was, he wouldn't be surprised. Haotian Business Group could be said to be the largest business group on Tunglong continent. The Haotian Trading Group's tentacles had practically extended to every place in the continent where humans resided. The 3 kingdoms of the Central Plains, the Buddhist land of the West, the northernmost Devil Land, and even the extremely mysterious and illusory plentiful city Ghost Estate of Legend had business dealings with the Haotian Trading Group. "Oh, Brother Gu is also going to the southern wasteland. We're going the same way. Why don't we travel together so that we can take care of each other?" Ling Luoyan was a bit surprised, but soon became happy. If they could establish a relationship with Taishan sect, one of the 3 major Taoist sects, because of Gu Fei, it would undoubtedly be a great thing for Haotian Business Group. That's great. It was Gu Fei's first time going down the mountain, so how could he know how to go to the southern wasteland? Ling Luoyan's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. If he traveled with Ling Luoyan's caravan, he wouldn't have to worry about not reaching Dragon Emperor City. At this moment, Gu Fei, who was walking with Ling Luoyan on a tree-lined path, suddenly stopped in his tracks and furrowed his brows. Then, the sound of birds flapping their wings could be heard from the forest in front of them. A few black birds soared into the sky from the forest and flew into the distance. At this moment, Ling Luoyan also noticed Gu Fei's abnormal behavior and the birds that were obviously startled out of the forest. It seemed that something in the forest ahead had startled the birds that were resting in the forest. As the sun set, the sunlight was already blocked by the mountains. The forest seemed very gloomy and gloomy. Wisps of thin, gauze-like mist lingered in the forest. It was very quiet all around. Just as Ling Luoyan was in a state of shock, Gu Fei, who was beside her, suddenly pulled her along and quickly rushed into the forest beside the small path. Just as the 2 of them hid behind the tree, a black shadow rushed out from the forest in front of them with a whoosh sound. Gu Fei's gaze was like lightning. In an instant, he clearly saw the appearance of the person who had suddenly rushed out of the forest. When he saw this person, Gu Fei couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. That was because that person could no longer be called a human. That person's body was an existence that existed between a corporeal and incorporeal. This person had a face that was even whiter than a piece of white paper, and a pair of eyes actually flickered with a strange green light. The black clothes on his body seemed to be covered by a layer of fine gauze. Moreover, Gu Fei discovered that when this extremely strange person walked, he was actually as light as a feather, as if his feet did not touch the ground. Just as that extremely strange person rushed out from the forest ahead, a streak of light suddenly appeared in the forest behind that person and rushed out from the forest. The speed of that streak of light was unbelievably fast. In an instant, it had caught up to the person in black from behind, and with a twist, it actually twisted that person into two. Ling Luoyan, who was hiding in the forest beside the road, could clearly see this scene. She couldn't help but be shocked, and was about to let out a cry of surprise. However, just as Ling Luoyan was about to cry out, a large hand covered her wide-open mouth. Ling Luoyan's cry of surprise was forcefully blocked in her mouth. Of course, she couldn't cry out. However, a shocking scene occurred. The body of the black-robed man, who had been sliced into two by the vigorous light that was like a soaring dragon, actually seemed to have no physical body. It was hazy and covered with a layer of black gas. There was also no cry of pain, and there was no scene of blood splattering. The two halves of the body that had been cut into two actually merged together, and in an instant, a black light flashed, and that person's body actually became whole again. This, hiding behind a tree, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The cultivation of this white-faced person in black did not seem to be very high. His body was twisted into two, but he could still instantly recover. What kind of remarkable ability was this? It was really too shocking. The pale-faced person in black seemed to be very afraid of the person behind him. After his body recovered, he hurriedly turned into a gust of cold wind and rushed up the mountain. Humph! Where do you think you're going? In the forest, a cold laugh sounded. Following that, a white figure walked out from the forest. The cold streak of light made a turn in the air, and with a whoosh, it flew towards the person in white. With a clang, it entered the person's sword sheath behind him. A disciple of the Guangqing celestial sect. When Gu Fei saw the streak of light that flew out from the forest, his expression changed. Then he saw that the streak of light twisted the person in black, who seemed to be covered in a layer of black gas, and then saw the person in white who walked out from the forest. Gu Fei's eyes immediately narrowed into a line. Why did the disciple of the Guangqing celestial sect appear here? Gu Fei's heart was filled with questions. Who was that strange person in black who was being chased by the Guangqing celestial sect? The person in white who walked out from the forest was a young man in white who carried a long sword on his back. After that young man kept his flying sword, he did not stop at all. He immediately used the divine movement technique and chased after the escaping gust of cold wind. Obviously, this young man from the Guangqing celestial sect did not cultivate the sword immortal technique to the realm of one with the sword. He could not merge his body with the sword and control the sword to fly in the sky. However, that young man in white's divine movement technique allowed him to fly like the wind. He stepped on the treetops and chased after the escaping gust of cold wind, like lightning. His speed was not slower than the escaping gust of cold wind. Go. Let's go take a look. A sharp light flashed in Gu Fei's eyes. Then he extended his hand and hugged Ling Luoyan's waist. Flying up, he stepped on the treetops and chased after that young man in white. Ling Luoyan's face could not help but blush when Gu Fei hugged her waist. Her heart was pounding. Although she was dressed as a man, she was still a girl after all. Being hugged by a man made her feel shy. Ling Luoyan was the little princess of the Haotian business group. She was a proud daughter of the heavens who was pampered by her family. When had she ever been so close to a man? At this moment, Ling Luoyan's heart gave birth to a strange feeling. The three of them walked through the forest as if they were flying. Very quickly, they left the forest outside the small village on the pier and entered the mountains. In this primitive forest, 1,000-year-old trees had intertwined roots and 100-year-old vines intertwined. Under the trees that were 20 to 30 feet tall, there were all kinds of extremely dangerous, ferocious beasts roaming about. After chasing for 100 miles, the young man from the Guangqing immortal sect finally blocked the man in black who was escaping in front of them in a small valley. Gu Fei hugged Ling Luoyan and arrived outside the small valley. They hid behind a large rock outside the valley. Looking into the valley, they saw that the ghost-like black shadow was confronting the young man in white. At this moment, the sky had already darkened completely. However, this did not affect the vision of these practitioners. Don't push me too far. The dark figure's green eyes were like Willow the Wisp, and they seemed extremely evil in the night. His voice was also incomparably cold, and there was a chill in it. Humph, you ghosts. Instead of staying in the ghost palace of Plentiful City, you actually came out to drive people's souls and absorb their divine souls to cultivate that evil ghost weapon, the 5-ghost pennant. You really deserve to die. With a shake of the young man's shoulder, the divine sword on his back immediately flew out of the scabbard with a clang sound. It charged towards the black shadow that seemed to be illusory. A sharp sword chi immediately spread out from the valley. Chapter 80. Ghost cultivators were a special existence among the cultivators in the Tonglong continent. They refined the 3 souls and gathered the 7 spirits. They condensed the essence, chi, and spirit of their entire body into the extreme in-ghost body. They separated themselves from the physical body and became a kind of existence that had no substance. There were thousands of cultivation systems among the cultivators in the world, but all of them had the same goal. They fought against the heavens and pursued immortality. However, the path of immortality was vague and difficult to achieve. On the other hand, the ghost path was a shortcut to immortality. Moreover, after condensing the ghost body, the person was equivalent to already dead. Although they could live in the world in the form of ghosts, they had become an abnormal species that could not see the sunlight. In order to live in the world forever and not grow old and die, they abandoned their physical body and became a ghost. From then on, they could not see the sunlight and walk in the darkness forever. Not everyone was willing to walk on this path of ghost cultivation. However, there were some people who did not succeed in cultivation and had no hope of immortality. They would rather live in the darkness forever than fall into the cycle of reincarnation and suffer the pain of reincarnation. Thus, they chose to enter the ghost palace of Plentiful City and cultivate the ghost path. At this moment, in the valley, the young disciple of the Guangqing immortal sect had already started fighting with the ghost soldier of Plentiful City. The sword light was like a rainbow twisting and turning in the air. It emitted a dense sword aura and continuously attacked the ghost shadow. Everything that was swept by the sword light, whether it was a boulder or a tree, was all shattered. The power of the 100 Steps flying sword could not be underestimated, and in the hands of the ghost soldier of Plentiful City, there was a pitch-black long banner that was surrounded by black gas. As the long banner waved, the ghost aura surged, and the ghost shadow blocked the sword light, not allowing it to get close to its body. That is the 5-ghost banner. Gu Fei's heart shuddered. That strange black banner that was shrouded in ghostly aura and seemed to be haunted by countless vengeful spirits did not seem to be an ordinary object. It was actually able to withstand the slash of that youth's 100 Steps flying sword. Ling Luoyan curiously followed Gu Fei to look around the valley. The ghostly cultivator, holding the 5-ghost banner, had already started waving it. The ghostly aura that surged out from the banner immediately engulfed the ghostly cultivator, and a ghostly head appeared on the banner. Ling Luoyan only took a single glance before she felt her mind become unsettled, as if her soul was about to fly out of her body. She couldn't help being shocked, and hurriedly focused her mind. How sinister! Ling Luoyan didn't dare to look anymore. At this moment, Ling Luoyen suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blowing behind her, and a creepy feeling welled up in her heart. In the next moment, she felt Gu Fei's arm around her waist tighten, and her body soared into the air. Boom! There was a huge tremor, and a golden light flashed. Ling Luoyen's body shook, and she was carried into the valley by Gu Fei. At this time, she saw that 4 pale, skinny people had appeared out of thin air around the valley. They were shrouded in black gas. One of them was surrounded by black aura and had a ghostly aura. He was holding a black banner that was about 2 feet long, and his body was faintly discernible. He was looking at them with a face full of surprise. Mist and clouds rose in the mountains. On this Haitian night, 4 people holding black banners suddenly appeared. Their expressions were indescribably gloomy and mournful. Pung! Gu Fei floated down from the sky with Ling Luoyen in his arms. When his feet touched the ground, there was a dull sound. "What happened to you?" At this moment, Ling Luoyen realized that the sleeve on Gu Fei's right arm had disappeared, revealing the bronze-colored skin on his arm. Although Gu Fei's right arm wasn't very strong, many tendons appeared at this moment. They were like tiny horned dragons coiling around his muscles, giving off a strong feeling. It was obvious that in that short moment, Gu Fei had exchanged a blow with the ghostly cultivator, who had launched a sneak attack. Without a doubt, all the muscles on Gu Fei's body were now filled with explosive power. If he wanted to, every muscle could explode with astonishing power. Humph! Sneak attack from behind. "You scoundrel!" Gu Fei's gaze was like a sharp sword as he stared at the ghostly cultivator who had just attacked him. The yuan qi in his body began to circulate rapidly. Only a small portion of his power was concentrated in his dantian, forming a 5-colored ball of light to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that he had absorbed through his pores. Most of Gu Fei's power was actually refined into his muscles, bones, and flesh. Therefore, with just a thought, he could instantly launch a ferocious attack against his enemy. He didn't need to be like other cultivators who had to spend time to cast spells or use treasures. Although the time it took to cast spells and use treasures was actually very short, it was that short instant that allowed Gu Fei to gain the upper hand when fighting against cultivators of the same level. The 2 people fighting in the valley didn't expect that there would be uninvited guests outside the valley. The young man from the Guangqing immortal sect and the ghostly cultivator who was controlling the ferocious ghostly head with the 5-ghost banner were both shocked. When the young man from the Guangqing immortal sect saw the other 4 ghostly cultivators holding the black banners, his expression instantly changed. With a split second of concentration, the ferocious ghostly head that was spitting out jade-green ghostly fire immediately spat out a mouthful of ghostly fire at the sword light. Buzz! The sword light that was spat out by the ghostly fire seemed to have dimmed a little. The young man was instantly shocked. The ghostly fire that the ghostly head formed from thousands of ferocious souls from the 5-ghost banner spat out was actually able to damage the split sword. It was beyond his expectations. Hee. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. The 5-ghost banner that the 5 of us refined just so happens to lack 3 ghostly generals. We'll use the souls of the 3 of you to refine the banner's ghostly generals. The 4 ghostly cultivators who suddenly appeared outside the valley held ghost banners that were shrouded in black qi and pressed towards Gu Fei and Ling Luoyen from 4 directions. Gu Fei's expression was incomparably grave. He could feel a huge wave of yin qi from the 4 ghostly cultivators, especially the 5 ghost banners in their hands. He could vaguely see ghostly shadows flickering on the banners, as if those ghosts were about to rush out from the black banners. The aura that was emitted from the black banners made Gu Fei feel uneasy. The cultivation of these ghostly cultivators didn't seem to be weak, and with the 5-ghost banner in their hands, the situation was very disadvantageous to Gu Fei and Ling Luoyen. At this moment, the The ghostly cultivator who was fighting with the young man from Guangqing immortal sect suddenly controlled the 5 ghost banner and retreated, abandoning the young man. The young man waved his hand, and the sword light immediately flew back to him. It danced around his body and swept away the cold, ghostly qi that was surging towards him. Ghostly qi was something of extreme yin and extreme cold. It could corrode the yang qi in a person's body. If an ordinary person were to come into contact with a trace of ghostly qi, they would either fall sick or die. The ghostly cultivator didn't just let the young man from Guangqing immortal sect go. Instead, he and the other 4 surrounded the 3 people in the valley. The 5 ghostly cultivators laughed sinisterly as they waved the 5 ghost banners in their hands at the same time. As the black banners danced, ghostly qi surged out and quickly spread out. In an instant, ghostly qi surged in all directions, and ghostly cries could be heard. The pitch-black, ghostly qi sealed the entire small valley. 5 balls of pale green, ghostly fire wrapped around 5 ghostly heads that were the size of car wheels. They emitted a terrifying and eerie aura, constantly appearing in the surging ghostly qi in the surroundings. Their hair was disheveled. Their eyes flashed with green light, and their bloody mouths were wide open with fangs intersecting. Every ghostly head looked extremely frightening, as if they were evil spirits that came out of hell. "Brother Ling, what's wrong?" Gu Fei suddenly realized that Ling Luoyan, who he was hugging, seemed to be acting strangely. He hurriedly took a look and couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, Gu Fei still didn't know that Ling Luoyan was a girl, nor did he know that her original name wasn't Ling Yan. However, the young man in Gu Fei's eyes, Ling Luoyan, had actually become dizzy at this moment, as if she had lost her mind. A layer of black qi even vaguely appeared on her face. Gu Fei knew that Ling Luoyan had been affected by the surrounding ghostly qi, and he couldn't help but become anxious. He hurriedly placed a hand on Ling Luoyan's back and sent a wave of pure yang qi into Ling Luoyan's body. Gu Fei had the body of a child, and the pure yang qi on his body was incomparably pure without a single flaw. Moreover, after cultivating the ancient body refinement technique, the blood and qi in Gu Fei's body were extremely vigorous, and the powerful pure yang qi on his body was the nemesis of the extreme yin ghost qi. He. Obediently accept your death. A deep and cold voice came from within the surging ghostly qi. It was sometimes near and sometimes far, making it hard for people to grasp. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered with these ghosts. After a wave of pure yang qi entered Ling Luoyan's body, the black qi on Ling Luoyan's face was immediately dispelled, and her face regained its normal color. Gu Fei couldn't help but be delighted. Roar! Even if I have to destroy my Tao power today, I'm going to exterminate all of you ghosts. The young cultivator from the Guangqing immortal sect roared angrily. He actually bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood on the sword light. Wang! A crisp sword chime soared into the sky and resounded throughout the entire valley. The sword light in front of the young man instantly shone brightly and grew to a height of 10 zhang. The young man formed a seal, and the bright sword light immediately protected the 3 people who were forced together in the middle. The sword light was like a dragon, and also like a bolt of lightning, forcing the surging extreme yin ghost qi away, making it difficult for them to take another step forward. I am the disciple of the Guangqing immortal sect, Lu Yunhe. This is a pure yang pill, and it can dispel this kind of demonic qi. Quickly consume it. The young cultivator from the Guangqing immortal sect suddenly took out 2 golden elixirs and handed them to Gu Fei and Ling Luoyan. Many thanks. I am Gu Fei from the Taixin sect, and this is my friend, Ling Luoyan. Gu Fei didn't act pretentious. After revealing his identity, he took the 2 elixirs from Lu Yunhe's hands. So you are a disciple of the Taishan sect. That's great. Lu Yunhe was startled, but his face was also filled with joy. The Taishan sect and the Guangqing Immortal sect were both part of the three great Dawa sects, and they were of the same branch. If the two of them worked together, they might be able to break through this ghost formation. At this time, Ling Luoyan, who had received the pure yang qi from Gu Fei to force the extreme yin ghost qi out of her body, also woke up. After consuming the pure yang pill, the surrounding ghost qi couldn't touch her body anymore. As for Gu Fei, he didn't need to consume the pure yang pill at all. His body was full of blood and yang qi, and the extreme yin ghost qi couldn't get close to him at all. What's going on? I was scared to death. Ling Luoyan, who had woken up, couldn't help but scream when she saw the surging ghost qi around her. This was especially so when the huge ghost head suddenly spat out green ghost flames from the surging ghost qi and bit towards her. However, she was so scared that she almost fell to the ground. Chapter 81. The power of the sword light that was imbued with the essence of the young disciple of the Guangqing Immortal sect, Lu Yunhe, was greatly increased. It was no longer afraid of the profound yin ghost fire that was spat out by the ferocious ghost head that was condensed from the essence of thousands of souls on the five ghost banner. The sword light that was like a waterfall completely blocked the surging black gas and ghostly mist. The sword light formed a light screen that protected the three people within it. Good. The Guangqing Immortal Sword is indeed extraordinary. Brothers, activate the formation and turn them into ashes. Then capture their souls and refine them into the main ghost general of the banner. A soft and ethereal voice that seemed to have floated up from the depths of hell sounded out from the surging ghostly mist. When Gu Fei and Lu Yunhe heard this voice, they didn't feel any discomfort. They weren't affected in the slightest. However, when Ling Luoyan heard this voice, it was a completely different matter. The ghostly words drilled into Ling Luoyan's ears, immediately causing her to feel as if she had fallen into an icy cavern. Her entire body trembled as a chill ran down her spine, causing all the hair on her body to stand on end and goosebumps to fall to the ground. Don't be afraid. Gu Fei held Ling Luoyan's hand and said in a deep voice. His pair of bright eyes constantly swept across the surroundings. He wanted to find the five ghost cultivators of the ghost palace of Plentiful City that were hidden in the black gas and ghostly mist. Lu Yunhe, who was standing beside the two of them, looked at them with a strange expression. The intimacy between the two of them made him feel a little surprised. Weren't cultivators supposed to have a pure heart and few desires? Why was this Gu Fei so intimate with a girl? Compared to Gu Fei, Lu Yunhe had more experience in the world. From the first time he saw Ling Luoyan, he could already tell that this fair-skinned and extremely handsome youth was actually a girl disguised as a man, and not a man. At this moment, the five ghost cultivators had already activated the formation. 5 terrifying waves of evil energy spread out from the surging black gas and ghostly mist. Then, the 3 of them heard the sound of teeth grinding. Following that, 5 ferocious ghosts, heads the size of wagon wheels, appeared from the black gas and ghostly mist. Their bloody mouths violently spewed green flames as they charged towards Gu Fei, and the other 2 from 5 directions. The skulls of the 5 evil spirits were so solid that they seemed to have solidified into tangible objects. They directly and fiercely pounced on the sword screen, formed by the dazzling sword light. When Lu Yunhe, who was controlling the sword light, saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. The attack of the 5 ghost heads was extremely ferocious, and it greatly increased the pressure on him. He hurriedly formed a sword seal and pointed towards the golden light. Wang! With a loud bang, the sword light exploded and swept away the 3 ghostly heads that were surrounded by ghostly flames that were charging at him like a bolt of lightning. Taking care of 3 sides was already the limit of Lu Yunha's current sword path. After sweeping away the 3 ferocious ghost heads with the sword light slowed down. It was too late to force back the other 2 ferocious ghost heads. Humph! Gu Fei let out a cold laugh. He pulled Ling Luoyan behind him and shook his fists. His fists instantly turned purple. Then, his fists blasted towards the 2 gigantic ghost heads that were spewing flames from their mouths and pouncing towards them. Instantly, a purple aura surged out from Gu Fei's fists. The fist force was like a torrential river, unstoppable, and dyed the heaven and earth purple. Boom! Boom! Almost at the same time, 2 loud sounds exploded. The dull sounds made people feel endless pressure. Gu Fei's fist force instantly collided with the 2 ghost heads that were surrounded by ghostly flames. Under the incomparably shocked gazes of Lu Yunha and Ling Luoyan, Gu Fei directly dispersed the mysterious ghost flames around the 2 ghost heads. The 2 ghost heads were blasted away and disappeared into the churning black ghost fog behind them. Using the essence of the divine weapon that had been refined into his body to protect his newly healed arms, Gu Fei directly blasted away the 2 ghost heads. At the same time, he also avoided the danger of his new bones breaking. Gu Fei let out a low roar as the muscles, bones, blood, and flesh in his body surged. Then, a powerful aura spread out from his body. At the same time, streams of essence shot out from the pores on his body. Ling Luoyan, who was standing behind him, immediately felt as if a breeze had come out of nowhere from Gu Fei's body, making her feel as if she was in the wind. Under the control of Gu Fei's divine sense, invisible streams of essence chi spread out and formed a force field around him, blocking the surging cold, ghostly aura and enveloping Ling Luoyan and Lu Yunha. However, compared to Lu Yunha's sword light, it was even more pervasive and impenetrable. What kind of technique is this? Seeing this, Lu Yunha could not help but be shocked. The magic power that Gu Fei had displayed was too strange, and it was beyond his understanding. There was no fluctuation of magic power, but he was still able to explode with such shocking power. He did not see Gu Fei use any technique, but he was able to block the black ghost fog that rushed over like a storm. This not only surprised Lu Yunha, but also made him doubt Gu Fei's identity. Is he really a disciple of the Taishan sect? Lu Yunha thought to himself. This Gu Fei had displayed a technique that he did not know, but he was sure that it was definitely not a magic power of a cultivator. At this time, Lu Yunha did not have much time to think because the black ghost fog that enveloped them was getting thicker and thicker. It was as black as ink, comparable to the monstrous demonic chi of the demon lord of 6 paths. In the ghost fog, there seemed to be thousands of ghosts roaming and howling. The ghostly cries made one's hair stand on end. Ling Luoyan, who was hiding behind Gu Fei, was so scared that her whole body was shaking like a sieve, and her face was deathly pale. She, who had been pampered since childhood, had never seen such a terrifying scene. In the ghost fog, the 5 ghost cultivators who were hidden in the fog were obviously very angry after the first wave of attacks from Gu Fei and Lu Yunha. The 5 ghost streamer was refined by the 5 ghost soldiers of Fengdu over many years. It was refined from the essence of countless souls. It looked tangible, but it was actually intangible. It was a rare treasure in the ghost realm, and it was extremely powerful. However, it was obvious that these 5 ghost cultivators had not successfully refined the 5 ghost streamer. Otherwise, the ferocious ghost head that had condensed on the 5 ghost streamer would have spat out a mouthful of ghost fire and tainted Lu Yunha's flying sword's essence energy, causing the flying sword to turn into ordinary iron. Pung! Suddenly, the ghost fog rolled, and a pale green ghost fire surged out from all directions. In an instant, the three people who were surrounded by the black ghost fog were enveloped in the monstrous ghost fire. However, the force field formed by the essence of the skin pores on Gu Fei's body. Without his consent, any external force would be repelled and blocked by him. Not a single feather could be added, and the insects could not fall. Once the demonic ghost fire pounced on them, it was as if it had hit an invisible wall, and it could not advance even an inch. The 5 ghost heads, hidden in the ghost fog, spat out the pale green ghost fire with all their might. It was as if they really wanted to use the ghost fire to refine Gu Fei and the others. This profound ghost fire did not have the slightest bit of temperature. Instead, it was cold and oppressive. It was a kind of cold flame. Although it did not burn the 3 people, the cold air emitted from the ghost fire caused a thin layer of ice to form on the ground. Gu Fei was fine. He cultivated a body-refining technique, so his body was full of essence and blood, and it was difficult for the cold air to attack his body. However, Ling Luoyan and Lu Yunha did not feel so good. Chapter 82. Not a single feather could be added, not an insect could fall, and not a single technique could touch him. Gu Fei used the essence qi that shot out from his pores to form an aura field that enveloped a radius of 50 feet. All kinds of ghost fire and ghost fog were blocked outside and could not take a single step forward. Everyone was shocked by the strength of the martial skill and divine ability, especially Lu Yunha. His sword ray pierced through Gu Fei's aura without any obstruction. With the protection of Gu Fei's domain-like Yuan Qi field, Lu Yunha's flying sword was like a bolt of lightning as it fiercely slashed into the surging ghost fire outside. The sword was like a dragon, and the person was also like a dragon. The aura of the person and the sword were interlinked, and the sword light was like a part of Lu Yunha's body. It swept away the green ghost fire that filled the sky, and stirred up the monstrous ghost fog that was sealed in the outermost layer. Wherever the sword light passed, ghostly cries and screams could be heard. Dozens of ghostly figures appeared and disappeared from the ghost fog. They were the evil spirits that had been refined from the 5 ghost banner. After being slashed by the divine sword, they once again turned into a cloud of mysterious ghost qi. However, these ghosts relied on the fact that their bodies were refined from the true Yin Yuan spirit. They could separate and combine, gather and disperse, and were not afraid of the sword light's slash. At most, they would only need to be refined again, and then they would once again turn into evil spirits. As long as the 5 ghost banner was not destroyed, the thousands of souls' essence qi could be reborn with it, and could not be destroyed. We can't continue like this. How can we break this ghost formation? Gu Fei asked in a deep voice. He was currently circulating the 5 elements' true essence in his body with all his strength. Every time the pores on his body opened and closed, streams of pure Yuan Qi would spurt out. His muscles and bones emitted continuous crackling sounds, and every inch of his flesh and blood was emitting waves of powerful essence qi, causing his body to be enveloped in a layer of 5-colored splendor. Streams of essence qi circled around his body. His body seemed to be forged from fine iron, and it emitted an incomparably powerful pressure that caused Ling Luoyan's mind to tremble. It was as if she had forgotten the ability to think, and her mind was completely blank. Gu Fei's tall figure had already been imprinted in the depths of her heart. They're hidden in the ghostly mist, making it difficult to determine their location. It's going to be difficult to break this formation. At this time, Lu Yunha was already sweating profusely. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans flowed down his face. The magic power in his body was being rapidly consumed, causing him to feel like he was about to collapse. This was a bad sign. If his spiritual power was exhausted, then he would definitely not be much stronger than an ordinary person. The abilities of a martial cultivator could be said to be derived from the spiritual power within their bodies. The source of the Tao was the foundation of the Tao. Without the existence of magic power, all sorts of Tao techniques and divine abilities would not be able to be used, and cultivators would become mortals. Of course, such a situation only occurred to low-level cultivators who hadn't condensed a Tao core within their bodies. Cultivators who had formed a Tao core in their bodies could communicate with heaven and earth and breathe in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As long as there was an endless supply of spiritual energy, their magic power would not dry up. This was the reason why cultivators in the transcending mortality stage could have endless magic power. Hee. You want to break our 1,000 ghost devourer formation? Dream on. A sharp and unpleasant voice, like that of a night owl, came from the black mist of ghost flames. Kill. Lu Yunha listened to the voice and pinched his fingers together. He suddenly pointed in the direction of the voice. The sword light was vigorous like a soaring dragon. In an instant, it tore through the void and shot over. The unparalleled sword Qi swept away the layers of ghost Qi. Faintly, a black shadow could be seen flashing and vanishing under the sword light. A large banner that was shrouded in dense black Qi and emitted an extremely cold and terrifying aura was twisted by the sword light and cut into 2 pieces. Good. When Gu Fei saw this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Although he hadn't dabbled in the path of formations, he was a member of the Tao sect. Even if he hadn't learned about formations, he knew that the power of a formation would sharply decrease when its magic weapon was destroyed. However, the ghost banner in the black smoke did not dissipate because of this. Instead, it continued to be broken and restored to its original state. Moreover, it swayed continuously, causing people to feel their minds shaking and their souls wanting to fly away. It was as if the 3 souls and 7 spirits were about to be pulled out of the body. Only then did Gu Fei know that these 5 ghost cultivators' ghost Tao magic was really powerful. The 5 ghost banners were condensed from the essence of evil spirits and spirits. They couldn't be underestimated. Perhaps only a pure, yang magic weapon could destroy the 5 ghost banners. Gu Fei and Lu Yunha hurriedly calmed their minds. They knew something was wrong. Dark clouds rolled around them like galloping horses. Mixed with the chilly wind and ghost howls, it was really terrifying to the extreme. Suddenly, there was a thud. Someone fell behind them. Gu Fei was shocked and hurriedly turned to look. He saw Ling Luoyan's eyes tightly shut. She fell to the ground with a face full of pain. She had already fainted. What's going on? The Xian-Yin ghost Qi didn't penetrate into the area covered by my Yuan Qi. How did he still get hit? Gu Fei was shocked. Actually, what he didn't know was that this 5 ghost banners was actually an extremely sinister magic weapon of the ghost Tao. Not only could it emit black ghost fog and condense the form of evil spirits, it could also bewitch the mind. Between Gu Fei and Lu Yunha, one was a martial artist and the other was a sword cultivator. Their minds were incomparably firm, and it was hard for external objects to sway them. But Ling Luoyan was different. Her cultivation was far from Gu Fei and Lu Yunha's. She was born in a noble family and grew up under the protection of her family. She had never experienced any hardship or suffering. Thus, she only took a few glances at the 5 ghost banners that appeared from the fog and immediately closed her mind. Her mind suddenly became muddled, and she fell to the ground, fainting. Suddenly, a dark green flame flashed. The black ghost fog that Lu Yunha's sword light had dispersed rose again and enveloped the ghost banners. The ghost banners disappeared, and only the ghost flames that surged out from the black fog were still locked in a stalemate with Gu Fei's Yuan Qi force field and Lu Yunha's flying sword. Ling Luoyan, what's wrong? Gu Fei was shocked and hurriedly asked. He was currently using all his strength to resist the green ghost flames that were surging in from all directions. His body was like being sandwiched in the middle of a large mountain, unable to move at all. She's fine. She's just bewitched by the ghost techniques of the ghost banners, Lu Yunhe said indifferently. Only then did Gu Fei relax. But he immediately realized that there was an indescribable strange feeling in his heart. He's unconscious. Why am I so nervous? Boom, boom, boom. A part of the world trembled violently. The ghost flames and black fog sealed the heavens and trapped the earth. The ghost formation once again changed. Loud noises sounded continuously, and the power was vast. It was as if thousands of vengeful spirits and evil spirits had appeared. The chilly wind howled, and the black clouds rolled. Streams of terrifying lunar ghost energy attacked Gu Fei's force field, causing his body to shake violently. Gu Fei was shocked to find that the profound Yin ghost flames from the ghost formation were refining his Yuan Qi force field. The range of the Yuan Qi force field was shrinking. 50 feet, 40 feet, he couldn't hold on any longer. His clothes were already soaked in sweat. His skin and flesh were trembling slightly. A powerful martial artist's Yuan Qi was surging in his body, flowing through his muscles and bones. There were bursts of explosive sounds. The thunder of the heavenly drum forged his muscles and bones. Even when he was fighting with others, Gu Fei's ancient cultivation method was still circulating. He was also cultivating. He was cultivating at all times. To him, fighting a life and death battle was also a way of cultivation. It could even be a shortcut. At this time, Lu Yunhe also noticed Gu Fei's strange state. He knew that the situation was extremely dangerous. The 5 ghost cultivators were actually planning to use the power of the ghost formation to drive the lunar ghost flames to refine them. If their bodies were refined and their souls were captured, they would become ghosts on the 5 ghost banner. There would only be one outcome. They would never be able to reincarnate, and their souls would scatter. If I ignore Ling Yan, I might be able to break out of the ghost formation. Gu Fei thought. His body was extremely strong, so he didn't have to worry about being attacked by the profound Yin ghost Qi. If he were to disregard everything, Gu Fei would still have a chance of escaping. However, this young man called Ling Yan had saved him in the river. With this karma, if he were to escape alone, it would definitely leave a shadow of ingratitude in his heart, and a flaw would appear in his unwavering heart of cultivation. It would become an obstacle that was difficult to overcome in his cultivation, and this was something that Gu Fei could not allow to happen. Just as the surging Yin ghost flames were getting closer and closer, and the 2 of them were struggling to hold on, there was a sudden rumble. Thousands of thunderbolts struck down from the sky. Rolling black qi and ghost flames immediately swept in all directions. A ball of extremely cold lunar ghost qi was immediately dispersed by the thunderbolts, and specks of stars once again appeared in the sky above the 2 of them. The vast waves of magical power shook the heavens and the earth. The golden thunderbolts were like countless golden snakes dancing wildly, like mercury flowing on the ground. They swam in all directions, and a ghost Tao formation that was filled with towering ghost qi was instantly destroyed. Several terrified screams could be heard. In the midst of the thunderbolts, thousands of evil souls and malicious ghosts were destroyed, turning into wisps of green smoke. The 5 most powerful ghost heads also seemed to have lost their spiritual qi due to the thunderbolts. They became unstable, as if they were going to disappear at any time. 5 ghostly shadows appeared and turned into a gust of chilly wind. They carried the skulls of the 5 evil spirits and flew towards the west at an extremely fast speed. In just an instant, they disappeared into the mountains in the west. Quickly, follow me. At this time, a loud shout came from the sky. Gu Fei saw a Vajra shooting down from the sky. It carried Lu Yunhe and flew toward the south at an extremely fast speed. Flying on a sword, a transcending mortality stage, sword cultivator. Seeing this sudden scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked, but he didn't panic. The terrifying pressure that was as strong as a mountain suddenly disappeared, causing his body to sway, and he almost fell to the ground. Ha ha! Junior brother Qi, why are you in such a hurry? Come and catch up with your senior brother. At this time, a loud laugh came from the north. It wasn't loud, but it echoed far and wide, echoing through the mountains. Chapter 83. Carrying the unconscious Ling, Luoyen. Gu Fei dashed into a pile of rubble in the valley. Just as he hid, he saw a streak of rainbow-like fiery light shooting over from the northern horizon, chasing after the golden sword light that had swept Lu Yunhe away. The two streaks of sword light were extremely fast, seemingly even faster than the 5 ghosts that had escaped. They disappeared into the distance in an instant. Zhao Xuanji, you traitor! Indistinctly, a weak voice came from the southern sky. It was evidently the voice of the person who had used the power of thunder and fire to disperse the dense ghost fog, breaking the ghost Dao formations set up by the 5 ghost banner, and saving Lu Yunhe. Zhao Xuanji. Gu Fei stared at the flashing fiery light in the sky, a baleful aura surging from his body. Twice, Zhao Xuanji had forced him into certain death twice. Gu Fei clearly remembered this debt. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Fei had cultivated the weapon body refining technique that Daoist Xiantian had passed on to him, and had fused the unremarkable purple rod into his body, allowing him to narrowly escape death at the critical moment of life and death, Gu Fei would have long since died under Zhao Xuanji's flying sword. Now isn't the time. Wait until I break through to the transcending mortality stage. Then I'll deal with you. A sharp, murderous light flashed in Gu Fei's eyes as he spoke in a low voice. Zhao Xuanji was a sword cultivator at the transcending mortality stage. Amongst cultivators of the same level, sword cultivators were an absolutely powerful existence. The current Gu Fei didn't have the strength to fight against a cultivator of this level. Withdrawing his gaze, he walked out of the rubble with Ling Luoyen in his arms. He didn't dare to stay in this small valley any longer, so he hurriedly rushed out of the valley and into the ancient forest outside. He had grown up in the mountains, so he was extremely familiar with this kind of ancient forest that was filled with unknown dangers. Indeed, not long after Gu Fei left, a streak of fiery light suddenly flashed in the southern sky, shooting towards the valley. Very quickly, a faint sound of something tearing through the air came from the sky, and a figure standing on a blazing flying sword appeared in the sky above the valley. That person stood on a flying sword and stood in the air. His black clothes fluttered in the wind, and a pair of cold and evil eyes swept over the people below. This person was the fire sword demon, Zhao Xuanji, who had already fallen into the demonic path of Gu Fei's disciple. I seem to have sensed that person's aura when I passed by this place just now. Zhao Xuanji's hazy face was so dark that it seemed like it was about to drip water. It was so dark that it was terrifying. That person has already been sent into the abyss of my sword of that of my sword. How can he still live? After a moment of thought, Zhao Xuanji fused with his sword and turned into a 30-meter-long streak of sword light. He flew north and disappeared into the starry sky in the blink of an eye. Of sword, yang, sword of yang, of. And was Chun of the sword, he refined the sword into the sword of the sword of. With the help of the psychic sword artifact, he could enter and exit the dark world and roam the world. To be able to shoot out a sword pellet from one's mouth and kill the enemy from miles away among the transcending mortality stage cultivators. Only sword cultivators could do this. Gu Fei had already experienced how terrifying Zhao Xuanji was. Thus, by the time Zhao Xuanji returned, he had already carried Ling Luoyan and traversed more than 10 miles through the ancient forest. Gu Fei had entered the forest like a fish in the sea. How could Zhao Xuanji discover his tracks? However, walking in the primitive ancient forest, there was no starlight or moonlight, so it was difficult to accurately determine the direction. Therefore, Gu Fei found himself lost in the dark and dense forest. If an ordinary person were to get lost in such a dangerous ancient forest, there would only be one outcome, and that was to become food in the stomach of a ferocious beast. Gu Fei didn't dare to leap onto the treetops, as it would be too conspicuous. Even in the dark, for someone of Zhao Xuanji's cultivation, there wasn't much difference between night and day. If Zhao Xuanji discovered his tracks, it would be very dangerous. After all, he had only managed to escape from Zhao Xuanji's sword by a fluke the last 2 times. If they were to meet again, Gu Fei knew that he would die without a doubt. Even with the protection of the weapon refinement art, he would still die without a doubt. After carefully walking about 3 to 4 miles through the dense forest, Gu Fei found that the trees around him seemed to have grown taller. He seemed to be walking into the depths of the ancient forest. Trees that required several people to wrap their arms around were intertwined with each other, and vines that were hundreds of feet long intertwined. The forest seemed to be a dangerous place, and there might even be ferocious beasts roaming about. This was because he found that there were no signs of weak beasts in the nearby forest. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of fishy wind gushed out of the forest without any warning. The thick layer of withered leaves on the ground was swept up into the air and fluttered in the air. At the same time, a huge black shadow scuttled out of the forest in front of him and entrenched itself on the ground. A pair of green eyes emitted a sinister light as it stared at Gu Fei. The forest was immediately filled with a fierce aura. Gu Fei fixed his eyes on it. It turned out that the black shadow that had pounced out of the forest in front of him was a huge tiger, a big black tiger that was 4 to 5 meters long. The clouds came from the dragon, and the tiger gave birth to the wind. It turned out to be a huge worm. Gu Fei chuckled. He didn't think much of this ferocious tiger, but he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression instantly became extremely solemn. Swoosh! With Ling Luoyan in his arms, Gu Fei disappeared from where he was, and the next moment, he instantly appeared beside the huge tiger. At this moment, the huge tiger was shaking its head, wanting to let out a tiger roar that could intimidate all beasts. However, Gu Fei couldn't let this black tiger roar. In this quiet forest, the roar of this huge tiger could probably be heard dozens of miles away. If Zhao Xuanji was still nearby, it would be terrible. Turning his body and kicking his leg, Gu Fei's right leg swept out at the tiger's head like a rapidly swinging whip. The force of his leg compressed the air, instantly producing a low explosive sound that sounded like thunder. It was as if the air had exploded from his kick, and the atmosphere screeched, making one's heart skip a beat. Pung! Crack! The huge tiger, which weighed hundreds of kilograms, was sent flying by Gu Fei's kick, producing a bone-chilling sound of bones shattering. The ferocious tiger was also very pitiful. It had wanted to roar and show its might, then pounce on the food that had been delivered to it. However, before it could roar, it was kicked by someone. Its skull was shattered on the spot, and blood spurted out of its 7 orifices as it flew out like a broken sack. Pung! It smashed heavily onto the withered branches and withered leaves, causing the entire ground to shake. The broken leaves on the ground were mixed with dust and rose into the air. This giant tiger lay motionless on the ground. It was as dead as it could be. Chapter 84. Half an hour later, at the bottom of a short mountain in the primitive forest, there was a cave. The entrance of the cave had been blocked by branches and leaves, and there was a bonfire in the cave. The entrance was blocked by branches, so there was no need to worry about people discovering the fire from afar. Beside the bonfire, there were two people. One of them seemed to be asleep, lying on the ground, while the other was sitting cross-legged on the ground. From time to time, he would flip the golden and glossy pieces of meat on the wooden rack. The tempting smell of meat lingered in the cave. I haven't eaten tiger meat in a long time. It's so delicious. The man sitting beside the bonfire, eyes staring at the roasted meat on the rack, almost drooling, was Gu Fei. The youth lying on the ground was the cross-dressing Ling Luoyen. Although Ling Luoyen had been bewitched by the soul-stealing technique of the five-ghost banner, her spirit had not been taken away by the banner, so she was only unconscious. However, although Ling Luoyen's spirit had not been taken away by the five-ghost banner and had become a walking corpse, it had still damaged her spirit, so she did not wake up so quickly. Gu Fei had expended a lot of his yuan qi after the battle, and when he calmed down, he immediately felt his muscles ache and his bones go limp. He had given it his all in tonight's battle. The yuan qi in his body vibrated his muscles, bones, flesh, and blood, seeping into every part of his body. When Gu Fei looked inside himself, he could see a faint layer of five-colored light shrouding his bones. Gu Fei's cultivation seemed to have deepened. Every time he fought a life or death battle, he could feel himself improving. As long as the five-elemental yuan qi in his body completely refined the muscles and bones in his body, and the yuan qi that had been refined into his bones reached a full state, then he would have completed the bone transformation. His muscles and bones would all become vessels to store yuan qi. After that, he would take the last step of transforming his flesh and blood, and Gu Fei would only be a step away from the transcending mortality realm. It was easy to say, but extremely difficult to do. Gu Fei had just stepped into the eighth heavenly layer, and was still thousands of miles away from the bone transformation realm. However, he believed that as long as he continued to train and improve a little every day, he would eventually be able to take that step. In the ancient primitive forest, the night was far more dangerous than the day. Most of the poisonous insects and ferocious beasts liked to hunt at night. That was why Gu Fei had found this cave. He planned to spend the night in the mountains and find his bearings before leaving the mountains at daybreak. Looking at the beast meat roasting on the fire, Gu Fei's appetite was aroused. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and directly reached out to tear off a piece of meat that weighed a few kilograms. Not caring if it was hot or not, he threw it into his mouth and chewed. The few kilograms of beast meat was quickly devoured by him. After letting out a burp and rubbing his slightly bulging belly, Gu Fei walked to the cave wall in satisfaction and sat down cross-legged with his back against it. Although the entrance of the cave wasn't big, the inside of the cave was very spacious. Originally, this cave had an owner. The owner of the cave was a black bear, but it was chased away by Gu Fei. The unlucky black tiger, on the other hand, had one of its hind legs torn off by Gu Fei and thrown into the forest as food for other ferocious beasts. This place was already far away from the small valley where he had fought the ghost soldiers of Fengdu. Therefore, Gu Fei was no longer worried that Zhao Xuanji was really so resourceful that he could find him in this primitive forest. Therefore, as usual, he let a wisp of his soul sense wander outside his body, constantly sensing the movements in the outside world, and then immersed himself in cultivation. His slender and strong body didn't move at all. He began to guide the surrounding wood essence into his body, and then let it flow throughout his body. The wood essence nourished his flesh, muscles, and bones, making Gu Fei's body full of vitality, like a new sprout of flowers and trees in spring. At the same time, while absorbing the wood essence, Gu Fei also guided the power of the stars from the outside world to penetrate into his body through the top of his head. Among the five elements, the power of the stars belonged to the metal element. As time went by, streams of green wood essence swirled around Gu Fei's body, while the top of his head was shrouded by a cluster of faint starlight. As he operated his cultivation method, the ground around where Gu Fei was sitting also began to rise and swirl around him. The water and fire essences drifting between heaven and earth were also gradually gathered by him. He was guiding the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth to condense the 5 elements inside his body. The outside world was the outside world, and the inside of Gu Fei's body was equivalent to the inner world, the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and the inner 5 elements inside Gu Fei's body formed a subtle connection in Gu Fei's body. Channeling the inner 5 elements and the outer 5 elements was a body-tempering method, and it could also be called a divine ability. Not only could cultivators communicate with heaven and earth, but martial artists could as well. Wisps of imperceptible, holy light formed by the power of the 5 elements flowed inside of Gu Fei's body. The wood essence nourished his fleshly body like sweet dew, while the star power gave his internal organs, bones, and flesh a layer of golden light. His internal organs were being strengthened, and the power of the 5 elements inside of him didn't repel each other. On the contrary, there was a feeling of complementing each other, like milk and milk blending together. Time seemed to stop as Gu Fei immersed himself in the wonderful realm of cultivation. Plants were the most abundant thing in primitive forests. It was a moonlit night, and the sky was filled with endless stars, while the earth was filled with endless earth power. The power of the stars would essence, and earth power gathered more and more, while the power of water and fire were the weakest among the 5 elements. Gu Fei was enveloped in a hazy layer of colorful light, and his whole body was emitting a faint light. At this moment, he had ascended to an ethereal state. Although his eyes were closed, the surrounding scenery appeared clearly in his mind. He gave off a light and graceful aura. Every inch of his body was surging with colorful light. The 5 elements and the 5 elements interacted and blended in Gu Fei's body. The impure essence in his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones was expelled through his skin. His flesh and blood were constantly purified and improved by the purest origin of the 5 elements. Gu Fei's physique was changing without him knowing it. The rising sun emitted a soft light, illuminating the heaven and the earth, as well as the 800 miles of cloudy mist mountain. Light shone through the gaps in the tall treetops, sparkling with dew and specks of light. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged with his back against the cave wall, opened his eyes. A faint layer of colorful light quickly faded from his eyes. The bonfire in the cave had long since been extinguished, leaving only faint smoke rising from the ashes. The roars of beasts could be heard from the nearby mountains. His aura is long, and his life signs are stable. Looks like he should be fine after a night of sleep. Gu Fei nodded as he sensed the aura of Ling Luoyan, who was lying beside him. Then, Gu Fei stood up and walked out of the cave. As he stood outside the cave, he was greeted by the fresh scent of grass and wood. After a night of rest, Gu Fei felt that the vitality in his body had completely recovered. The injury caused by Zhao Xuanji's sword a few days ago had also completely healed. This was a few days earlier than he had expected. Gu Fei jumped onto a huge rock in front of the cave entrance. Facing the eastern sun, he began to absorb the wisp of sun essence between heaven and earth. Chapter 85. Facing the sun. Gu Fei's body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fire qi. Indistinctly, there seemed to be tiny flames dancing on his body. At this moment, Gu Fei seemed to have really communicated with the sun true fire. The pure yang qi and the power of fire in his body resonated, and the essence of the sun was smelted into his body, communicating with the 5 elements inside and outside made Gu Fei able to absorb the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth to refine his own 5 elements and 5 qi. At this moment, Gu Fei finally clearly felt that there was something different from the past. His vitality seemed to be a lot stronger. Gu Fei was overjoyed. The human body was like a treasure trove. As his cultivation deepened, he realized that the treasures in his body were endless. After opening a treasure trove, there would be an even greater treasure trove waiting for him. After communicating with the 5 elements of heaven and earth, Gu Fei didn't know what would happen in the future. But now his vitality was indeed becoming stronger. The benefits of having a strong life origin energy were enormous. The injured body would be nourished by the abundant life origin energy, and the speed of recovery would be much faster. Severed limbs could even grow back, bones could grow back, and flesh could reach the realm of immortality. When the sun was high up in the sky, Gu Fei gradually stopped absorbing the sun qi. The redness on his skin gradually receded, and the hazy flame that shrouded his body also converged into his body after a night of cultivation. Although Gu Fei did not make any breakthroughs in his cultivation, he felt that his body seemed to be much lighter and more powerful. The 5 elemental qi in his body was lively, constantly nourishing his blood, flesh, tendons, and bones. He gently moved his body. Swoosh! He jumped down from the rock and rushed into the forest. A few afterimages flashed past. He waved his hands and shot out a few dazzling blade-like auras. Wherever they passed, the giant trees were chopped down one after another. With a rumbling sound, the fallen giant trees in the forest set off clouds of smoke and dust, and leaves fluttered in the air. At this time, a figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. Seeing the figure moving quickly in the forest, she was shocked. Gu Fei, she saw too many surprises in this person. Swoosh! In the next moment, a figure flickered at the entrance of the cave. Gu Fei appeared in front of Ling Luoyan, leaving behind a series of afterimages that had yet to dissipate. "You're finally awake." Gu Fei looked at Ling Luoyan's face and saw that she was sickly pale. Her spirit was dispirited, and it seemed that her mind had suffered quite a bit of damage. Actually, Ling Luoyan was lucky. The 5 ghostly cultivators from the Ghost Palace of Plentiful City hadn't completely refined the 5 ghost streamer. If it had been a fully refined 5 ghost streamer, with just a shake of the streamer, regardless of whether it was a human or a beast, their souls would be extracted and turned into nourishment for the streamer. "What is this place?" Ling Luoyan looked around and asked. Gu Fei shrugged and said, "I also don't know where this place is. I only know that we are in the mountains, a primitive forest full of dangers." "What do we do now?" Ling Luoyan couldn't help but furrow her brows. Her disappearance would definitely cause chaos in the caravan. This was predictable. You should be more familiar with this mountain than I am." Gu Fei smiled awkwardly. This was his first time leaving the mountain, so how would he know where he was? Ling Luoyan pondered for a moment and said, "The 800-mile Cloudy Mountain. This is a primitive mountain in the south of the Yen Kingdom. We must return to the ship." "You know which direction to go?" Gu Fei asked. Although it was possible to distinguish north, south, east, and west in the mountains during the day, he didn't know which direction was towards the big river. Even with Gu Fei's sharp hearing, he couldn't hear the sounds of people and the sound of flowing water. This place should be a desolate and uninhabited land, and there shouldn't be any big rivers. "Why did you bring me to this godforsaken place?" Ling Luoyan couldn't help but panic. She looked at the surrounding terrain and found that this was simply a desolate land. In the distance, the silhouettes of ferocious beasts could be seen moving in the forest. There were towering ancient trees with their crowns blotting out the sun, century-old vines twisting and climbing, and the crisp cries of unknown birds resounding in the forest. This was the first time Ling Luoyan had set foot in such a desolate land. She was at a loss and didn't know what to do. After all, she was a girl, a flower in a greenhouse. She had never experienced something like this before. Her eyes reddened, and she had the urge to cry. "You're a man. Why are you acting like a girl? You're just lost in the wilderness." Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head when he saw Ling Luoyan's pitiful appearance. At this time, Gu Fei still couldn't tell that Ling Luoyan was a girl. Even though he had smelled a faint fragrance when he hugged her last night, and she was very light, it didn't take much effort for him to carry her. Gu Fei pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "All right, although we don't know where we are, I still have a way to return to the river." "What way?" Ling Luoyan hurriedly asked. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. "A stupid way. The place we are at now should be no more than 200 li from the river, and the river flows from the north to the south, passing through the 800 li of Yunmeng Mountain. Then we can use this place as a starting point and walk 200 li in a straight line to the east and west. Won't we be able to return to the river then?" Gu Fei said seriously. 200 li in the east and west? You're joking, right? Ling Luoyan said in shock. This was a primitive forest. Even if they didn't die, they would be half dead if they walked a few hundred li on foot. Even if it was a broad road, the soles of their shoes would be worn through after walking a few hundred li. Wouldn't their legs be crippled? Ling Luoyan couldn't help but feel her heart palpitate when she thought of this. "Do I look like I'm joking to you? Unless you have a better way, this is the only way," Gu Fei said in a bad mood. If it was up to his character, he wouldn't even want to return to the river. He would just walk in this primitive forest and keep heading south. There should be quite a number of fierce beasts in the mountains, and he could fight with them as he hurried along. When he reached the southern wilderness, his cultivation would definitely improve by a lot. A comfortable life would make people lazy, and this wasn't what Gu Fei wanted. Only by constantly being in danger would his cultivation improve. Only with pressure would there be progress, and he had to constantly maintain that fierce spirit of improvement. Ling Luoyan couldn't help but be startled when she heard this. She really couldn't think of any other way at the moment. "Why don't you wait for me here? I'll go scout the way. Once I've confirmed the direction, I'll come back to pick you up," Gu Fei said to Ling Luoyan when he saw her hesitation. "No, I don't want to stay here." In a moment of desperation, Ling Luoyan went forward and tightly grabbed onto Gu Fei's arm. Her face was full of panic. It was no wonder that she was afraid. In this primitive forest, there was no lack of all kinds of fierce beasts. How could a girl dare to stay in such a place alone? "All right, then which direction should we go first?" Gu Fei asked. East and west, the chances of returning to the river were 50-50ths. "You said we should go in that direction." How could Ling Luoyan have any ideas? Everything would be decided by Gu Fei. The sun rises in the east, so let's go east. Gu Fei looked at the sun in the east and said in a low voice, "Let's go." Since the decision was made, Gu Fei's figure flashed, and he headed east. "Ah, wait!" Ling Luoyan hurriedly shouted and chased after him. Walking in the endless primitive forest, Gu Fei would often see some broken bones, but most of them belonged to large herbivores. For example, when he walked through a swamp with lush water plants, he would see a few 10-meter-long and several-meter-tall elephant skeletons lying in the water plants, or a few bull skeletons scattered among the rocks. However, Gu Fei also found some unknown giant skeletons scattered in the forest. They looked especially terrifying as they were hidden in the forest grass. He became much more cautious because this unknown beast bone could very well have been left behind by those extremely ferocious beasts. It would not make sense if there were no ferocious beasts in such a primeval forest. However, Gu Fei did not encounter any particularly ferocious beasts after traveling for dozens of miles in the primeval forest. This surprised Gu Fei. Fierce beasts might be nightmarish existences to others, but to Gu Fei, they were his whetstones. Gu Fei would learn a lot of fighting techniques that would be beneficial to him during his fights with the dire beasts. Hey, do you know how many miles we've walked? At the foot of a hill, Ling Luoyen sat down on a rock, took out a large red fruit from her bosom, and took a bite. There were many unknown fruits in the primitive forest, but Ling Luoyen only dared to pluck some familiar ones to fill her stomach. She had plucked quite a few along the way. Gu Fei turned around and saw that Ling Luoyen had stopped. He stopped moving forward and walked to a large tree, leaning his back against the trunk. Then he took out a bamboo tube from his waist, pulled out the stopper, and raised his head to drink a large mouthful of cool spring water. He had done this himself when he passed by a forest. After all, walking in the primitive forest without food was a small matter, but not without water was out of the question. It's still too early. According to my estimation, we haven't even walked 100 miles. Based on his experience of living in the mountains, Gu Fei knew that they had actually only walked a few dozen miles in this primitive forest. Of course, this was because they were carrying Ling Luoyen, who was as weak as a girl. Gu Fei thought that Ling Luoyen, a disciple of an aristocratic family, was pampered since childhood, but he did not know that this handsome young master in front of him was not a man. What? How can this be? Hearing Gu Fei's words, Ling Luoyen immediately screamed. Then, when can we get out of this damn place? Ling Luoyen wailed. Roar! At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from the depths of the mountain in front of them. The sound was deafening, and it pierced through metal and rocks, causing chaos in the depths of the mountain. Thump! 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 It was as if a huge creature was running. The heavy footsteps hit the ground, causing the forest in front of them to tremble. The heavy footsteps quickly approached the two of them. Not good. Gu Fei was also shaken by this sudden roar, causing his blood to surge. His body trembled, and his eardrums almost ruptured. He threw the bamboo tube in his hand and leaped towards Ling Luoyen, who was still in a daze with lightning speed. He grabbed her under his ribs, jumped onto the top of the tree, and left like the wind. Chapter 86. Gu Fei carried Ling Luoyen and sprinted for 20 to 30 kilometers, leaving the unknown savage beast's territory. Only then did he stop beside a small stream. He put down the still shocked Ling Luoyen. Gu Fei looked around and realized that this was a rare place with picturesque scenery. The mountain spring water converged into a small stream. The water was so clear that one could see the bottom, and one could vaguely see some unknown fish swimming in the stream. The surroundings of the small stream were covered with wisterias. All sorts of flowers bloomed beautifully. The fragrance of the flowers lingered in the air, giving one a refreshing feeling. In addition, there was the pleasant chirping of birds coming from the branches of the large trees beside the small stream. This was definitely a good place to rest. The tall trees blocked the scorching sun in the sky, and there was a large area of shade under the trees. Gu Fei sat down on the protruding root of a huge tree. He still had lingering fear in his heart. That savage beast just now was the most powerful savage beast he had ever seen. Even a transcending mortality realm cultivator would have to retreat if they met this savage beast. What was that? Ling Luoyen was so shocked that her face turned pale, and she asked with a trembling voice. Although she hadn't seen what that thunderous roar looked like, just the roar alone was enough to make one's heart tremble. One could imagine how terrifying that savage beast was. The 800 miles of Yunmeng Mountain is indeed not simple. It actually has such a powerful savage beast, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He didn't answer Ling Luoyan's question, as he was also frightened. Just now, they had unknowingly barged into the territory of a terrifying savage beast. I don't want to stay in this godforsaken place anymore. Hurry up and think of a way to get us out of here. Ling Luoyan had witnessed the cruel law of the jungle this time, and it could only be described as ghastly. Humph! How can you see the rainbow without going through a storm? If you can't even endure such a small pain, how can you step into the ranks of the strong? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. The performance of this ridiculously handsome youth in front of him, who had white teeth and red lips, made him a little disappointed. Were all aristocratic family disciples this week? Gu Fei couldn't help but think of Wang Yuanji, who often bullied him in the past. Wang Yuanji was a fellow who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When Gu Fei's cultivation was low, he would bully Gu Fei as he pleased, but once Gu Fei's cultivation increased by leaps and bounds, he no longer dared to find trouble with Gu Fei. However, Dongfang Chen was also a descendant of an aristocratic family, and he was a decent opponent. It seemed that not all aristocratic family disciples were mediocre. Gu Fei looked at the sky. After a round of torment, the sun was already high in the sky. It was noon. Fei thought, Luoyan, and Gu Fei, and Gu Fei, Luoyan, Gu Fei. Ling Luoyan glared at Gu Fei and said loudly, who said that to become an expert, one has to be a savage in the mountains. Hee, if you want to leave this place quickly and return to your comfortable ship, there's actually another way. Gu Fei suddenly looked at Ling Luoyan with an evil smile. What do you want to do? Ling Luoyan asked. Hee, if you want to leave this place quickly and return to your comfortable ship, there's actually another way. Gu Fei suddenly looked at Ling Luoyan with an evil smile. What do you want to do? When Ling Luoyan saw Gu Fei's expression, she subconsciously tightened her clothes and shrunk back a little. Gu Fei walked towards Ling Luoyan with an evil smile and reached out to grab her. Don't! Ling Luoyan was afraid and immediately dodged. Don't my ass! Gu Fei cursed in a low voice, then used one hand to clamp Ling Luoyan under his ribs. His feet stepped on the ground, and he flew up, jumping onto the crown of a nearby tree. So he wasn't up to no good. Ling Luoyan couldn't help but blush as she thought of this, revealing an infinite amount of shyness. Moreover, she was dressed as a man, so compared to when she was dressed as a woman, it added a different charm. Tui, what am I thinking? So embarrassing. However, deep in Ling Luoyan's heart, she also felt a little disappointed, as if Gu Fei didn't do what she had expected. The thoughts of a girl were really hard to fathom. She obviously wanted to do it, but once it really happened, she would reject it. Was a woman's heart really like a needle at the bottom of the sea? Gu Fei clamped Ling Luoyan under his ribs and stepped on the crown of the tree, flying towards the east. He didn't dare to pass through the territory of the unknown and terrifying beast, so he took a big detour and avoided it. Just the roar of the unknown beast was enough to shake the heavens and the earth, shaking one's soul. One could imagine how powerful the beast was. If he really met the beast head-on, Gu Fei would definitely die. Very quickly, Gu Fei and Ling Luoyan's figures disappeared into the forest. At dusk and sunset, a group of people traversed through the uninhabited primitive mountain forest. Walking in front were two men in green clothes who were wielding shining sabers in their hands. The two men waved the blades in front of them, chopping down the weeds and thorns in front of them, while the others were shouting someone's name. One of the shouts was slightly aged, but it was full of energy. It spread far and wide, echoing in the mountain ridges. It was much longer than the other's shouts, and it also traveled the furthest. The one who let out such a shout that was clearly different from the others was an ordinary old man with a head full of white hair and dressed in a small green gown. Grandad Zhong, Do you think Miss has been kidnapped by our enemies? Otherwise, why would she suddenly disappear? A young girl in an emerald green dress, dressed like a maid, said to the old man. Tears were already welling up in her eyes, as if they would roll down at any time. Her face was full of anxiety. Yes, with young Mrs. Marshall skills, who would be able to kidnap her without saying a word. There must be something fishy about this. Uncle Zhong said in a low voice, his expression extremely solemn. The identity of that Gu Fei has already been investigated. There is such a person in the Taishan sect, and he is an expert. With him, by young Mrs. side, no one can touch young Mississippi. Could it be? Uncle Zhong suddenly thought of a possibility, and his expression immediately became very ugly. When Gu Fei was discovered by young Miss and the others, he was seriously injured and floating in the river, unconscious. Could it be that the people who injured him had come looking for him again? If that was really the case, then young Miss would be in trouble. This group of dozens of people was the Haotian caravan that had entered the mountain to search for Ling Luoyan and Gu Fei, as well as Ling Luoyan's personal maids Xiao Chui, Xiao Yu, and the others. In fact, they did not enter the mountain with just one group. Instead, they had divided the hundreds of guards on the 3 large ships into 8 smaller groups and entered the Yunmeng Mountain from different directions to search for Ling Luoyan and Gu Fei. Unfortunately, after a night of searching, not only did they not find the 2, but they also lost 6 or 7 well-trained guards in the 8 groups. The primitive mountain forest was full of unknown dangers. Even though the guards of the Haotian caravan were all experienced and had extraordinary skills, it was difficult to avoid casualties. "Young miss, where are you?" Xiao Yu, who was wearing a light yellow dress, murmured with an anxious expression on her face. Xiao Chui and Xiao Yu were both Ling Luoyan's personal maids. If Ling Luoyan had really met with an accident, then they would definitely not survive. A group of people searched carefully while shouting loudly. However, only the echoes of the crowd could be heard in the mountain ridge, and there was no response from their Ling 13, Mississippi. Under Uncle Zhong's lead, this group of people crossed a slope, passed through some bushes, and walked into a piece of land. The group of guards carefully walked through the towering ancient forest in the piece of land with knives and swords in their hands. No one knew if there were any ferocious beasts or venomous insects hidden in the bushes or behind the trees. Among this group of people, 3 people had already lost their lives to the sharp claws and bloody mouths of the ferocious beasts that hid nearby and attacked people when they walked past. Kacha! Suddenly, someone stepped on a bone on the ground and crushed it. Everyone was startled and stopped. Seeing that there was nothing strange, the group continued forward. Kacha! Another sound of bones being stepped on was heard. There seemed to be many white bones hidden in the misty forest. At this moment, the crowd's shouts gradually weakened. As they walked further in, there were more and more skeletons of unknown animals scattered in the bushes. The white bones were ghastly. It was extremely terrifying. Soon, everyone could no longer shout because they seemed to have walked into an evil place. Someone discovered that among the white bones scattered on the ground, there were actually human skeletons. This place didn't seem right. Uncle Zhong frowned, and his face became incomparably dignified. At this moment, everyone felt that there was something wrong with this piece of forest. This piece of land was terrifyingly quiet, not to mention those small beasts. Even a bird couldn't be seen. The towering ancient trees in this piece of land were lush with leaves. Although it was dusk, it still looked gloomy and frightening. Clang! Even Xiao Chui and Xiao Yu pulled out the long swords from their waists and vigilantly looked around. Seeing that there were more and more skeletons on the ground, the blond youth waved his hand to stop everyone. "Uncle Zhong, the situation is not right. Let's retreat first and take a detour." Xiao Chui said to Uncle Zhong. Uncle Zhong glanced around and then made a hand gesture to stop everyone. This piece of land was really strange. There was no fiendish aura of the ferocious beasts in the forest. It seemed that there were no powerful beasts entrenched here. Everyone relaxed their hands and feet and slowly retreated, wanting to leave this piece of land. Puff! Suddenly, a ghastly white-boned claw stretched out from the leg of a guard wearing a green robe and holding a saber, and instantly grabbed the ankle of that guard. Ah! Foam! Chapter 87. No one knew when, but a layer of gray mist rose from the Pandee and shrouded the sky, causing the heaven and earth to darken. The sunlight of dusk could no longer shine into the Pandee. The sky was gray, as if a part of the world was pressing down, causing people to feel endless oppression. The dense forest of the Pandee was ghostly and extremely evil. The trees in the Pandee were originally very tall and lush. As a result, the light became even darker, as if the night had fallen. In the depths of the forest, there seemed to be spots of pale green ghost fire. There seemed to be a kind of creepy evil power that shrouded the entire Pandee. Be careful! Be on guard! The group of guards immediately cried out in alarm. Since that unlucky guard was suddenly pulled into the ground by the bone claw, everyone was inexplicably shocked and had goosebumps all over their bodies. Uncle Zhong, who was dressed in a green gown, looked around with a dignified expression. His eyes emitted rays of light like the stars in the night. A powerful aura appeared from his body. The ordinary old man, at this moment, became not ordinary anymore. Meanwhile, the two maids, Xiao Chui and Xiao Yu, who were beside him, were already frightened by the sudden change of events. They tightly grasped the long swords in their hands and looked around anxiously. Dozens of guards in embroidered clothes held weapons in their hands and formed a circle. They were nervous and vigilant as they slowly retreated from the path they came from. The guards of Haoqian Business Group were well trained. Even though they walked into such a dangerous place, they did not panic. However, at this moment, the surrounding ground suddenly surged like a wave. A scene that shocked everyone to the extreme appeared. They saw a skeleton struggling to stand up from the bone fragments and soil. The white skeleton was still considered complete. What was inconceivable was that it was actually moving as if it was alive. It opened its two skeletal arms and pounced towards the crowd. The white bone claws were like 10 sharp bone spurs. If one was scratched by it, there would definitely be 10 bloody holes in one's flesh and blood. Xiao Chui, Xiao Yu, take the people and retreat first. Uncle Zhong said in a deep voice. At the same time, he took a step forward. A violent force immediately penetrated into the ground from his feet. Boom! The ground suddenly shook, and the white skeleton that was pouncing towards them was immediately blown away, disintegrating into thousands of pieces in the air. The broken pieces of bone shot out in all directions. The other skeletons that were breaking through the soil and crawling out of the ground were immediately shaken to pieces or suppressed underground and crushed into pieces by the soil. This secular world warrior showed his powerful side. Although he didn't grasp the true profound meaning of martial arts, Uncle Zhong had refined his muscles and bones. His strength was strong enough to be comparable to a practitioner in the third heavenly layer. Unfortunately, his cultivation would stop here for the rest of his life, and he would not be able to advance any further. In a situation where he did not receive the true inheritance, this Uncle Zhong was actually able to train his body to such a strong state with such a simple martial technique. This was truly an anomaly. After all, only those who had truly touched the threshold of martial arts could be called a true expert. For example, those guards only knew some fighting techniques. Once they were proficient in those techniques, they would be much stronger than ordinary people. However, in the eyes of a true expert, those techniques were merely showy but impractical, not up to standard. Martial arts had declined, and the profound things had long been lost. The martial arts that were widely spread in the world only had the form, and there was no spirit inside. No matter how refined the external moves were, they could only play the role of tempering the muscles and bones. Uncle Jean took a step forward and shattered more than 10 skeletons that were crawling out of the ground. Then he punched out, and the rolling fist strength surged forward. The sound of kacha, kacha was incessant. More than 10 skeletons that were rushing over were immediately swept away by the fist strength. They disintegrated and collapsed in the air, and a piece of white bone sprinkled down from the sky. The scene was extremely shocking. Roar! Kill! Fight! In an instant, dozens of guards who had formed a circle roared and brandished the weapons in their hands. They clashed with the white skeletons that were pouncing on them. A great battle broke out. Suddenly, the shadows of swords and knives flashed in the forest. The cold light reflected off the swords, and knives flickered in the forest. Pung! A cold light flashed, and a skeleton was chopped into 2 halves. The bones scattered on the ground. Bang! One of the skulls was sent flying, and with a kacha sound, it smashed into the sternum of a skeleton that was pouncing on him from behind, and got stuck in that skeleton's chest. Then that skeleton was kicked to pieces. Those skeletons weren't as terrifying and powerful as they had imagined. The fear in the hearts of the guards immediately subsided. Their spirits were greatly aroused. They shouted and brandished the weapons in their hands and ruthlessly hacked those skeletons that were rushing over. Soon, a layer of broken bones and broken skulls was spread under everyone's feet. Everyone slowly moved out of the forest. However, there were still skeletons crawling out from the ground. It seemed like there was a strange power that was summoning these skeletons from the ground. In the forest, the shadows of ghosts collided. Not all of the skeletons crawled out from the ground. There were also some skeletons that walked out from the depths of the forest. While the skeletons were walking, their bones made a kacha, kacha sound, which made people's hair stand on end. Being surrounded by thousands of skeletons that were supposed to be buried in the yellow soil, there was no one who wouldn't be afraid. Swoosh! Xiao Chui pierced the skull of a white skeleton in front of her with her sword. She said to Uncle Jean with a pale face, "What should we do? These damn things seem to be endless." Wow! At this time, a tall guard's arm was grabbed by the sharp claws of a skeleton. He was dragged out of the circle. "Help! I don't want to die." The guard brandished the single blade in his hand in terror, chopping the skeleton that had dragged him into the crowd of skeletons. He wanted to rush back to the group, but he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. A bloody bony claw had pierced through his back. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and his eyes instantly lost their luster. After that, the guard was pounced on by the skeletons that surged from all directions, and he was forcefully torn into pieces. The scene was extremely bloody. All of this happened in a short moment. Even if everyone wanted to save him, it was already too late. Send a signal. Gather the people nearby to help. Seeing this, Uncle Zhong's eyes couldn't help but turn red. This group of guards that followed Ling Luoyan was personally trained by him. Every one of them was an elite, and they weren't any weaker than the veterans that had survived hundreds of battles. Yes, Servant Xiao Yu immediately took out a signal flare from her bosom, lit the fuse, and with a pong sound, a fist-sized fireball immediately shot up into the sky, rushing towards the layer of hazy fog in the sky. With a loud pong sound, that fireball exploded in the sky tens of feet high. A fireball that was like a brilliant firework appeared in the sky. Even though it was dusk and the sky was still bright, the light that the fireball emitted was extremely eye-catching, and it didn't extinguish for a long time. In particular, that loud bang could be clearly heard within a radius of dozens of miles. The person who designed this kind of signal flare seemed to have considered the possibility of using it during the day. Even if the fireworks in the sky couldn't be seen, the sound could still be heard. The sound traveled tens of miles, and when the people nearby heard it, they would also gather in the direction of the sound. Chapter 88. The ghastly white skeletons seemed to have received some sort of summons when this extremely evil ghost howl rang out. They fought to be the first to pounce at the crowd. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, looking much more ferocious than before. The sound of the white bones colliding and the movement of the joints was extremely ear-piercing. Outside the defensive circle formed by the crowd, there were skeletons everywhere. What greeted their eyes was a dazzling white, densely packed together. Although these skeletons couldn't be said to be endless, there were at least 8,000 of them, if not 10,000. This was simply invincible. Uncle Jean was secretly shocked. He knew that if he delayed any longer, he would either be torn apart by the thousands of white skeletons or be exhausted and die of exhaustion. Skeletons were not humans. These evil creatures did not know what exhaustion was. However, humans were different. Their physical strength was limited. The fierce killing and waving of the weapons in their hands consumed their physical strength. If they could not break out of the encirclement of the white skeletons, they would die after their strength was exhausted. Which divine emperor of Black Voodoo cult is here? Please come out and meet me. Uncle Jean smashed dozens of skeletons that were charging at him with one punch and shouted loudly. He knew that he had fallen into someone's ambush. Someone had calculated the place that they must pass, set up an ambush, opened the pocket, and waited for them to walk into the encirclement. This made Uncle Jean, who was extremely experienced, very frightened. Uncle Jean's shout was filled with vigorous true chi. His voice was transmitted far away, echoing in this gloomy place. Hee. I didn't expect someone to know about the existence of our Black Voodoo cult. This is really surprising. As soon as Uncle Jean finished speaking, a cold voice that was even more unpleasant than the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves came from the depths of the Pandee. It's really the people of Black Voodoo cult. We're in trouble. Hearing the voice coming from the depths of the Pandee, Uncle Jean felt a chill down his spine. Black Voodoo cult was an extremely mysterious evil cult. Legend had it that the Black Voodoo cult could punish ghosts and gods. These thousands of skeletons. It seemed that the legends about Black Voodoo cult on the continent were not groundless, but this Black Voodoo cult has disappeared from the world for 200 to 300 years. Why would such a powerful person suddenly appear in this cloud mist mountain? Granddad Jean was astonished. While he was pondering, his hands and feet didn't stop moving. He repeatedly blasted out palm force that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, shattering the skeletons that ferociously pounced at him. My Clear Sky Merchant group has no enmity with your Black Voodoo cult in the past. Why did you attack us? Count Jean said solemnly. After confirming the other party's identity, he could no longer maintain his composure. A sinister sneer came from the depths of the ground. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. I want that thing on you. That Black Voodoo cult demon was hiding on the ground and controlling thousands of white skeletons to madly attack Uncle Jean's group. However, he didn't show himself. Moreover, his voice was erratic, making it hard to determine where he was coming from. Humph! I don't have what you want on me. Hearing this, Uncle Jean's expression immediately changed, and he said loudly, "If that's the case, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. You will have no regrets dying in the hands of my ancestor White Bones." the unpleasant, ghostly voice immediately resounded. Its words were filled with cold, killing intent. At this point of time, everyone had been fighting against those white skeletons that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at them from all directions. They were already exhausted, except for Grandad Zhong, who had a profound cultivation base and was able to launch powerful palm strikes. All the guards were already covered with wounds. Even the dresses worn by the two maidservants, Xiao Chui and Xiao Yu, were torn by those skeletons in a few places. Wah! Ah! A few more screams were heard as several guards were pulled out from the crowd. In an instant, they were torn into pieces by the sharp claws of the white skeletons. The scene was extremely bloody. These thousands of skeletons were extremely evil. They clearly didn't have any signs of life or even soul fluctuations, but they could still move and attack people. Black voodoo cult's methods were truly terrifying. They didn't even let the dead go. Rip! A sharp claw tore a long hole in the clothes on Uncle Zhong's back, revealing the skin inside. Roar! Uncle Zhong roared angrily. With a backhand palm, he smashed the skeleton that attacked him from behind into pieces. He was inexplicably shocked and angry. These skeletons were not afraid of being destroyed at all. They rushed forward without any scruples. Even if they were smashed into pieces, there were still other skeletons that continued to attack. It was extremely strenuous to deal with them. Suddenly, a hearty laughter resounded from deep within the mountain and spread far away. This laughter came so suddenly that not only Grandpa Zhong's group, but also the black voodoo cult demon, who had been hiding in the forest all this time, was greatly surprised. A little demon dares to call himself an ancestor? How laughable! After that, a voice resounded from within the forest, and it was filled with undisguised disdain. Hearing this voice, the guards who were fighting desperately with the white skeletons didn't have any reaction. However, Uncle Zhong, Little Chui, and Little Yu were delighted. At this critical moment, that person actually appeared. Who are you? The black voodoo cult demon, who called himself Ancestor, White Bones, hiding in the dense forest, was shocked and angry. It seemed that he was quite afraid of the person who suddenly spoke. The entire place had been covered by his strange, evil art. He didn't even notice that the person had come in from outside. This was enough to prove one thing. That person was stronger than him. How dare you look down on me? You're courting death. The black voodoo cult's ancestor, White Bones, seemed to be furious. He let out an extremely sharp and angry shout. A light green demonic smoke floated out of the dense forest. The flowers and grass that came into contact with this smoke immediately withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone, hold your breath. Don't breathe. Seeing that, Grandad Zhong was shocked at once. He hurriedly shouted at those guards. Obviously, the light green mist that spread out from the dense forest was a kind of extremely poisonous thing. At this moment, the white skeletons that were attacking the guards actually stopped for a moment. Then, like a tide, they quickly retreated in all directions. The movements of these skeletons were neat and orderly, as if they were a well-trained army of White Bones. How did he do it? Everyone was inexplicably surprised. Uncle Zhong was even more shocked. The black voodoo cult's ancestor, White Bones, was really frightening. The scattered white skeletons quickly moved through the forest. However, there were still thousands of skeletons that surrounded Uncle Zhong and the others and could attack them at any time. Chapter 89. That person has appeared. Miss must be nearby. Xiao Chui, who was already drenched in sweat, whispered happily to Xiao Yu, who was standing beside her with a sword in her hand. The two maids were obviously not ordinary people. They had strong combat strength, but after the battle, their clothes were torn and their hair was disheveled. You're right, but Let's talk after we get out of this damn place. Xiao Yu glanced at the white skeletons that surrounded them, and the hand that was holding the sword couldn't help but tighten. Roar! Come out! How dare you look down on me? You must be prepared to die. The voice of the White Bones ancestor was like that of an owl. He roared again and again. His sharp voice seemed to penetrate everyone's eardrums, making them feel uncomfortable. I'm right beside you, but you can't see me. Who can you blame? The voice sounded again. The White Bones ancestor only had time to let out an extremely frightened cry. Then, everyone saw a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out of the dense forest, and a turbulent wave of yuan qi surged out of the forest. Don't! Then a gloomy and terrifying wave spread out. The White Bones ancestor seemed to be in big trouble, and it seemed that someone was attacking him. Die! Suddenly, the golden light turned into a raging flame and suddenly burst out of the forest. Wherever the flame passed, not only were the trees instantly burned to ashes, but also the wandering skeletons in the forest. The light green demonic fog was burned by the flame, turned into a wisp of green smoke, and dissipated with the wind. In the depths of the dense forest, within a radius of 20 to 30 feet, everything turned into a sea of fire. The flame burned the sky, and all the visible and invisible things were all swept into the raging flame that seemed like a heavenly fire. Although Grandad Zhong and the others were far away, they could still feel an extremely hot airflow blowing on their faces. That high temperature burned their skin to the point of pain. Wah! A short but extremely shrill scream was heard. Vaguely, a person in a black robe could be seen struggling in the raging flame a few times, and then was swept up by a burst of fire and burned to ashes. Wow! With a sound, the thousands of white skeletons that surrounded Uncle Zhong and the others seemed to lose some kind of power, and all fell down. Looking at the white skeletons on the ground, the guards were all shocked. That black voodoo cult guy died. Killed by someone? The raging flame that erupted from the depths of the dense forest seemed to quickly retreat after burning the black-robed person and disappeared in an instant. Only the area that was burned was still smoking. Just as the raging flames burned the black-robed demon into ashes, in the depths of a nameless mountain in the Tunglong continent, there was a temple built with black stones. One of the 4 jade-green ghost flames that were being worshipped on the altar was suddenly extinguished for no reason. Then, an angry roar came from a gloomy swamp a dozen miles away from the temple. A huge figure rose up from the depths of the swamp that was shrouded in black fog like a devil. Who? Who dares to kill my people? A cold voice came from the depths of the swamp. The black fog that shrouded the swamp immediately shook, and a huge demonic shadow appeared and disappeared in the black fog, emitting an endless amount of fiendish and evil aura. The black mist on the periphery of the swamp was swept away. Within the swamp, the pitch-black muddy water was tumbling, constantly bubbling with a fishy smell. Skeletons were floating in the ink-like, muddy water. Whoosh! A figure flashed in front of everyone, and a young man dressed in white was already standing in front of them. Gufei? Uncle Zhong blurted out as soon as he saw the young man. The young man dressed in white who appeared in front of everyone was Gufei. The signal flame that the mage Xiao Yu had sent out had attracted Gufei. Gufei didn't think that a demon from the black voodoo cult would force Uncle Zhong and the others into a desperate situation. It seemed that it was because of something on Uncle Zhong's body. Of course, Gufei had no interest in that thing on Uncle Zhong's body. He was focused on cultivation, and what he was most afraid of was being tempted by the outside world, which would shake his courageous heart. Gufei, where's our miss? Seeing that the mysterious person who killed the demon in the depths of the forest was Gufei, Xiao Chui was happy at first, but then she hurriedly asked, HM? What's your miss? Could it be? Gu Fei's expression immediately darkened. His eyes shot out a sharp light as he stared at Xiao Chui. He wasn't stupid. If he still didn't know what had happened at this time, then he really was stupid to the extreme. Under Gu Fei's sharp gaze, Xiao Chui's heart couldn't help but tremble. It was as if she was being stared at by a terrifying beast. A chill rose from the bottom of her heart, and her entire body shivered. Oh no! Standing next to Xiao Chui, Uncle Zhong immediately cursed inwardly. He had lived for most of his life, and it could be said that he had one foot in the grave. How could he not know of Gu Fei's current situation? He couldn't help but secretly raise his guard. He was afraid that Gu Fei would become enraged and attack everyone. That would be a disaster. Even Black Voodoo cult's forefather, White Bones, had been killed by Gu Fei in an instant. Who else here could be a match for him? At this time, the maid Xiaoyu was also secretly shocked. This Gu Fei definitely thought that their miss was deliberately deceiving him and hiding her identity as a female. Right now, no one knew how Gu Fei would react after learning that Ling Luoyan was a female. The feeling of being kept in the dark, or even deceived, was definitely not a good one. All right, you. Gu Fei's sharp gaze swept across the faces of Uncle Zhong, Xiao Chui, Xiaoyu, and the others. His expression was frighteningly dark. Poof! Gu Fei's right hand tightened, and the sinister little white bone banner in his hand immediately started burning. Creak, 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 creak. The little banner let out a sound like oil being squeezed as it burned. A layer of demonic light surged out, and there seemed to be layers of illusions dissipating within the light. In an instant, the demonic energy inside the little white bone banner was refined by the fierce flames, and the little white bone banner instantly turned into ashes. The moment the little white bone banner turned into ashes, the thousands of white skeletons lying on the ground in the forest, in the grass, all silently turned into a pile of bone powder at the same time. Everyone stared at this scene in shock. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Everyone could feel the violent, fiendish aura from Gu Fei's body. This white bone banner was probably the evil object that forefather White Bones used to control the thousands of skeletons. However, Gu Fei had instantly refined it with the pure yang true fire of the 5 elements. Humph! Gu Fei sneered, turned around, and left. He covered 30 meters with each step and disappeared into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. Chapter 90. Gu Fei's sudden departure left the group of green-clothed guards at a loss. Actually, most of these guards had never seen Gu Fei before, so they didn't know about the relationship between Gu Fei and their Mississippi. Most of them were curious about Gu Fei's sudden appearance. Sigh. After a while, Uncle Zhong let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, "Such a person, what a pity!" It wasn't clear whether he felt that it was a pity that he didn't make friends with people from the Taoist sect, or that it was a pity that Gu Fei and their miss had a misunderstanding. In short, Gu Fei was obviously angry. "Let's go." Uncle Zhong looked in the direction where Gu Fei disappeared and walked out of the land. This time, they had entered the mountain to search for Ling Luoyan and Gu Fei, and they had suffered a great loss, especially the death of more than 10 green-clothed guards. It made Uncle Zhong's heart ache. It took a lot of time, blood, sweat, and money to nurture an outstanding guard. When Uncle Zhong and the rest walked out of the land, they saw that there were more than 100 people gathered at the foot of the hill in front of them. Most of these people were green-clothed guards with weapons hanging on their waists. These guards, under the leadership of 2 yellow-clothed commanders, were anxiously looking in the direction of the land. In front of the 2 yellow-clothed guards stood a calm and handsome young man. This young man's eyes were as beautiful as a painting, and his fine black hair draped over his shoulders. As he looked around, he was a breathtaking sight. This young man was Ling Luoyan, who was disguised as a man. With Gu Fei's help, he should be able to rescue Uncle Zhong, Xiao Chui, Xiao Yu, and the rest who were trapped inside, so she wasn't worried. Ling Luoyan saw Uncle Zhong, Xiao Chui, and Xiao Yu walking out of the land with a group of guards, and immediately greeted them with a smile. The two yellow-clothed guard commanders hurriedly brought their men and followed. "That's great. All of you are fine," Ling Luoyan said with a smile. However, when she looked around, it seemed that one person was missing. "Where's Gu Fei?" Ling Luoyan couldn't help but be startled when she saw that Gu Fei wasn't among the people that came out from the dense forest, and then she hurriedly asked Uncle Zhong, Xiao Chui, and the others. Grandpa Zhong didn't know what to say when he saw his mistress's anxious look. No one expected that Gu Fei would leave. Miss Gu Fei." Xiao Chui was so frightened that she wanted to say something, but stopped. Her eyes were fixed on her toes, not daring to make eye contact with Ling Luoyan. "Xiao Chui, tell me what's going on." Ling Luoyan's voice turned cold when she saw Xiao Chui's expression, and her face seemed to be covered by a layer of frost. "Miss, I was anxious. Gu Fei, he already knows that you are a girl." After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chui clenched her teeth and told her the reason why Gu Fei had left. "What?" When Ling Luoyan heard this, she was immediately shocked. Her body swayed, and she involuntarily took a step back. What should we do?" Ling Luoyan panicked and lost her composure, not knowing what to do. Xiao Chui and Xiao Yu had never seen their mistress so flustered before. They couldn't help but look at each other as they thought, could it be that the mistress has fallen in love with that Gu Fei? At this moment, Gu Fei had already walked out of the dense forest from another direction. After leaving the people of Haotian Business Group, he felt like a fish returning to the sea and a bird returning to the woods. That's really preposterous. I treat people with sincerity, but I was fooled by them. This is really humph. When Gu Fei thought of being deceived by Ling Luoyan in men's clothing, he couldn't help feeling irritated. That's good too. As long as I follow the people of Haotian Business Group, I can also reach Dragon Emperor City in the southern wilderness. The mutual deception in the secular world is really annoying. After saying this, Gu Fei flashed into the mountain ahead. Gu Fei was focused on cultivation. How could he be used to the conduct of secular people? Moreover, Ling Luoyan had deceived him. He also didn't want to travel with the people of Haotian Business Group. Gu Fei's thoughts were very simple. If he wanted to do something, he would do it without any worldly restraints. On the other hand, Ling Luoyan and the others had to consider many things. Sometimes they couldn't even control themselves. As a result, they couldn't focus on cultivation. This was also the reason why most experts stayed in the woods. Only by distancing themselves from the worries and restraints of the secular world and wholeheartedly immerse themselves in cultivation could they break through the difficulties on the path of cultivation and become one of the experts. Since Gu Fei refused to meet her, Ling Luoyan couldn't do anything about it. She could only lead her subordinates and dejectedly return to the small pier by the Swallow River. The 3 ships were 20 to 30 meters long, 70 to 80 meters wide, and 3 stories high. The decorations inside were classical, but not luxurious. Moreover, there were hidden aero pavilions on the ships. There were people on guard 24 hours a day. If there was an enemy attack, they could shoot arrows at any time. Although they weren't armed to the teeth, they were more than enough to deal with the bandits who were active in the waterways of Yunmeng Mountain. It seemed that no bandits dared to attack the ships of Haotian Business Group. Ling Luoyan was obviously in a bad mood. After returning to the ship, she locked herself in her room. Even Xiao Chui and Xiao Yu, her 2 personal maids, weren't allowed to enter. The two maids could only guard outside the door and await her orders at any time. Ling Luoyan's disappearance had thrown the entire caravan into chaos. After she'd safely returned, the entire caravan had started preparing to set sail the next day. Hence, from nightfall onwards, one could see green-clothed guards hurrying about on the 3 ships anchored at the pier. These cyan-clothed guards busied themselves until late at night before stopping. The cyan-clothed guards were in charge of the inventory of the goods and the supplies on the ships. The bright moon shone high in the sky, and the sound of water lapping against the sides of the ship could be heard. The pier was very peaceful in the middle of the night. The 3 ships and the other ships anchored at the pier were all brightly lit. All the ships that dared to travel along the waterway of Yunmeng Mountain hired some bodyguards and warriors. No one knew if they would encounter those ferocious bandits on this waterway. Uncle Zhong's room on the ship had its doors and windows tightly shut. Light shone through the window, but it was blocked by a layer of paper. It was a different scene inside the room. The candlelight swayed, and the room was brightly lit. Although it wasn't as bright as day, it wasn't much different. At this moment, the white-haired old man, Uncle Zhong, was sitting at a table in the middle of the room. He nervously took out a rectangular brocade box from his pocket. The brocade box wasn't big. It was only 3 fingers wide and 2 thick. Uncle Zhong carefully held the brocade box and placed it on the table in front of him. The way he held it made it seem as if he was holding the entire world in his hands. Chapter 91. How could such a small brocade box be so extraordinary? Even being sealed by talisman, it still gave out a faintly ferocious chi, which was really creepy. "What's in this box?" Granddad Zhong muttered. He didn't know the existence of this brocade box until he set off. Additionally, it was the clan head who ordered him to take the brocade box with him and give it to the owner of the brocade box when he arrived at Dragon Emperor City in South Wilderness. Granddad Zhong was the one with the highest cultivation base among the caravan, heading for South Wilderness. He was already a rare powerhouse in the secular world. It indicated that the head of Ling clan attached great importance to the item in this box. Granddad Zhong gazed at the small brocade box on the table in front of him for quite a while before putting it away in his private pocket meticulously. However, when Granddad Zhong put away the brocade box, he suddenly changed his face. Closely after that, he punched towards the window in front of him on the right. Bang! Under the impact of Granddad Zhong's extremely powerful palm strength, the window instantly turned into sawdust and scattered in all directions. Vaguely, a black shadow flashed and disappeared outside the window. Whoosh! Granddad Zhong darted out of the broken window like an arrow. Under the moonlight, a black shadow was walking on the misty river in the distance. In a split second, the black shadow disappeared over the river. Dandelion, what a guy! At the sight of this scene, Granddad Zhong couldn't help but admire this guy's lightness skill. Only by the buoyancy of his skin he could treat the billows as flat land. At this moment, rapid footsteps drifted from the surroundings. Soon, 7 to 8 people had arrived. They were guards in cyan clothes who came here to check after hearing the noise. "It's okay here, you can leave now." At the sight of these guards, Granddad Zhong couldn't help but frown as he waved his hand towards them. Only he knew about the brocade box. Even Ling Luoyan didn't know that he was carrying such a brocade box. It was top secret. "Yes, sir." The 7 or 8 guards immediately bowed to Uncle Zhong and then retreated. When these guards saw the broken window behind Uncle Zhong, although they were bewildered, they immediately retreated. These guards were also very clear about what they could know and what they could ask. Even if they knew something, they had to pretend they didn't know. They couldn't say it, let alone ask. After the guard left, Grandpa Zhong couldn't help looking at the direction where the man in black disappeared and murmured, "Who was that?" He didn't need to ask to know that the person peeping outside the window was definitely after the small brocade box in his arms. What was inside the box? Uncle Zhong's curiosity rose rapidly. Why did so many people come for it? First, it was Black Voodoo cult's forefather White Bones, and now this mysterious person. It seemed that this box had an unknown secret, and many people wanted it. Grandpa Zhong pondered for a while, but he still couldn't think of a reason, so he turned around and jumped into the room through the broken window. He also knew how to ride duckweed across water, but he didn't dare to chase after the mysterious person who came to spy on him and let him leave. That was because no one knew if that person was a bait to lure him into a trap that had been prepared by someone else in advance. This section of Yen River was 7 or 8 miles wide, and the surface of the river was shrouded in a thin layer of mist. A black shadow passed through the mist like a ghost and walked on the waves, heading to the other side of Yen River. Riding duckweed across water and walking on the waves was already shocking to ordinary people, but it wasn't anything special to true cultivators. It was a masked person wrapped in black clothes. From the shape of the figure, it was obvious that this person was a man. Soon, he crossed the river and jumped to the other side. He turned around and looked at the 3 ships that were faintly discernible in the mist. A light flashed through his eyes as he murmured to himself, "I didn't think that there would be an expert on that ship. It seems that it won't be easy to obtain that thing." Just as the masked man was about to turn around and leave, a white figure suddenly appeared behind him. This person had appeared so suddenly that it seemed as if he had appeared out of thin air. In an instant, the masked man's movements froze. He felt his scalp go numb as an extremely dangerous aura enveloped him, causing him to feel as if he had suddenly fallen into an ice cave. His entire body was ice cold. "Why did you spy on the Haotian caravan's ship?" The white figure behind the masked man stood there quietly without moving. However, the masked man could sense the threat of death when he sensed the presence of the white figure. The masked man knew that if he didn't answer, the person behind him would kill him without hesitation. This was undeniable. It's for something. In a situation where his life was seriously threatened, the masked man had to admit that the threat posed by the person behind him was too great. His life or death was in the hands of the other party. "What is it?" the man asked again. Although his tone was calm, there was an undeniable force in it. I don't know." The masked man's clothes were drenched in sweat, and his voice was trembling. The unparalleled pressure from the person behind him made him feel extremely terrified. "You don't know? Then you can die." The man in white took a step forward. Bang! The entire ground shook. Then his 5 fingers grabbed forward like steel hooks. No, the masked man was scared out of his wits. He pushed his feet against the ground and tried to rush forward. However, he was horrified to find that he couldn't move. It was as if he had been imprisoned by an unfathomable force. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move his feet at all. "Spare!" The masked man opened his mouth to beg for mercy, but it was already too late. He only felt the back of his neck tighten, and then heard a faint kacha sound. His consciousness fell into boundless darkness, and his head drooped down softly. The man in white had actually broken the masked man's neck in an instant. Then he waved his hand and threw the masked man's body into the river as if he was throwing a rotten sack. Plop! The masked man's body fell into the river and was instantly washed away by the water. What is that thing? So many people are targeting the Haotian caravan. The man in white muttered to himself. He suddenly looked at the 3 ships on the opposite side of the river. Chapter 92. Gu Fei did not go far. Instead, he wandered around the nearby mountains in an attempt to find some vicious beasts to practice with. However, he did not find any vicious beasts. Instead, he discovered a masked man spying on the Hautian caravan's ship. As a result, he decided to make a move. Although his karmic ties with the Hautian trading party had been severed, and he no longer owed them a favor, he could not ignore this matter since he had encountered it. That black voodoo cult's ancestor, White Bones, also wants something from the Hautian caravan. The faction behind this masked man is also after that item. What exactly is that item? Gu Fei could not help but feel curious. However, he did not want to get involved. Therefore, he turned and walked into the dense forest by the shore after killing the masked man. Perhaps it was because he was close to the pier and was in human contact, but Gu Fei did not find a single vicious beast worthy of his attention as he walked in the nearby mountains. What he did not know was that the Kingdom of Yen would soon send experts to the various piers along the waterway of the Yunming Mountains to eliminate the powerful vicious beasts in the nearby mountains, so that they would not threaten the normal operations of the piers. Therefore, how could there be any traces of vicious beasts in the mountains near the piers? For hours before dawn, Gu Fei arrived at a stone wall. He discovered that there was a smooth concave platform about 50 to 60 feet above the stone wall. The nearby forest was relatively dense, so he decided to rest there. Even the mountains near the piers were filled with endless danger in the dark of night. Resting on the cliff was a wise choice. Under the stone wall, Gu Fei abruptly pushed off the ground with both of his legs. His body shot into the sky like a sharp arrow, rising 200 feet into the air. Only then did the momentum of his upward charge dissipate. I can only reach this height without circulating the primal qi in my body. Gu Fei's mind spun, and he used up all of his momentum. His body paused for a moment and was about to fall, but Gu Fei's right foot tapped against the stone wall, and his body immediately shot up again. Just by relying on the explosive power of his muscles and bones, he could climb up this precipitous cliff like it was flat ground. Swish, swish, swish. After swaying a few times on the cliff, Gu Fei had already stepped onto the platform. His gaze swept across the area, and every detail of the platform was immediately reflected in his eyes. Not bad. Gu Fei nodded. This concave platform on the mountain wall was only 20 to 30 feet in circumference, but there was not a speck of dust on it, perhaps because of the wind and the sun. Gu Fei sat cross-legged with his back against the stone wall. The lights of the distant pier flickered. Under the shroud of darkness, he could vaguely see the ships docked at the pier. Tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves roamed the nearby forest from time to time. Occasionally, one or two roars could be heard. Gu Fei slightly closed his eyes and remained motionless. His entire body gradually relaxed. He did not circulate his cultivation method. Although the mountain was filled with endless plant essence qi, he did not guide the surrounding primal qi into his body. He just sat quietly, seemingly doing nothing. He allowed his thoughts to wander above the 9 heavens, drifting between heaven and earth. He was in a trance, as if he was half awake and half dreaming. Gu Fei gradually could not feel the passage of time. His thoughts were completely relaxed, and his mind gradually merged with nature. It was as if his body and mind had become one with the heaven and earth. He seemed to be able to hear the thoughts of the trees and flowers. He seemed to be able to feel the pulse of the heaven and earth. He himself seemed to have become a part of nature. In fact, humans were originally one of the myriad things in the world, a member of the heaven and earth. As humans grew, they would unknowingly break away from the heaven and earth. A gentle breeze blew, and all kinds of fragrances of plants floated up from the bottom of the cliff. At this time, Gu Fei entered into a state of forgetting himself and the world. The stars in the sky slowly faded, and light began to appear in the eastern horizon. The darkness that shrouded the earth gradually receded. When the first ray of sunlight shone from the horizon, Gu Fei withdrew from that mysterious state and then opened his eyes. Without deliberately cultivating, Gu Fei's mind had undergone a baptism, and his state of mind had been improved. Naturally, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer. This time, the improvement of his cultivation seemed to be a matter of course. On the path of cultivation, every insignificant improvement would accumulate, and at a certain time, it would naturally cause his cultivation to take a big step forward. Gu Fei stood up, and the temperament of his body seemed to have changed a little. He was no longer showing off, and his sharpness and killing intent had been greatly restrained. His body then had an otherworldly aura. Previously, Gu Fei was like a piece of jade that had not been polished. Although the quality was good, it was not revealed. But now, this piece of jade was being polished. Are they about to leave? Gu Fei's deep gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the void. On the distant pier, he could clearly see the people walking on the 3 big ships. Gu Fei directly jumped down from the cliff, and the speed of his body's fall became faster and faster. Boom! With a loud sound, the hard rocky ground was trampled into a pit half the depth of a person. The ground cracked and stone chips flew everywhere, about a height of 500 to 600 feet. Purely relying on my body, I can withstand the impact. When landing, Gu Fei secretly nodded. He was very satisfied with the strength of his body. If it was an ordinary person, even if they had iron bones, but if they jumped from such a height, even if their muscles, bones, and skin were not injured, their organs would be severely shaken, and it was inevitable that they would suffer internal injuries. The organs were the most vulnerable parts of a person's body. If they were shaken, it was easy to be injured. However, Gu Fei had already tempered his body to the point that the inside and outside were one. His organs were also strengthened, and they were as tough as skin and flesh. If I use Yuan Qi inner strength to reduce the weight of my body, then the speed of my body's fall will be reduced a lot. If I use a combat skill to reduce the force, I can fall from a height of 100 to 200 feet without relying on any external objects to reduce the force. Gu Fei was very clear about his own strength. After being tempered day and night, his body had become tough to an unimaginable extent. If he wanted to advance a step further, then he would have to refine his skin and flesh to the point of being brand new and completely reborn. Gu Fei walked out of the stone pit step by step. Having reached the awakened 8th celestial layer, his strength had increased by quite a bit. At the very least, he was confident that he could easily defeat Li Lingfeng, who had awakened 9th celestial layer. Chapter 93. As the sun rose in the east, the docks gradually became lively. Merchants traveling between the north and the south, pot-bellied ship owners, and fierce-looking guards with weapons shuttled back and forth on the docks. The wealthier a person was, the more he was afraid that others would harm him. Therefore, there were always murderous bodyguards around the rich. People came and went at the docks. After a whole night's rest, everyone was full of vigor and vitality. In the early morning, the people of the Haotian merchant group also started to get busy. Black-robed guards hurriedly walked on the ship. About an hour later, the Haotian merchant group's ship left the docks along with the other ships docked at the docks and headed south with the wind and the current. Gu Fei had already set off. He was not worried that the Haotian caravan's ships would disappear right under his nose. He went down the river alone. Furthermore, the terrain was steep and the forest was lush, so he went in that direction. For 2 days in a row, whenever the Haotian merchant group docked at the riverside docks at dusk, Gu Fei would go into the mountains to find the exotic beasts and fight them. Along the way, he indeed encountered a few exotic beasts in the mountains along the river and fought them. Tonight should be the last night. Gu Fei stood on the top of a mountain and gazed into the south. Under the starry sky, a huge river flowed through the endless primitive jungle. The terrain was flat, and there were no mountains or ridges. Although Gu Fei hadn't contacted the people of the Haotian merchant group in the past 2 days, he had vaguely heard their conversations. It would only take 1 day for the fleet to leave the cloudy mist mountain and arrive at Bluestone Town the next evening. One had to admit that the tongue-long continent was truly vast. Bluestone Town was only the periphery of the southern desolate region. It was still 1,000 miles away from the southern desolate region to the southern desolate Dragon Emperor City. Even the southern desolate Dragon Emperor City wasn't the center of the southern desolate region. The real center of the southern desolate region was the 100,000 mountain range, a truly boundless wilderness. The 100,000 mountain range was full of mysteries and unknown dangers. Legend had it that someone had seen the figures of primordial savage beasts in the 100,000 mountain range. Even void-controlling stage cultivators weren't willing to set foot in there. The 100,000 mountains, the Ruin Heaven realm. There's less than a month left until the Ruin Heaven realm opens. When Gu Fei thought about this, he couldn't help but frown. He had been separated from his sect members. He hoped to join the others in Dragon Emperor City as soon as possible. The people of the 3 major Taoist sects would meet each other in Dragon Emperor City before entering the innumerable huge mountains together. There was less than 1 month left. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be able to arrive at Dragon Emperor City within 1 month. Roar! At this moment, the roar of a ferocious beast suddenly rang out from the depths of the mountain ridge. Immediately, there was a strange movement in the depths of the mountain ridge. Then, countless night birds could be seen soaring into the sky, flying out from the mountain ridge, in front of them in a panic. All kinds of wild beasts also ran out of the mountain ridges. Among the fleeing beasts, there were a few behemoths. They were giant elephants that were 6 to 7 meters tall. Hundreds of beasts ran madly, trampling the ground, giving off rumbling sounds like muffled thunder. Standing on the top of the mountain, Gu Fei's eyes were as sharp as lightning bolts. He had already seen everything. He had long known that there was an extremely powerful exotic beast in the depths of the mountain ridge in the distance. All powerful exotic beasts had a common characteristic. They would leave a violent, ferocious, and tyrannical chi in the vicinity of their appearance, which would frighten all the beasts. Once such a fierce beast showed its might, it would definitely wreak havoc in all directions, causing all the beasts to flee in fear. Humph! I dare not challenge that savage beast in the depths of Yunming Mountain, but this fierce beast. An extremely sharp killing light flashed across Gu Fei's eyes. Then, he leaped up and rushed down the mountain. The distance of dozens of li seemed very short for Gu Fei. Soon, he appeared outside the mountain ridge. In front of him, there was a rumbling, muffled phenomenon. The ground was shaking as dozens of fierce beasts rushed out in a panic. With a smile, Gu Fei directly rushed up. Whoosh! He rushed into the herd of beasts in front of him like a gust of wind. Roar! A ferocious tiger pounced forward with its claws and fangs bared. However, it was only a foot away from Gu Fei when it was sent flying by a great force, crashing into the woods at the side. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a huge elephant charged toward Gu Fei like a moving mountain. The elephant's legs were like huge tree stumps, leaving a deep footprint on the ground with every step it took. Move aside. Gu Fei waved his right palm, and a powerful palm force surged out, sweeping towards the giant elephant. Rumble! The elephant let out a long hiss as it was actually flipped over by Gu Fei's palm. Its huge body tumbled to the side. Even its 2-meter-long tusks were broken during the tumbling, and many fierce beasts nearby were crushed to death. The herd of beasts was instantly thrown into chaos. The beasts roared and fled in all directions. However, the cause of all this, Gufei didn't care so much. Like a gust of wind, he rushed through the herd of beasts, knocking them all over the place, and directly rushed into the depths of the mountain ridge. On top of a huge boulder in the mountain ridge, a shocking scene was happening. A huge humanoid monster was roaring at the moon. Bang! 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 That huge demonic figure that was 6 to 7 meters tall was beating its chest like a thunderous war drum. This was a violent ape that emitted an endless fiendish aura. It had a huge demonic body, light yellow fur, a sinister head, and blood-red eyes. All of this made it look especially frightening. Roar! The violent ape let out an angry roar that shook the surroundings. The nearby forest trembled, causing tens of thousands of beasts to cry out in pain. The depths of the mountain ridge was once again in chaos. Good. As expected, he's not a bad opponent. A white figure walked out from the forest. With a single step, he covered 10 meters. His figure flickered continuously, and in the blink of an eye, he was near. Roar! Seeing that someone had actually barged into its territory, the violent ape on top of the huge rock immediately turned its ferocious head around. Its blood-colored eyes emitted an endless ominous glint as it viciously stared at the uninvited guest. Big guy, come. Let's have a spar. The person who came was Gufei. He directly arrived in front of the huge rock and stared at the violent ape that was the size of a small mountain. He spoke as if nothing had happened. Roar! It was unknown if the violent ape understood Gufei's words, but it let out an angry roar towards the sky. After that, it leaped up from the huge rock and fiercely pounced towards Gufei. It extended its huge claws. Clang! With a sound, 5 sharp, jet-black claws that were a foot long immediately shot out from its palms and clawed towards Gufei's head. The huge palm was like a mountain, and it created a fierce wind, causing Gufei to have a feeling of suffocation. The sharp claws were like swords, and they quickly slashed through the air, leaving behind 5 rays of black light. The sharp claws made Gufei feel as if he was facing 5 incomparably sharp swords. Good! Gufei let out a light shout. At the same time, he separated his legs, and his body suddenly sank. With a pa-li sound, the rocky ground beneath his feet immediately exploded. Chapter 94. Whew! An extremely strong gust of wind surged out from the point of contact between the fist and the claw. Immediately, sand and stones flew around Gufei. The sun and moon lost their light, and a circle of air waves surged out in all directions. The huge claws and Gufei's fist were not symmetrical at all. When the violent ape's claws opened up, it covered a radius of 2 meters, forming a sharp contrast with Gufei's fist. However, it was Gufei's seemingly weak fist that sent the violent ape's claw flying. Even the violent ape's body, which was like a small mountain, was sent flying backwards. However, Gufei was not in a good condition either. The violent ape's claw was extremely powerful, and when the fist and claw collided, the hard rock beneath Gufei's feet immediately became as soft as tofu. Gufei's body directly sank into the ground, up to his waist. The violent ape's claw slammed Gufei into the ground like a wooden stake. The huge force caused the blood in his chest to churn. Roar! The violent ape that was sent flying by Gufei's fist somersaulted in the air and actually nimbly landed on the huge rock it was originally standing on. This violent ape seemed to have gained intelligence, and was not like other fierce beasts that only knew how to instinctively pounce and bite. Its pair of blood-red eyes stared at Gufei below, and a fierce killing intent surged out from its body. It was actually a little hesitant. Ha! As expected, you did not disappoint me. Gufei sneered, and then, with a leap he rushed into the sky from the ground. Pung! With a sound, the ground around him that had already been shaken into powder immediately exploded. Billowing smoke and dust swept out in all directions. 8 desolate steps, 8 steps, 8 kills. Gu Fei let out a cold shout. His body was like the wind and lightning as he rushed into the sky, reaching a height of 30 meters. Then, with a step, he arrived at the head of the violent ape in an instant. That step he took directly stomped down on the violent ape's head that was as big as a water tank. It seemed like a casual step, but it contained astonishing power. The space beneath his feet immediately rippled, and a terrifying power wreaked havoc. Roar! The huge violent ape instinctively felt danger and quickly retreated, wanting to avoid Gu Fei's step. The violent ape looked huge and cumbersome, but it was extremely agile when it moved. In an instant, it jumped down from the huge rock. However, just as the violent ape was jumping down from the huge rock, Gu Fei had already taken his second step. Rumble! It was as if there was a wind and lightning rolling under his feet. An unfathomable power caused the space beneath Gu Fei to tremble. The 8 desolate steps could not only display the extreme speed of 8 steps, but it could also display the killing technique of 8 steps. This ancient martial art ability was enough to shock the world. At this critical moment, the violent ape let out a roar that shook the mountain forest. Then a layer of earthy yellow light surged out of its huge body, and at the same time, it raised its arm to block. Bang! With a sound, Gu Fei's second step directly landed on the violent ape's arm. Boom! The violent ape, which was as big as a small mountain, was like an earthy yellow meteorite. It smashed down from the sky, and the ground immediately shook violently. Dust flew everywhere, and this terrifying violent ape directly smashed a huge pit in the ground. Roar! The violent ape crawled out of the pit. Bang, bang! It madly beat its chest and continuously roared at Gu Fei, who was on the huge rock. This violent ape was extremely wild. The earthy yellow light on its body danced like a flame, and its fierce aura was enough to make Gu Fei's heart tremble. Earth elemental power? The power that surged out of the violent ape was not unfamiliar to Gu Fei. This violent ape could actually control the earth elemental power, which really made Gu Fei feel surprised. Everything in the world could not be separated from the 5 elements of yin and yang. However, there were very few vicious beasts that could truly control the 5 elements of yin and yang. This was because the vicious beasts that could use the 5 elements of yin and yang to cultivate were no longer vicious beasts, but existences that had evolved into demonic beasts. Demonic beasts were half-demonic beasts. They were not real demons, but they had already shed their bestial nature. They were not simply vicious beasts, but a powerful variant that was between demons and beasts. If they could finally grow into demons, then the cultivation of this variant would not be lower than that of a transcending mortality realm cultivator, and their intelligence would not be lower than that of a human. Roar! The furious violent ape fiercely rushed out of the pit, turned into a yellow shadow, and rushed towards the huge rock that Gu Fei was standing on. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and immediately rubble flew across the sky. A huge rock that was the size of a small mountain was directly smashed by the furious demonic ape. Stone fragments shot out in all directions, and the earth quaked, and the mountains shook, as if the end of the world had come. Good fellow! Gu Fei soared into the sky, and his protective aura blocked all the flying stones outside his body. However, below, the violent ape's thick and strong arm that was like a tree directly grabbed him from below. Chi-chi. The 10 sharp claws were like 10 demonic swords that emitted a dark light, as if they were going to tear the void apart, and made a heart-palpitating sound. Gu Fei's expression changed, and he used the desolate steps. Swoosh! In an instant, he left an afterimage on the spot, and in the next moment, as if he had teleported, he appeared 10 feet away and avoided the violent ape's thunderous grab. There was no way to exert force in the air, but the desolate steps could allow Gu Fei to change his position within a short distance. Gu Fei's body rapidly descended from the sky, but the moment his feet touched the ground, countless sharp stone pillars abruptly pierced out of the ground with a swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Preposterous! The sudden turn of events shocked Gu Fei. Pung! 7 to 8 spiked stone pillars instantly collided with his feet and body. This demonic ape could actually control the thick earth power to launch such an attack, which made Gu Fei feel inexplicably shocked. This violent ape was not simple, and it could already use supernatural power. If ordinary cultivators encountered this kind of attack from sharp stone pillars that suddenly pierced out from the ground, they would only end up with flesh and blood. Even if Gu Fei had a steel-like body, he still felt as if his body was being bombarded by 1,000 caddy-heavy hammer. Although the stone pillars broke the moment they collided with his body, the force of the collision still knocked Gu Fei into the air. Oh no! Gu Fei couldn't help but cry out in his heart. Sure enough, the violent ape, Pung, Pung! It rushed over with large steps, and the densely packed stone pillars on the ground were crushed by the violent ape, unable to harm it in the slightest. Whoosh! The violent ape rushed out from the sky full of dust, and with a roar, it directly punched towards Gu Fei. The huge fist was surrounded by a faint yellow light, and with the force of a thunderbolt, it heavily smashed onto Gu Fei's body. Even though he used both hands to block, he was in the air and had no way to exert force. Gu Fei was directly blasted hundreds of feet away, and directly smashed into the distant dense forest. Pung! 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 After smashing through 7 or 8 trees in succession, Gu Fei finally stopped his retreat and rolled in the forest among the withered leaves. A musty smell entered Gu Fei's nose. Underneath him was a layer of soft mud made of withered branches and withered leaves. The sound of trees breaking and falling echoed in the air. Chapter 95. The terrifying ape, which was as large as a small mountain, swooped down from the sky, stirring up a piercingly cold gale that caused the trees below to shake violently. Withered leaves and branches were swept up into the air. An endless, ferocious aura filled every inch of space in the forest, causing Gu Fei to feel a sense of suffocation. The demonic ape, which was covered in light yellow fur, pounced with the weight of Mount Tai. It was extremely ferocious. Its blood-red eyes were like demonic stars, emitting an endless evil and ferocious light. It vowed to tear the creature that dared to offend it into pieces. The thinking of a ferocious beast was very simple. The demonic ape felt threatened by Gu Fei. Therefore, its most immediate thought was to eliminate the threat that was Gu Fei. Come at me! Gu Fei fiercely straightened his back. His bones and tendons immediately emitted crackling sounds. His tendons and bones roared like thunder. He raised his head to look at the demonic ape that was pouncing down from above. A trace of madness appeared on his face. He wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, and a powerful force erupted from his body. His long hair that was like a waterfall fluttered in the wind. Roar! Gu Fei roared, and his expression became extremely ferocious. He separated his legs, and pong! The ground immediately exploded. At the same time, his right palm chopped upwards like a blade. Clang! Like a divine weapon being unsheathed, a dazzling blade light immediately shot out from Gu Fei's palm, and rapidly chopped towards the demonic ape that was swooping down from the sky. The deep, cold blade light emitted from Gu Fei's body, and the trees within a 5-zhang radius suddenly collapsed without a sound. The entire forest shook, and the trees swayed crazily, causing leaves to fall to the ground. With Gu Fei at the center, huge cracks appeared on the ground. At this moment, Gu Fei's aura was enough to make the heavens and earth lose their color. He was like the reincarnation of the god of war and the martial ancestor, domineering and awe-inspiring. He used his blade to strike the sky, and an unparalleled sharpness rushed straight towards the demonic ape. A hint of fear immediately appeared in the devilish ape's crimson eyes, and it hurriedly stopped its downward momentum. It reached out with its claws and grabbed at the streak of saber light. Pung! The unparalleled saber radiance shattered under the sharp claws of the violent ape. Roar! The demon ape let out an earth-shattering roar. Its mountain-like body was sent flying the moment it grabbed the saber light. Blood splattered in the air, and the smell of blood filled the air. Boom! The entire ground trembled. The devil ape landed in the forest, and a part of the forest was immediately destroyed by the violent ape's feet. The violent ape's huge claws were already badly mutilated, and beast blood flowed out and dripped onto the ground. The violent ape did something that Gu Fei found hard to imagine. It actually turned around and fled. Bang! 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 The heavy footsteps caused the forest to tremble. Wherever the violent ape passed, the trees would fall and leaves would dance in the air. Where do you think you're going? Gu Fei was stunned for a moment, but he immediately leaped up and used the 8 steps extreme speed. His body was like a phantom as he chased after the violent ape. Gu Fei had recently gained some insight into the path of martial arts. As his strength increased, he also comprehended some practical martial skills from the martial path. Using the palm as a saber was one of them. Following the path of the predecessors was undoubtedly a shortcut. However, only by comprehending a combat skill that truly belonged to oneself could one surpass the predecessors and transcend the mortal realm. Therefore, when one cultivated to a certain realm, one had to forget all cultivation methods and combat skills, and create a world that belonged to oneself. Although Gu Fei was still far from the realm of creating a world, he had already begun to try to figure out a simple combat skill that was directly effective and shockingly lethal. Tonight's battle with the devil ape seemed to have a pretty good effect. Using the palm as a saber, the essence in his body condensed into saber chi and surged out, actually injuring the thick-skinned devil ape. 8 desolate steps, 8 steps extreme speed. Among cultivators of the same level, there were very few that could catch up to his speed. Gu Fei stepped on the top of the tree as his body flew past with extreme speed, leaving behind numerous afterimages in the air. In just a few breaths of time, he had caught up to the devil ape. Hey! Gu Fei gave a low shout as his right foot stomped on the top of the tree. Pung! The entire crown of the large tree beneath his feet instantly exploded apart. Amidst the fluttering branches and leaves, Gu Fei was like a sharp arrow piercing through the clouds as he leaped up. The index and middle fingers of his right hand came together as he pointed towards the back of the violent ape's head. The violent ape seemed to have sensed danger, and its head that was the size of a water tank suddenly shrunk back. Chi! A streak of extremely swift and fierce finger chi barely grazed past the violent ape's scalp and left behind a faint trace of blood. Roar! With a furious roar, the violent ape that was running at high speed actually turned around in an instant. Raising its right claw, it slapped towards Gu Fei, who was leaping in the air like a door. It was as if a tornado had appeared in the air as the huge claw set off a violent gust of wind. Before it even reached him, Gu Fei's long hair was already flying behind him from the impact. Gu Fei's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He did not dodge or evade. The essence in his body surged, and only when the huge palm was about to hit him did he move his finger like a sword pointing towards the center of the huge palm. Chi! The finger force was as resplendent as a divine light as it shot out from the tip of Gu Fei's finger. It was as if it tore through the void and pierced through space as ripples spread out from wherever the finger force passed. Uft! A bloody hole the size of a fist immediately appeared on the violent palm of the devil ape. Fresh blood spurted out from the bloody hole. The indestructible finger force was as sharp as a divine arrow as it directly pierced through the palm of the devil ape, causing it to let out a painful roar. Although the devil ape, whose intelligence had yet to be awakened and whose bestial nature dominated everything, was astonishingly powerful and terrifying, it was still not a match for a martial arts expert like Gu Fei. The devil ape roared and no longer dared to fight with Gu Fei. It turned around and fled for its life. In an instant, it rushed out of the dense forest and ran towards the depths of the mountain ridge. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and hurriedly chased after it. At the same time, his right hand shone with a purple light as a cold divine weapon chi was drawn out from his body. A dazzling longsword was condensed and gradually materialized. Clang! With a clang, a dazzling purple light beam shot out from Gu Fei's right palm. A purple light sword completely appeared, its brilliance dazzling and captivating. Trying to escape? It's a pity that you must die tonight, Gu Fei said in a low voice. With his 8 steps extreme speed, he had already caught up with the devil ape. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and his tall and straight body emitted an extremely tyrannical aura. Die! Gu Fei shouted and raised his right hand. The violet light divine sword immediately shot towards the demonic ape like a bolt of purple lightning. Uft! The purple sword light pierced through the back of the devil ape's heart and came out of its chest, bringing with it a large amount of blood. The devil ape let out a sorrowful roar as its rapidly running body smashed into the ground with a boom sound. It slid on the ground, smashing the mountain rocks into pieces and creating a loud noise. Everywhere it passed, whether it was rocks or trees, they were all smashed into pieces. The devil ape's huge body slid for a full 20 to 30 feet before it stopped. At this moment, the dazzling purple sword light made a turn in the air and flew back towards Gu Fei, directly entering his body. Chapter 96. The weapon refinement body transformation was a rare martial skill. Not only could it refine magic weapons into essence chi and integrate it into the body, but it could also guide the essence chi of magic weapons that had been refined into the body out of the body, transforming it into a real magic weapon. Unfortunately, the short stick passed down by Gu Fei's master was not a complete magic weapon. Judging from the unparalleled sword chi it contained, Gu Fei could only guess that the short purple stick was a sword hilt. Therefore, when Gu Fei guided the magic weapon chi in the blood and chi in his body out, it could only turn into an energy sword. Even so, this energy sword was like the 100 steps flying sort of a sword immortal. It could be controlled outside the body to kill enemies, and was not inferior to a flying sword. However, Gu Fei's weapon refinement body transformation was not the way of a sword immortal after all, so its range was limited. At most, he could take the head of someone from 100 steps away. After all, the martial way magic was not the way of a sword immortal. It could not be like a sword immortal who could take the head of an enemy from 1,000 miles away with a flying sword. The huge demon ape lay on the ground. Its blood-colored eyes, which were the size of an ordinary person's fist, had long lost its luster. There was a bloody hole in its chest that was spurting out bright red blood. Soon, a puddle of stinking blood gathered under the violent ape's body. How can there still be energy fluctuations? This is impossible. Gu Fei came to the side of the demon ape's corpse with a puzzled look on his face. He had killed many fierce beasts, but he had never encountered such a thing. Once a fierce beast died, its power would dissipate, and there could no longer be energy fluctuations on its body, unless Gu Fei thought of a possibility. Therefore, he leaped onto the huge demon ape's body. A bright light rushed out of his right hand and struck at the demon ape's abdomen. That was where the energy fluctuations were coming from. Very soon, Gu Fei found the source of the energy fluctuation. As expected, there was an earthen yellow crystal that was even larger than an adult's fist hidden in the abdomen of the devil ape. Gu Fei held the strange crystal and jumped down from the demonic ape's body. The crystal in his hand was like a gem, emitting a misty brilliance. It was a kind of earthy yellow brilliance, the result of the thick earth chi that seeped out of the crystal. The hazy earthy yellow brilliance made this crystal look dreamy and magnificent, as if it was the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. The crystal was rhombus-shaped, like an earthy yellow crystal, and it shone with hazy and resplendent light. Yes, in another 10 or 20 years, this devil ape will probably transform into a demonic beast. Gu Fei felt the huge spiritual yuan fluctuation in the earth-yellow crystal in his hand and felt a little regretful in his heart. After all, not every ferocious beast could transform into a demonic beast. It would be a pity to kill a ferocious beast that could grow into a demonic beast. However, killing it was killing it. Gu Fei did not care too much about it. This crystal was not the inner core that was condensed in the body of the demonic beast, but it contained a huge amount of spiritual yuan, which surprised Gu Fei. However, after thinking about it, he understood that this devil ape was probably at the critical moment of transforming into a demonic beast. Therefore, its body condensed a crystal that was similar to the inner core of the demonic beast. This kind of beast crystal should be the predecessor of the inner core of the demonic beast. Perhaps the body of other ferocious beasts also had this kind of crystal, but it had not reached the stage of transforming into an inner core, so he could not find it. Gu Fei was right. In reality, the body of an ordinary ferocious beast did not have this kind of beast crystal. Only ferocious beasts that were much stronger than ordinary ferocious beasts and could already rely on their instincts to cultivate would condense a beast crystal in their body. What Gu Fei did not know was that this kind of ferocious beast's crystal, although it was not a rare item in the Tunglong continent, it was not something that ordinary people could have. This was because the beast crystal contained pure spiritual yuan. When cultivators cultivated, they could refine the spiritual yuan in the beast crystal for their own use. When cultivating, they would get twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, in the secular world, this kind of beast crystal was very precious. Only some big clans or disciples of big forces could afford to use this kind of beast crystal. Of course, Gu Fei did not know about this. However, the huge amount of spiritual yuan that the beast crystal in his hand contained made him a little excited. The huge amount of earth elemental energy was much purer than the earth elemental energy in the outside world. After all, this beast crystal was condensed from the thick earth chi that the violent ape absorbed day and night. In other words, the thick earth chi in the outside world had already been refined by the violent ape once. Of course, it was much purer than the thick earth chi in the outside world. The impurities that the earth chi contained had even reached a negligible level. If this energy was guided out from the beast crystal and refined into the body, it would definitely be of great benefit to one's cultivation. Gu Fei looked around. Under the moonlight, the surroundings were silent. This was the territory of the violent ape. There were definitely no other beasts that dared to come close. Thus, Gu Fei held the earthen yellow beast crystal that was the size of 2 normal people's fists in his right hand. Then he circulated the yuan in his body and surged towards the beast crystal in his hand. After a while, the earthen yellow light surrounding the beast crystal gradually became stronger. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be overjoyed. The huge amount of earth elemental spiritual yuan in the beast crystal had really been stimulated. Gu Fei hurriedly circulated his qi to absorb the earth elemental spiritual yuan that was guided out from the beast crystal. Threads of earthen yellow energy light seeped out from the beast crystal and entered Gu Fei's body. And, after all, it is the energy that has been refined by a fierce beast. Although it is much purer than the Yuan Qi in the outside world, it seems to be much more difficult to refine than the Yuan Qi in the outside world. The threads of beast crystal's spiritual yuan were absorbed into Gu Fei's body. They were not refined by the life essence in his flesh and blood. Instead, they were like streams of cold air that passed through his flesh and blood. Gu Fei hurriedly stopped absorbing the beast crystal's spiritual yuan. The brilliance emitted by the beast crystal in his hand gradually weakened. However, there was still a layer of misty earthen yellow brilliance circulating on the beast crystal. Gu Fei's qi circulated 3 times before he could completely refine the beast crystal's spiritual yuan that had been absorbed into his body. He fused it into his flesh and bones. It seems that it will take some time to completely refine the spiritual yuan contained in the beast crystal. Gu Fei looked at the sky. Seeing that there were only a few hours left until dawn, he decided to put the beast crystal away. He would refine it when he had free time. However, just as Gu Fei was about to put the beast crystal into the magic treasure pouch on his waist, he suddenly felt a purple shadow flash past his eyes. His hand shook, and there was a burning sensation on his wrist. It seemed that he had been grabbed by something. The beast crystal in his hand almost fell out of his hand. "What is it?" Gu Fei was shocked. He hurriedly looked down and saw that there was a small piece missing from the beast crystal. There were a few small teeth marks on the broken part. There were a few white scratch marks on his wrist. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Chapter 97. This beast's body was only the size of an adult's fist. Its eyes emitted a red light, and its eyeballs were crystalline and translucent like agate. Its 4 claws were extremely sharp, and its body was covered in long and fluffy violet fur. It was like a violet pompon, and it emitted an indescribable sense of spirituality. Gu Fei was incomparably astonished. This beast seemed to be a violet mink, but its body didn't seem to be that small. It was like a miniature version of a violet mink. It was only the size of a fist, and its fluffy tail was already as long as the little beast's body. Gu Fei noticed that there was a dark violet vertical stripe at the center of the little violet mink's forehead. At first glance, it seemed to be a closed eye. At this moment, the cute little beast's large and round eyes were occasionally glancing at the beast crystal in Gu Fei's hand that was extracted from the devil ape's body, and it actually revealed an extremely human-like expression of yearning. "It wants this beast crystal." Gu Fei couldn't help but think when he saw this. This little beast is truly too cute, and it's filled with spirituality. If I'm able to subdue it and give it to junior sister, Zhao, she'll definitely like it. Right at this moment, the little beast actually opened its mouth and bit off half of the small beast crystal in its claws. After that, it chewed it into pieces as if it was chewing on a wild fruit, and it swallowed it into its stomach. Only now did Gu Fei understand why this little beast wanted the beast crystal in his hand. It actually took the beast crystal as food, and this truly caused Gu Fei to be extremely astonished. Although beast crystals weren't true crystals, they were the source of energy condensed within the body of a ferocious beast after a long period of time when it breathed in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and relied on its basic instincts to cultivate. Although it wasn't a true crystal, the hardness of a beast crystal was absolutely not inferior to a true crystal. This little beast was actually able to bite a beast crystal. This was truly an unimaginable thing, and it was sufficient to show that this little beast was extraordinary. Kacha! Kacha! The little critter chewed on the small piece of beast crystal in its paws, emitting a sound that sounded like it was chewing on ice. Not long after, the small piece of beast crystal in the little critter's paw was completely eaten. After eating the beast crystal, the little beast actually burped. Its long purple fur was flowing with a layer of purple light. It was like a cute little elf, and its pair of large eyes that were filled with spirituality blinked as it looked at Gu Fei. Gu Fei looked at the little beast, then looked at the beast crystal in his hand, and suddenly smiled. Then he put the large beast crystal in his hand into the magical treasure pouch at his waist. The disciples of the Taishan sect, who were successful in their cultivation, would all have a magical treasure bag with them. The magical treasures of the cultivators would be kept in the bag when they were not in use. However, Gu Fei did not cultivate Dao techniques, nor did he practice Dao techniques. Therefore, he did not know how to blood bond with immortal treasures. Gu Fei did not have any immortal treasures. If other cultivators knew that Gu Fei actually used a magical treasure pouch as a storage pouch, they would definitely scold Gu Fei for being so wasteful. A magical treasure pouch was different from an ordinary pouch. It was something similar to a magical treasure refined by a great cultivator at the void, resisting stage in the sect. Within the magical treasure pouch, a great cultivator at the void, resisting stage had opened up a small space. A magic treasure pouch was different from an ordinary pouch. It was something similar to a magic treasure refined by a great cultivator of the void, resisting realm. Inside the magic treasure pouch, a small space was opened up by a great cultivator of the void, resisting realm with a great amount of magic power. After Gu Fei put the beast crystal of the demon ape into the magical treasure pouch, he did not attack the little purple marten. Instead, he turned around and walked out of the mountain range. After Gu Fei put the beast crystal of the demon ape into the magical treasure pouch, he did not attack the little purple marten. Instead, he turned around and walked out of the mountain range. He did not want to use brute force to subdue the strange little beast. Instead, he planned to use the beast crystal as bait to lure the little beast and make it lower its guard. Gu Fei wanted to make friends with the little beast by his side. However, when this idea came to Gu Fei's mind, he also felt that it was a bit ridiculous. With a little kid, it seemed that no one would be willing to do this. Whoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and quickly traversed through the barren mountains. He went back the way he came and headed toward the river. It was already getting late. There were still about 2 hours before dawn. Gu Fei did not want the Haotian merchant group's ship to disappear under his eyes at this time. For someone who was unfamiliar with the place and the people following the Haotian merchant group to the Dragon Emperor city of the southern wasteland was definitely the wisest choice. Gu Fei paid attention to his back. As he imagined, the little purple marten really followed him. Like a purple lightning bolt, it flashed in the woods and followed him about 30 m away. This little beast seems very alert. Gu Fei couldn't help but think this little purple marten really covets the beast crystal in Gu Fei's hand. As long as you are willing to follow me, I will have a way to subdue you. Gu Fei sniggered inside. Soon, Gu Fei appeared on a cliff on the riverside. Looking up the river, he saw a wharf dozens of miles away was still brightly lit. In the dark night, it was like a shining pearl being inlaid in the primitive woods, which was so eye-catching. As it was still early before daybreak, Gu Fei was sitting on a huge rock with crossed legs. Facing the cool breeze, he looked very calm. He knew that the little beast was nearby. He didn't care about it. Instead, he slightly closed his eyes and focused on cultivation. Of course, he dared not enter a deep state of meditation in this place at this moment. With a wisp of spiritual energy, Zhang Tai paid attention to everything around him. As long as there was something abnormal, he would immediately wake up from cultivation and make the most direct response. A misty glow started to appear on Gu Fei's body. Although he didn't purposely absorb the essence of the universe, various essences still gradually converged towards Gu Fei, causing him to be surrounded by glow. As time passed, the spiritual energy around Gu Fei's body grew denser, and he exuded a sacred and peaceful aura. Suddenly, a purple figure jumped out from the bushes beside Gu Fei. A pair of agate-like eyes secretly looked at Gu Fei, who was surrounded by aura full of curiosity. The little sable seemed to want to come closer, but it was a little afraid. Its pair of bright eyes carefully observed Gu Fei until it saw that Gu Fei was still absorbing the surrounding aura. Only then did it jump onto another big rock beside Gu Fei. Then Gu Fei once again saw how extraordinary this little beast was. It squatted on the big rock, its claws scratched the ground, and stretched its neck towards the moon that was already setting in the west. It was actually absorbing the rich aura around it, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon and gathering the aura from all directions. This little beast actually knew some simple cultivation methods. The little beast's small mouth opened and closed rhythmically. The light in its mouth was weak, but it could be seen clearly. Gu Fei, who was constantly paying attention to the movements in the surroundings, was really dumbfounded. He couldn't help but think of the legends about demons. Weren't demons cultivated by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon over a long period of time? Gradually, the moonlight in the strange beast's mouth condensed into a ball of light. As it breathed, the ball of light flickered. The purple sable's purple pompo-like body was also glowing. One could faintly see tiny rays of light flowing on the surface of its body. It was very obvious that it had already gained intelligence, and a certain level of intelligence. The purple glow around the purple sable's body also became stronger and weaker according to the frequency of the purple sable's absorption of the moonlight. A small portion of the aura surrounding Gu Fei was also drawn out. The faint purple light constantly flickered. The little beast was really very mystical. Chapter 98. It was another early morning. The mountain was full of spiritual qi, which made people feel relaxed and happy. On the cliff beside the river, Gu Fei stood up, and his whole body suddenly burst out with a crisp sound, as if there was muffled thunder roaring inside his body. This was the realm of bones and tendons rumbling as mentioned in the ancient body refinement technique. The sound of the heavenly drum of thunder would refine the bones and tendons. Not only would the bones and tendons produce thunderous rumbles, but as Gu Fei's cultivation deepened, even his internal organs could produce thunderous rumbles. The inside and outside of his body became transparent, and he was completely reborn. This was the sign of entering the ninth heaven of awakening. Gu Fei vaguely felt that he was only a step away from the ninth heaven, and he could break through at any time. However, he also felt that there was a layer of light gauze in front of him. Although he could vaguely see the vague image behind the gauze, he couldn't tell what was behind it. Don't force, don't be agitated, don't be discouraged, Gu Fei murmured. If others encountered this kind of untouchable but itchy cultivation bottleneck, most of them would be restless. This might be the so-called inner demon of cultivators, which came from the restlessness deep in their hearts. However, Gu Fei's current state of mind was as calm as a mirror. He didn't feel happy or sad because of external things. He just watched the flowers bloom and wither in front of the courtyard and the clouds in the sky. At this time, 3 large ships came into Gu Fei's sight from the upper reaches of the river. Behind the 3 ships were dozens of ships of different sizes. Humph! These people are very shrewd. They use the Hautian caravan's ships to intimidate others. In this way, no bandits dare to attack their ships, Gu Fei said lightly. The bandits who were active on the waterway of Yunmeng Mountain only dared to attack those stragglers or small groups of merchant ships. With dozens of ships sailing down the river, wouldn't the bandits avoid such a large fleet? on the bow deck of a large ship with a fluttering, colorful flag in the lead of the Hautian caravan, a gorgeous young man with a face as white as powder was leaning against the railing. The reason why she used the word stunning was because this young master was indeed worthy of the title. Thin willow eyebrows, red phoenix eyes, red lips, eyes like the morning stars, holding a small white fan in his hand, wearing a light yellow robe, standing there like a thin willow in the wind, giving off an indescribable sense of charm. However, this peerlessly beautiful young master was currently frowning deeply as if he'd lost his soul. His gaze was dull and blank, and it was unknown what he was looking at. This absolute beauty was the Ling family's 13th miss, Ling Luoyan, who was disguised as a man. In the short time that she had spent with Gu Fei, Ling Luoyan seemed to have deep feelings for Gu Fei. Now that Gu Fei had left, she couldn't eat or drink, feeling haggard for him. In the past few days, Xiao Chui and Xiao Yu were really anxious. As for that Uncle Zhong, he rarely showed his face. It was like he was hiding in a room on the ship, with so many people coveting that thing on him. The cautious Uncle Zhong almost never left his house. He was so careful that he didn't even dare to eat food until he tested it with a silver needle. Who's that? Suddenly, Ling Luoyan, who was on the deck, saw a white figure standing on the cliff on the right side of the river. Gu Fei. Ling Luoyan's body swayed, and she cried out in shock. Because she was far away, she couldn't be sure if that person was Gu Fei. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just as Ling Luoyan cried out in shock, two slender figures, one yellow and one green, rushed out of the cabin. Their sleeves fluttered in the air as two maids appeared beside Ling Luoyan. These two beautiful maids were Xiao Chui and Xiao Yu. Miss, what happened? Xiao Chui's large, black eyes scanned the surroundings as she asked, anxiously. Her right hand was already on the hilt of the sword at her waist. Xiao Chui, Xiao Yu, come and see if that person is Gu Fei. Ling Luoyan shouted and pointed at the cliff on the far side of the river. Gu Fei. The two maids were shocked and immediately looked in the direction of Ling Luoyan's finger. Who's there? Miss, why do you have to do this? Xiao Chui said a little sadly. That Gu Fei seemed to have really barged into the miss's heart. What? Where is he? Ling Luoyan fixed her eyes on the cliff in the distance. Was there anyone else there? How could this be? Am I really seeing things? Ling Luoyan was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Xiao Chui and Xiao Yu looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads. What exactly was love? How could it cause such a huge change in another person? Their usually arrogant Miss Ren seemed to have changed into a completely different person these few days. It was unbelievable. Why is she still dressed as a man? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel doubtful about what he had just seen as he passed through the mountain forest. The white silhouette that Ling Luoyan had seen standing on the cliff just now was Gu Fei, who was standing on the mountain peak. And Gu Fei had also seen Ling Luoyan. Gu Fei's gaze was extremely sharp. The distance of tens of miles didn't affect his vision at all. Ling Luoyan's appearance fell into his eyes. However, Gu Fei didn't want to think too much about Ling Luoyan. The doubt in his heart only flashed for a moment before it was cast aside. In his eyes, Ling Luoyan was just a passerby in his life. She couldn't even be considered a passerby. A purple little beast followed behind Gu Fei like a tail. Of course, this little beast wasn't coming for Gu Fei, but for the beast crystal in his magic treasure pouch. This purple marten was also extraordinary. It knew that Gu Fei wasn't someone to be trifled with, so it didn't dare to get too close to Gu Fei. Otherwise, this little beast would have long since snatched the unremarkable little pouch hanging on Gu Fei's waist and escaped without a trace. Gu Fei couldn't help but find it funny. Everything was under his control, and the little beast had actually chased after him. It seemed that this little beast valued the beast crystal very much. After leaving the Yunmeng Mountains, the terrain began to flatten out. In front of him was an ancient forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was like a huge piece of green satin was spread under the sky, and the Yen River that connected the north and south was like a white line on the satin. Gu Fei stood at the top of an old tree and looked at the scene in front of him. He was also awed by the power of nature. In the sky and on the ground, a boundless expanse of green extended to the ends of the sky, as if there really was no end. At this time, it was already noon. The Haotian merchant group's ship had long since been left far behind by him. Moreover, there were no forks in the Yen River basin, so the Haotian merchant group's ship definitely wouldn't fly into the sky. Not far from Gu Fei, the little beast that had followed him all the way was staring at the ordinary pouch hanging on Gu Fei's waist with a pair of large, intelligent eyes, as if itching to try it out. Humph, you've already suffered, so why don't you be smarter? Gu Fei said to the little beast, "My things aren't that easy to snatch." Squeak, squeak. The little beast seemed to be a little angry. It jumped up and down on the top of the tree, but it didn't dare to approach Gu Fei. Gu Fei was also very speechless about this little beast. Along the way, whenever he wasn't paying attention, this little beast would make a move on the Dharma treasure pouch hanging on his waist. This violet mink that was only the size of a fist had extremely agile movements, and its speed was extremely swift as well. It was simply on par with Gu Fei when he executed his 8 steps extreme speed. There were a few times when this little beast really almost succeeded. Just as Gu Fei was about to continue on his way, he suddenly discovered a figure in front of him, stepping on the top of a tree and rapidly approaching him under the scorching sun. That person quickly closed in. He saw that this person was a handsome young man with long eyebrows, eyes like cold stars, and a face as sharp as a knife. He wore a tight black suit. "Who are you?" Gu Fei frowned and looked at that person coldly. His pupils couldn't help but contract. "Someone who wants your life." The black-clothed young man elegantly floated down to the top of a tree in front of Gu Fei. His feet stepped on the leaves, but his body was as steady as a mountain. His entire body emanated an incomparably fierce aura. Chapter 99. In a boundless oasis, Gu Fei was intercepted by a black-clothed man who had suddenly appeared. This was a young man with incomparable confidence and unparalleled strength. "You want to kill me?" "Why?" Gu Fei frowned. It seemed like he did not offend anyone. Apart from the 5 ghostly cultivators of Plentiful City, he did not have any enmity with anyone else. The 5 ghostly cultivators of Plentiful City had their ghost Tao formation set up by the 5 ghost banner destroyed by the Sword Immortal Senior of the Guangqing Immortal Sect. They must have been severely injured. How would they dare to come out and do evil? Moreover, it was noon, the time of day when Yang Qi was the strongest. There would not be any ghostly beings who would dare to walk around at this time and risk their souls being destroyed. The black-clothed man standing on the top of the tree laughed and said disdainfully, "You already know the answer, but you are still asking. We have already noticed you." Humph! I didn't expect the old man from the Ling clan to be so cunning. He sent 2 experts, one in the open and one in the dark, to protect that thing. I am a little surprised. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but be startled. He looked at the black-clothed young man in front of him and said indifferently, "Is there some misunderstanding here? I am not from the Ling clan. This guy actually thinks that I am from the Haotian Trading Group's Ling clan. This is outrageous. Do you think I will believe your words?" The black-clothed young man's face was gloomy. His eyes flickered with murderous intent. An invisible force had already shrouded Gu Fei. After sensing the murderous intent from the black-clothed young man, Gu Fei's expression gradually became extremely solemn. This person's cultivation seemed to be not below mine. It is up to you whether you believe it or not. However, if you really think that you have the ability to kill me, you might as well give it a try. Gu Fei stared coldly at the black-clothed man in front of him. A mountain-like wave of yuan qi surged out from his body. His black hair began to flutter. Although fighting was not what he wanted, since the other party had come to him, Gu Fei had no choice but to fight. Squeak, 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 squeak. At this moment, the little purple marten suddenly let out a rapid chirp and quickly retreated into the distance. Three-eyed mink. The black-clothed man's attention was completely focused on Gu Fei. It was only at this moment that he noticed the little beast's existence. However, when the black-clothed man saw the little beast, he immediately cried out in surprise. The black-clothed youth said in surprise, "I didn't expect to encounter such a strange beast here. I'm really lucky." He paused for a moment before he looked at Gu Fei and sneered, "It doesn't matter if you're from the Ling family or not. You have to die today. After I kill you, I'll go and subdue this three-eyed divine mink." The little critter seemed to have a great background. The black-clothed youth attached great importance to it. The little marten did not go far. It stopped at the top of a large tree a few hundred feet away. It straightened its body and sat on a branch, vigilantly watching the two of them. The two experts were at each other's throats. The little critter instinctively sensed danger and dodged far away. How arrogant! I hope you have the strength to back up your arrogance. Otherwise, your fate will be miserable. Gu Fei countered with equal harshness. The yuan qi in his body surged violently. A layer of sparkling splendor circulated on his skin, giving off a powerful and invincible feeling. Humph! Thanks for the reminder. I'll leave your corpse intact. The black-clothed youth exuded unparalleled confidence. His gaze was like lightning, and an extremely obscure and dangerous aura pervaded from his body. The black-clothed youth took a step forward. His body suddenly appeared 2 feet away from Gu Fei like a phantom. Then he directly threw a punch at Gu Fei. Strong winds suddenly rose and surged mightily. It was a simple and unadorned punch, but it had an unbelievable power that could turn something rotten into something magical. It made it difficult for Gu Fei to block it. He couldn't even dodge it. Gu Fei could not help but shiver. This person's cultivation seemed to be extremely powerful. Moreover, he had controlled the rhythm of the battle the moment he attacked, causing Gu Fei to fall into a passive position. Not only was this black-clothed youth an expert, he was also an expert with incomparable battle experience. It was no wonder that he dared to find Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. Since he couldn't avoid it, then there was no need for him to do so. He threw a punch out as well. In an instant, golden rays of light were like waves as they pounced towards the black-clothed youth's fist with an imposing manner. Gu Fei didn't think too much. He immediately used the golden element fist. As soon as he punched, the golden light suddenly rushed out from his body, making him look like he was wearing a golden armor. It was so powerful that people couldn't look at him directly. Bang! The two fists collided in an instant, a circle of transparent ripples that was visible to the naked eye spread out from the point of the collision. The entire space seemed to shake a little. The trees under the feet of the two suddenly exploded, and broken branches and leaves flew all over the sky. The two figures flew out like lightning. Then they collided again like 2 bolts of lightning. Boom! The two directly punched each other again. There were no fancy moves. This was purely a collision of strength. Continuous bombardment, like the dull sound of thunder that shook the forest, sounded in succession. The two experts were like phantoms, emitting a vast and terrifying energy wave. They moved quickly in the forest, fighting fiercely. Everywhere they passed, the trees were all shattered by the power of the two. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He never expected that there would be someone who trained his body to be so strong. He could actually fight with him, with just the strength of his body. It's really hard to imagine. Is this person also a martial artist? But the aura on his body doesn't belong to a martial artist. It's really strange. Golden Element Fist. With a low shout, Gu Fei threw another punch at the black-clothed youth. The dazzling power of the metal element seemed to cover the whole world. Waves of chi swept towards the black-clothed youth with earth-shattering force. Reversal of heaven and earth. The black-clothed youth's hands moved. Mysterious and strange waves appeared between his hands. A strange wave followed the trajectory of his hands and emitted out. The black-clothed youth no longer fought with Gu Fei. Instead, he displayed his unfathomable magical power. The unfathomable power turned the world in front of the black-clothed youth into a black hole. In an instant, it completely swallowed the unparalleled golden element fist force that Gu Fei blasted out. "I'll return it to you," the black-clothed youth shouted softly. As he moved his hands, the world seemed to be reversed. The swallowed fist force gushed out and was hit back by the black-clothed youth. How is this possible? Gu Fei was shocked. The magical power of this black-clothed youth was really strange. He actually gave him a taste of his own medicine and reversed his attack. It was really terrifying. With such a magical power, wasn't he already in an invincible position? The reversed fist force surged like a rolling river. It was unstoppable. The golden light was dazzling, and in an instant, it rushed in front of him. "How dare you?" Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind as if he had gone insane. This black-clothed man was actually using his own power to attack him, which infuriated him. He didn't dodge or evade, but instead sent out another punch. This punch was also the golden element fist. However, it was different from the previous punch. This punch seemed to draw the endless power of the metal element in the world. All of it surged forward with earth-shattering force. It was majestic and unstoppable. Boom, boom, boom. The two monstrous forces collided. The forest within a radius of 200 feet was suddenly destroyed by the mighty and terrifying force. One part of the forest suddenly turned into a desert. The other part of the forest shook violently. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. Countless birds in the nearby forest were startled. Some fierce beasts nearby also fled in panic. It was as if doomsday had come. Chapter 100. The black-clothed youth was incomparably powerful. As soon as he used his magical power, he immediately suppressed Gu Fei. Reversing heaven and earth, no technique could touch him. Not only was Gu Fei's fist strength shifted by the black-clothed youth's unfathomable magical power, but it was also reversed to attack Gu Fei. This made Gu Fei's heart tremble. With such a magical power, the black-clothed youth was already in an invincible position. It was difficult for cultivators of the same level to compete with him. It was really terrifying. Don't resist pointlessly. Obediently accept your death. The black-clothed youth was incomparably arrogant. He pressed forward step by step. As his hands moved, a layer of strange power shrouded his body, causing the space around him to seem to turn into a bottomless black hole. It seemed to be devouring the surrounding aura. Boom! Gu Fei smashed down from the top of the tree, causing the forest to explode. Although he was forced to retreat, his long hair fluttered in the wind. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow. His body emitted a piercingly cold golden light, and the power of the metal element covered his body. Although he was temporarily at a disadvantage, It was difficult for the black-clothed youth to really hurt him. Gu Fei pulled out his feet that were stuck in the soil. He coldly stared at the black-clothed youth and sneered. "Since I came down the mountain, you are the second person who is a threat to me. Very good. Reversing heaven and earth. I want you to be invincible and have nothing to borrow. Let's see how you're going to reverse the situation," Gu Fei said coldly. His words were also filled with incomparable confidence. Although the black-clothed youth was strong, and the magical power he displayed was said to be unparalleled among experts of the same level, in Yi Shiwen's opinion, it was not invincible. Gu Fei was worthy of being a warrior born to fight. After just one move from the black-clothed youth, he immediately knew how terrifying this magical power was. At the same time, he also thought of a way to deal with this magical power. It was a very stupid way. Shameless boasting. The black-clothed young man's expression immediately changed when he heard this. He shouted loudly and waved his hands. Green energy threads shot out from his hands like silk and wrapped around Gu Fei. Hundreds of green energy threads quickly cut through the void. There was a sizzling sound, like sharp blades cutting through the void, cutting the void into thousands of pieces. "Humph," Gu Fei sneered. He operated his Xian Qi and restrained all the power within his body. The dazzling golden aura also entered his body in an instant. However, his skin became even more sparkling and translucent. Tiny rays of light flowed on his skin. His body seemed to be cast from fine iron, and he exuded a strong sense of oppression. The black-robed young man had a cruel sneer on his face. He waved his hands, and hundreds of green threads instantly spread out in the air, forming a huge net that enveloped all directions, sealing off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei. The green energy net came down from above, and the trees around Gu Fei were instantly cut into thousands of pieces as soon as they were covered by the energy net. The green threads seemed to be sharper than divine weapons. "Are you going to die this time?" The black-clothed young man was very pleased with himself. Since he had personally come out, of course he would be victorious. However, before he had the time to be happy, his expression changed. Something's wrong. How can Gu Fei be so calm in the face of such a killing move? The black-clothed young man was a little surprised. At this moment, Gu Fei did something that shocked the black-clothed young man. It was an action that made the black-clothed young man feel incredulous. Gu Fei, not only did he not dodge, he pushed his feet on the ground, and with an indomitable momentum, he soared into the sky and punched towards the energy net that enveloped him. There was no glaring aura surging out, nor was there any powerful energy ripples. It was just an ordinary punch. However, under the disbelieving gaze of the black-clothed young man, the energy net formed by the interweaving green threads collapsed the moment it came into contact with Gu Fei's fist. The razor-sharp energy threads did not hurt Gu Fei at all, but a large hole was torn open in the energy net. Gu Fei's body was like a phantom, and with a punch, he broke through the razor-sharp energy net and pounced towards the black-clothed young man on the treetop. His movement technique was as fast as lightning, and in an instant he appeared in front of the black-clothed young man. "Ha!" Gu Fei let out an angry roar, and the bones in his body crackled. A strong wave of yuan qi exploded from his body, and he directly punched towards the black-clothed young man's chest. Reversal of heaven and earth. The black-clothed young man was shocked. He knew that he had made a mistake. He had underestimated the opponent in front of him who was younger than him. The black-clothed young man was a young expert, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level. He was just one step away from the transcending mortality stage. On the other hand, Gu Fei was just a young expert. There was a gap in age, and his cultivation time was also shorter than the black-clothed young man. Therefore, when he faced Gu Fei, the black-clothed young man had the capital to be arrogant. Unfortunately, he did not expect that Gu Fei was not an ordinary cultivator, but a martial artist. The black-clothed young man was indeed a young expert with incomparably rich combat experience. His hands moved, and waves of unpredictable divine power were produced, trying to reverse the power of Gu Fei. However, his divine power, which had always been successful, failed this time. He could not shift Gu Fei's fist force at all. No matter how he tried to block or shift, Gu Fei's fist still struck forward. The black-clothed young man was shocked. He realized that Gu Fei's fist did not emit any fist force at all. The cleverest housewife could not cook without rice, and there was no energy for the black-clothed young man to block or shift. Bang! Gu Fei's fist blasted on the black-clothed young man's hands that were crossed in front of his chest. At this time, the fist force still did not burst out. The fist was like a heavy hammer, fiercely smashing on the black-clothed young man's arms. The power was distributed throughout the whole body, and it did not leak out. It was all restrained within the body, between the muscles, bones, blood, and flesh. Although it did not leak out of the body, the power of Gu Fei's fist did not diminish because of this. Instead, it just happened to restrain the black-clothed young man's divine power. Wah! The black-clothed young man's eyes protruded out. How can this be? The black-clothed young man was blown back 20 feet by Gu Fei's punch. He staggered on the top of the tree and almost fell from the tree. On his arms, where Gu Fei punched, the bones in his arms felt like they were about to break. The pain made him break out in a cold sweat, and there was a burst of blood in his chest and abdomen, and his internal organs were also shaken. The situation changed in an instant. Gu Fei stepped on the top of the tree and chased after him. He was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he looked coldly at the black-clothed young man. Who exactly are you? Gu Fei did not want to get into a fight without knowing what was going on. How is this possible? What kind of cultivation method is this? Could it be? The black-clothed young man did not answer the question. Instead, he tried his best to calm the surging aura in his chest. His eyes stared fiercely at Gu Fei. The black-clothed young man's entire body emitted a fierce, murderous aura that made people's hearts palpitate. It could be seen that his killing intent towards Gu Fei was not concealed at all. Martial, Gu Fei said indifferently. Although his tone was calm, his entire body emitted a majestic aura. The posture of an expert who looked down on the world was completely displayed. Martial, could it be you are the long-lost successor of the martial sect? The black-clothed young man said in shock. He thought of the long-lost power. The path of martial arts had gradually declined. In today's world, true martial artists had probably long disappeared. This was because martial arts cultivation methods were very difficult to master. On the contrary, Tao techniques were easy to learn and master. As long as one's muscles and bones were not bad, one could cultivate Tao power. Even if one could not become a true expert, one could still live a long life. In the world of cultivation, the attraction of cultivating Tao to become an immortal was far greater than practicing martial arts in any era. However, a successful martial artist was a nightmare for cultivators of the same level. This was because among cultivators of the same level, martial artists were much stronger than other cultivators. This was why the black-clothed young man was so shocked. Martial sect? I don't know what you are talking about. However, if you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed by me. Gu Fei said coldly. Then, without another word, he used the desolate steps. With one step, he appeared in front of the black-clothed young man, and threw another punch at him. Chapter 101. He was at the ninth heaven of the awakening realm. Even among the young experts in the cultivation world, he could be ranked among the top. However, this black-clothed young man, with the strength of the ninth heaven, was completely suppressed by Gu Fei. He seemed to have no strength to fight back. Gu Fei punched fiercely. He used the 8 desolation steps at an extremely fast speed, leaving a series of afterimages in the air, bombarding the black-clothed young man and forcing him to retreat. This was a clash of pure physical strength. Every punch landed on his flesh. Boundless yuan qi surged within Gu Fei's body. Every inch of his flesh contained a vast amount of energy. His entire body was like a piece of divine metal that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. His skin flickered with a sparkling brilliance. "Aren't you very arrogant? You want to kill me? You are not qualified," Gu Fei said coldly. Loud noises kept erupting. Gu Fei's body movement technique was like wind and lightning. The power of each punch was stronger than the one before. By the 9th punch, the black-clothed young man finally could not bear it anymore. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Gu Fei's words deeply pierced the arrogant black-clothed young man, causing him to be enraged and roar incessantly. However, in a battle, strength determined everything. How is this possible? How can there be a young expert like you in the Haotian trading group? It's really hateful. The black-clothed young man's eyes turned red. He madly struck out with the power of magic power, trying to reverse the outcome of the battle. Unfortunately, Gu Fei was like a huge mountain that could not be moved at all. Gu Fei's whole body strength was converged in his body, surging under his skin. There was no power at all outside his body. The magic power of this black-clothed young man had no effect on him. If it was an ordinary cultivator, perhaps this black-clothed young man would have the advantage. Whether it was Tao technique or magic power, if he wanted to use it, he would need to use the power of his body to mobilize the essence of the world. In this way, the black-clothed young man's magic power of reversing heaven and earth could reverse Tao technique and magic power. He used the power of the caster to attack the caster, and he was like a bystander. However, no matter how profound and inconceivable this black-clothed young man's ability was, it was absolutely impossible for him to create a second Gu Fei out of thin air. Therefore, he turned from a spectator to a participant. He had to endure all of Gu Fei's attacks. Once again, I'm not a member of the Haotian trading group. Gu Fei pressed forward step by step, and his moves were swift and fierce. His attacks were broad and large, and he didn't give the black-clothed young man the chance to dodge at all. A punch, a palm, a kick, a finger, all of the fierce attacks were linked together, wave after wave, and the black-clothed youth could only defend, unable to dodge, unless he risked his life and forcefully took on Gu Fei's terrifying attack. Pung! Gu Fei's right leg was like a long whip as it fiercely swept towards the black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth roared in anger. Finally, he could not hold on any longer. His body was swept away, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Did we make a mistake? The black-clothed youth's heart was filled with hatred. He seemed to have provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. Humph! Gu Fei followed up with extremely swift and fierce movements. It was still a ferocious direct attack, without any technique to speak of. With one step, an invisible momentum had already enveloped the black-clothed youth, who had crashed into several trees and fallen into the dead branches and withered leaves in the forest. The 8 desolate steps had 8 steps of extreme speed and 8 steps of 8 kills. With the first step of the 8 kill steps, Gu Fei wanted to force his opponent to face it head-on so that his opponent couldn't dodge or evade. Rumble! Under Gu Fei's feet, there seemed to be a roar of wind and thunder. The world under his feet seemed to tremble, and the surrounding trees collapsed one after another. The power of destruction filled every inch of the space under Gu Fei's feet. Boom! The black-clothed youth could only brace himself and raise his fist to meet the attack. His fist and his leg collided, and a fierce power swept out in all directions like a storm. A large area of the surrounding forest collapsed in an instant, and the debris flew all over the sky. The trees that were further away also fell down in a circle. 8 steps, 8 kill steps. With only the first step, Gu Fei directly stepped on the black-clothed youth, and only half of his body was left above the ground. If you are arrogant, I will be even more arrogant. If you are arrogant, I will be even more arrogant. However, if you don't have the strength to be arrogant, then everything will be a joke. Gu Fei flew backwards, and with a backflip, he took another step towards the black-clothed youth below. As Gu Fei took this step, the space under his feet really trembled, and transparent ripples spread out. The power contained in this step seemed to be able to tear the void, and it made people's hearts palpitate. 8 desolate steps, 8 steps, 8 kill steps. With every step, both the power and the aura would multiply from the previous step. This was not just a superposition of power, but also a superposition of the aura. Gu Fei was like the reincarnation of the god of death. His eyes flashed with a murderous light, and his body surged with a murderous aura. He often fought with ferocious beasts, so his body had a fierce, murderous aura that was not something that someone his age should have. Gu Fei would never be lenient to those who wanted him dead. He would not show mercy, and when he attacked, he would not show mercy. This was Gu Fei's motto. In battle, there was no room for hesitation or mercy. Being merciful to the enemy was a fatal taboo in battle, because the enemy would not be merciful to you. When Luo Yunyang took the second step, the powerful pressure almost pressed the black-clothed youth to the ground. The ground began to tremble, and the broken wood and leaves on the ground floated up before completely collapsing into dust. In the face of such a fierce move, the black-clothed youth's expression changed completely. He had never expected to meet such a terrifying opponent here. He had thought that he would be able to quickly get rid of the young man that the Haotian trading group had planted in the dark, and then meet up with his subordinates to attack the Haotian trading group's ship. He was determined to get the item that the Haotian trading group was escorting. However, the current situation was that his life was in serious danger. "You forced me to do this." The black-clothed youth looked up at Gu Fei, who was stepping down from the sky, and a hideous smile appeared on his face. Roar! With a loud roar, a majestic energy wave as heavy as a mountain erupted from the black-clothed youth's body. Suddenly, the ground cracked and the sky shook. Chi, chi, chi. At the same time, countless rays of green light flew out of the black-clothed youth's body, like a peacock spreading its tail, shooting in all directions. "Rise!" The black-clothed youth shouted coldly and formed a seal with both hands. Then, all the green lights that shot out in all directions flew into the sky and shot towards Gu Fei from all directions. "What's that?" Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this, but he continued to take the second step down. The vast Yuan Qi wave that came out of his body deflected most of the green lights that shot towards him. However, the other dozen or so rays of green light directly broke through Gu Fei's protective upstanding qi and shot toward his vitals. "I'll give you another thing." Below, the black-clothed youth raised his hand, and a black and white light ball immediately smashed towards Gu Fei from below.